Well, here we are once again. Floating somewhere between Earth and space, just trying to figure it all out. Got a hell of a lot to talk about here tonight, Space Fam, so I guess we better get right to it. As always, do not forget to buckle up those seatbelts. Otherwise, you might go floating off into that deep, dark void, never to be seen again. Well, Wednesday evening. The Midweek Report. Beautiful to see all of you here already this evening. Lot to talk about, but first, some shout-outs. Hermit Horologist, Young Chris, HBX, Moa Noip, Mozart, Quaximus, Jet, and R. Gray, and Schmigley. Lowercase, Green New Deal, and Ducky over on Twitch. Well, lot already happening here this week, folks. Lot to talk about. Midterms happening yesterday. Well, primaries for the midterms happening yesterday. My mic is not pointed at me. Hold on. What was I saying? Yes, primaries yesterday in 6 different states. Progressive tsunami coming. We'll talk about it. Wildfire season, it's here, and it's gotten off to an explosive start. DOGE Ebola Outbreak in Africa. Elon Bola. Did Elon Musk and DOGE's decisions lead to this horrifying outbreak that is underway right now in the DRC? War in Iran. Is it still happening? Let's find out. But we're going to start in the United States with some crimes. Crimes talk.
Violent crime.
Wait, I don't have volume. There we go.
Violent crime.
Luigi Manion back in court. Big decision this week regarding key evidence in that trial.
We have breaking news in one of the criminal cases against Luigi Manion, the man who's accused of killing United Healthcare CEO. He's appearing right now in a New York City courtroom. Moments ago, the judge, Gregory Caro, issued a major ruling. He says state prosecutors will be allowed to use some key evidence recovered during his arrest in Altoona, Pennsylvania, back in December of 2024, but other key pieces of evidence will now be suppressed. Put simply, a partial win for the defense. So what stays in? Well, a firearm and notebooks discovered in Mangione's backpack. What is suppressed? Electronic devices, including his cell phone and computer chip, and the firearm magazine. The judge also ruled some of the statements Mangione allegedly made to investigators at that McDonald's will be admissible as long as he wasn't officially considered in custody at that time. The 28-year-old suspect has pleaded not guilty to both state and federal charges stemming from the killing of Brian Thompson outside a Manhattan hotel. Well,
there you have it, people. Big news in the Luigi Manion trial. Portions of the evidence collected at the first meeting, if you will, with law enforcement and Luigi Manion has been ruled inadmissible. However, half of the evidence, and perhaps some of the most important evidence I think that exists in the trial, still ruled admissible. What that means for the future of this case, I mean, It may have some bearing on it, but like I said, I don't think it's the most important evidence. So I'm not sure we'll have that much bearing on this case. But this has been going on now for well over a year and a half. They have been in preliminary hearings for the whole, I mean, not even the whole time, because it took like 6 months for the first hearing to ever even happen. But there you are, folks. Your latest Luigi update. Now, in other crime-related news, a horrifying situation occurred in San Diego on Monday, I believe it was. It actually might have been Sunday. I don't know. It was a crazy weekend for me, so I actually, suffice to say, earlier this week. I'm pretty sure it was Monday, though. Here is the AP from 2 days ago.
The circumstances that led up to this and the details of what happened and exactly which time it happened will come out in the days ahead.
We have never experienced a tragedy like this before. It is extremely outrageous to target a place of worship. Our Islamic Center is a place of worship. People come to the Islamic Center to pray, to celebrate, to learn. Not only Muslims, but we have people from all walks of life.
This is a time for making sure that we do everything that's necessary to investigate and fully address the incident that was here today, but to reassert, as I always will, that hate has no place in the city of San Diego. And when it happens, a crime of any nature occurs, we will hold you accountable.
Now, there were two other attacks that happened, I believe, over the weekend. Don't quote me on the day, because once again, the weekend was crazy for me being in that wedding party. I may have done a little bit of drinking, something I don't do very often. The last time I drank was on New Year's Eve, to give you some perspective on that. And so I can't be 100% on this, and I somehow don't have the videos in my list today. Don't ask me how. Partially because I have so much stuff to cover as it is. It's just, I think also, if I recall correctly, I didn't add them to the list because both of the attacks were just so fucking disturbing. And they one happened after the other, and the first two I was just trying to ignore because I was trying to stay in a positive mind space for everybody around me. But I believe there was one attack in Italy and another one in New York, both involving a driver using a vehicle as a weapon. These three different incidents happened within I think a 48-hour period. I'd have to start looking through. I could probably find them, but it just, we are living in a fucking horrible time right now, and too many people are running around pushing hate. And it's not good. We find ourselves in a very disturbing and dangerous moment.
2 teenagers have been identified as the alleged gunmen in Monday's attack at the Islamic Center of San Diego. The FBI announced on Tuesday that one of the suspects left behind a manifesto. According to Special Agent Mark Remley, the suspects appeared to harbor hatred towards multiple communities as a result of being radicalized online and led to believe they didn't belong.
The vehicle they used, we also identified writings and various ideologies outlining religious and racial beliefs of how the world they envisioned should look. These subjects did not discriminate on who they hated. We've executed 3 search warrants at residences associated with the subjects. During those searches, we found and seized numerous firearms from 2 of those locations, including numerous pistols, rifles.
Omega 5 Tar just cheered 100 bits. Hydration is important.
Yes, that's true. Thank you for reminding me to hydrate, Omega, with your sweet, sweet bits.
So hot right now.
Now, unfortunately, we live in a time where you have leaders in the United States and around the world who are using hatred as a weapon against people that they don't like. Using it as a way to suppress speech, using it as a way to protect people who don't deserve protection, right? To protect a country committing a genocide. It's not me saying, it's the International Criminal Court. It's saying it. And it just, you know, like, we're constantly, amidst all of that, simultaneously excusing particular forms of bigotry and hatred, especially against Muslims. And then you wind up with situations like this, you know? And sure, there are some leaders out there who are, in fact, doing things right, but it's too far and few in between. And that, I'm afraid, does not leave out the mayor of San Diego. Nope. Let's go here to Francesca Fiorentini. Yes, I know. I'm hydrating. I also just ran out of tea. I hydrated so much I've just run out of tea. I'm going to have to get up and get more tea. So everybody settle down. Listen to Francesca. And I will be right back.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Okay, is that good for you? Is that good for you?
Yesterday, there was an attack on a Islamic center in a mosque, the biggest mosque in San Diego. 3 people were killed. And one of them was a bodyguard, basically, a security guard who had 8 children. And he, it seems, sacrificed himself to protect other children who were in this mosque. He, according to police, basically prevented this mass shooting from being far worse. The suspects are 17 and 19 years old each, and they killed themselves at the scene. And it seems like they may have left behind some writings that talk about like racial pride and racial purity. And of course, they attack a mosque. This is why, ladies and gentlemen, we don't welcome people like Great Replacement Theory Tucker Carlson into our movements.
Yeah, exactly. And I would also I don't know if everybody was paying close attention, and I forgot to mention this before, but you heard that guy at the press conference, I think it was the mayor, who said that these attackers were not discriminating, quote unquote, in who they hated. But it's clearly we're discriminating, right? It's just anybody who wasn't white. It's broad, but it's also specific.
Or Marjorie Greene into our movements, right? These are the people that have led young whites in this country down a primrose path of racial supremacy, superiority, and violence. These are the people who have glazed and continue to do the glazing of Donald Trump, who again is the greatest purveyor of Islamophobia, but I would argue also anti-Semitism. When he was elected, we had people hailing Hitler We had Jewish gravestones toppled in Jewish cemeteries. But this goes even farther back. This goes back to the fact that this country has allowed one bigotry, racism, and religious-based violence to fester unchallenged, whether in the media, in the political class, whether in schools, whether in conversations, and that is Islamophobic hate. Ever since 9/11, and of course before, somehow it's A-okay.
Take the towers
that we can ignore
down
the millions
now.
of American Muslims in this country who call it home, who build their lives and their families, who are from here, who are born here, who are naturalized. And we do not speak out for them. And it leads to things like this, right? And of course, all of this has been exacerbated.
Exactly. And to some degree, I blame the ADL, right? I mean, those guys used to be pretty focused on the actual anti-Semitism happening in the United States. And then sometime after, it is, in my opinion, sometime after October 7th, 2023, they decided to, like, that's not important anymore. Like, well, sure. Are there Nazis? Yes. But have you heard of Palestinians before? And students? Have you heard of those two groups of people? Because they are much more concerning than, you know, all of those guys walking through Tennessee with the Nazi flags. Yeah, I know they seem problematic, but really, have you heard of Columbia University before?
The fact that you have the fallout of October 7th, you have the fallout of attacking, green lighting, both in a bipartisan way, a genocide on Gaza and the people of Palestine, supporting whatever Israel does. And then on top of that, attacking yet another majority Muslim country in Iran. So you have the domestic extremism, you have the foreign policy extremism led by a known Islamophobe, Pete Hegseth. And then you have local leaders. And let me just call him out. Mayor Todd Gloria, who up until this moment, I didn't really know what Mayor Todd Gloria was up to, but it seems like he's been doing a lot of Zionist propaganda and a lot of chiding of anyone who would dare speak out in support of Palestinian human rights. This is him after the October 7th attack saying San Diego stands with Israel. We stand with Israel always, always.
Oh my God, I'm sorry.
This is him 2 years later, basically.
Oh my God.
Condemning the San Diego Pride Festival for welcoming the musician Kehlani, who's been known to speak out against Israelis.
Oh my God, that is so fucked. I will not be going to the Pride Festival. Very nasty Kehlani saying very rude, nasty things about Israel.
How rude.
Good God. I'm sorry. But there was more I wanted to say about this, but I can't let this comment just pass me by. Are you being serious? Is this a serious comment? What does this mean? I'm trying to unpack it. Democrats love losing, being the foil of evil, quote unquote, makes them a lot with umlauts on the top of money. Go ask Malcolm X. Like I'm trying to figure out where you're going with this. I have worries. I'm not, try not to rush to judgment on this comment. You should have put the scare quotes around foil. Oh. All right, that should have put quotes around the foil. You know, I'm just gonna move past this comment. now I'm even more confused because I'm trying to think of multiple things. I can't do it. Not gonna do it.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
Anyway, we're gonna move on from this morbid topic. Very unfortunate, despicable situation I wish we didn't have to deal with. But we are living in tumultuous, violent times in a country where it's filled with guns. The fact is, it's not just the guns. It's also the climate. I feel I've been seeing an uptick. Early in Trump's presidency, there was a serious lull around the time the ICE raids started. I feel like everybody, like it was like. Just like stopped leaving their homes, so crimes just like started going down because it was like the pandemic and people were just like locked up in their fucking homes. But I feel like things are starting to pick up on crimes, especially I feel like in the last couple of months, as the economic woes seem to be setting in for a lot of people. I worry. Consultants are paid whether they win or not. Well, okay, yes. I wasn't sure. The fact is I feel like I can't remember whether I've seen you before or not. You can tell whether you're a new chatter, and you know, the fact is the term Democrat is used interchangeably for like 100 different things.
The communist.
But yeah, no, you're right. You're absolutely right about the consultant class. That's a real problem. Real problem. We're gonna get to talking about we're getting ahead of ourselves. We're not even that far ahead of it, but it's my fault. I'm the one. This is all my fault. I should stay focused. Anyways, moving on from crimes to the guys and or gals who are supposed to be solving them. Most specifically, Kash Patel. I mean, he's the guy who could be potentially preventing these sorts of tragedies from happening. You never know. I mean, it's two actors. There must have been some kind of communication between these guys. And the U.S. government's constantly surveilling all of us. You'd think Kash and the boys over there could have been... Wait, no. No, I'm sorry. They could have done that if Kash wasn't busy snorkeling.
Another day, another troubling headline about FBI Director Kash Patel's use of taxpayer money. Government emails obtained by the Associated Press show Patel was allowed to snorkel at the Pearl Harbor Memorial in Hawaii last summer.
What now?
One of the nation's most hallowed sites. As one Marine veteran trained to check on the site put it, it's like having a bachelor party at a church. At the time, the FBI had insisted Patel was there on official business.
Oh my God, these guys are wild. I'll see you in Valhalla. I'll see you in Valhalla, Kash. I mean, holy shit, pal. Holy shit. Like having a bachelor party at a church. That's Kash. That's Kash Patel. That sentence is all Kash. Let's be fucking real. Like having a bachelor party at a church. Kash has no idea when it's always party time in Kash's mind. Okay? The guy has a problem. We've established this. It's 100% Kash. Oh God. Oh boy. So it's unclear exactly how much taxpayer money was used for this trip. Actually, you know, I'm gonna let them go a little bit longer. Hold on. Wait. Hold on. I'll let them finish a little bit more, and then I'll get in.
The church. At the time, the FBI had insisted Patel was there on official business. What they didn't say was that Patel returned to Hawaii later for 2 more days. And that's when he went on that private snorkeling excursion. It is the latest in a pattern of Patel blending professional responsibilities with leisure activities on the taxpayer's dime. Joining me now is Michael Feinberg, MS Now National.
Okay, there we go. Okay, it's fucking crazy. He was there on official business. You don't say it was snorkeling. Snorkeling at a historical site. Oh, Kash. He never know. That guy does not know when to quit. He's out there getting blasted with the U.S. hockey team. Going to his girlfriend's fucking concerts on the G6 private jet. The guy is he's a fucking animal, okay? He has no fucking, he has no respect. He's out of control. He is out of fucking control. I swear to God, the guy is just, oh God. The bachelor party at a church analogy, it's exactly Kash. I don't know if he was in a fraternity, but he gives those vibes so fucking hard. It's insane. It's insane. He has no idea when to stop. I know I keep saying it, but it's insane. We have such a long list. I mean, he couldn't be reached because of you. There are so many. I mean, and let's not forget his book series. He's insane. This guy is a lunatic. Every little detail we learn about Kash just paints this fucking picture. Oh, wow. It is something else. A VIP snorkeling at the Pearl Harbor Memorial. Totally not a desecration. Totally not a desecration of a place where U.S. soldiers died. Fuck yeah! Exactly. He's basically snorkeling at a fucking grave site. It's like it. Honestly, now that I'm thinking about it, this isn't that far out. In fact, by 2027, I'm pretty sure this will happen. But it's like if Pete Hegseth decided to start a CrossFit at Arlington Cemetery, right? And which will happen, right? By 2027, that is going to be a thing. But it's just insane. It's fucking it's completely deranged human behavior for a government official to do such a thing. If Mr. Beast did it, okay, he's an idiot. We all expect him to do. He's also not in charge of the government's investigative apparatus. We can handle that, but it's a different situation, right? He's not getting paid U.S. tax dollars to go do that. Do you think he took a selfie down there? I mean, I wouldn't be shocked. I wouldn't be shocked at all. Now, while Kash was desecrating U.S. war memorials, the Trump administration earlier this week was having a faith event on the National Mall. Church and state together.
Disgusting and probably illegal.
Illegal.
Here's Reuters for Monday.
A Trump administration-backed celebration of U.S. religious heritage drew thousands to Washington on Sunday, highlighting close ties between conservative Christian leaders and the president, while critics said it did not reflect America's full diversity of faith. The 9-hour event titled...
No kidding. It didn't really, the Christian event didn't represent the full spectrum of America's faith. No kidding. The televangelist event wasn't diverse enough? No shit. But this is what we're talking about, okay? The Trump administration hates America. And everybody who loves Trump, who claims to love America, also hate America. Kash Patel is over here desecrating war memorials, right? And the Trump administration is actively dismantling the Constitution in front of our very eyes. And these people, these cultists, are applauding it. Oh. Rather than separation of church and state, it's direct collaboration. It's televangelists praying over the president before he wages a war. You know, it's the secretary of war basically declaring a religious fucking religious crusade in the Middle East. These people are fucking unhinged.
We have a demented, unintelligent person running the United States of America.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman. In Washington, D.C., thousands of people gathered on the National Mall Sunday for a taxpayer-funded Christian evangelical service backed by President Trump. The 8-hour lineup featured song, prayer, and speeches, including video messages by Vice President J.D. Vance, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, and President Trump reading the Bible, a video of him. This is House Speaker Mike Johnson addressing the gathering.
Almighty God, we ask that you hear these solemn petitions, just as we in the beginning dedicated this land to your most holy name. Today, hear, Lord, in this 250th year of American independence, we hereby rededicate the United States of America as one nation under God.
Other speakers.
Why can't I shut up about Jesus?
A number of religious leaders and the conservative radio host, Eric Metaxas.
It's hard to believe that it would take 2 centuries for the Lord to raise up a great man to bring that ballroom finally to stand where it needs to stand. It's extraordinary. We only had to wait 200 years.
The Freedom from Religion Foundation blasted the government-sponsored prayer rally as an unprecedented and shocking mix of church and state, adding, quote, "Our Constitution is godless by design. The government has no authority to organize religious revivals, much less use them to promote a Christian nationalist agenda," unquote. We're joined now by 2 guests. Sarah Posner is author of Unholy, How White Christian Nationalists Power the Trump Presidency and the Devastating Legacy They Left Behind. She's host of the podcast Reign of Error. And we're joined by Bishop William Barber, president and senior lecturer for Prayers of the Breach, founding director of the Yale Center for Public Theology and Public Policy. He took...
I like that one. Reign of Error.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
I mean, do I have this clip in here today still? Or did I take it out for the other? Because, yeah, I did somehow. Fucking hell. Oh, no, it's in here. I have a clip for later. We're going to talk about education real quick. And, they're having to go back and rehire, in the same way that a bunch of other organizations in the government have been having to go back and rehire people like lawyers and it's just across all agencies. They realized, all those people that we fired, all those people that DOGE just slashed without any consideration, they actually had some sort of form and function. They had some sort of purpose. Made a huge tiny mistake. Whoopsies.
Wow.
Whoop.
in a counter event on Sunday called Redirect 250. Sarah Posner, let's begin with you. Talk about the significance of this gathering.
Well, this is another example, another prominent example of the administration's Christian nationalist agenda. His Christian nationalist followers contend falsely that America was founded as a Christian nation, that God intended America to be founded as a Christian nation, and that the Christian nation has fallen away from that divinely intended founding, and that it's their job, both spiritually and politically, to restore the Christian nation. What does that mean? To them, the political, social, legal progress of the 20th and 21st century are the things that they think have caused America to decline and fall into sin. So this is really a battle for the soul of America. Are we going to be a pluralistic, secular nation governed by secular laws that protect equal rights for all? Or are we going to be a Christian nationalist country where the religion of Mike Johnson and Paula White is imposed on the rest of us?
I heard one of the people on the mall yesterday saying people understand the separation of church and state the wrong way. Yes, we don't want the government intervening in the church, he said, but we do want the church intervening in the state. Wondering if you can talk about the significance of taxpayer money being used to
That's a disturbing interpretation of separation of church and state. It's just like, oh, let the religious institutions do whatever the hell they want. No taxes, no holds barred. Just go ahead. No. Honestly, we need to go the opposite direction of that. Taxes and restrictions. Like, go fuck yourself. These people need to settle down. Like, we can't have a theocracy in America. Okay? That shit cannot fucking stand. We have a very diverse country, and having a religion-specific government in any way, shape, or form will disenfranchise millions.
Fund this Christian revival?
Well, for a long time in our country, this would have been considered a significant breach of church-state separation to have the taxpayer fund a specifically religiously oriented event that is intended for one particular audience and also intended to project the government's favoring of one particular religious orientation. Over the past several decades, the Supreme Court, which has also, I should point out, been shaped by Donald Trump, has eroded that church-state separation, and even apart from what might be legal or not legal under the current Supreme Court jurisprudence, Trump has run roughshod on.
This shit is fucking disturbing. These people like doing this creepy like festival dances in the front with the American flags. Like, what in the fuck? Get a life. Oh god, this shit is really problematic, okay? And like, Christians should be upset too, unless you're the particular version of Christianity that, you know, this is, right? But this also sets a precedent, I would point out, for not this, for an anti-Christian country. Just saying, you know, there is another side to this coin. But I would just like to point out that this feels to me like some kind of an attempt by the Republicans, because, like, I mean, it's not just Trump. I mean, look, little Mike Johnson was fucking there. But this to me feels like an attempt for them to create their own Christian denomination, right? Because the Pope is out there disagreeing with Trump, disagreeing with Pete Hegseth, and like other members of the administration, essentially. And they don't like that. They hate that. And so they are trying to basically, create their own version of Christianity through politics. And it's this is straight up fascism, okay? And everybody should be a little concerned about this, even if you are Christian. Because if you're a Catholic, you're the wrong kind of Christian, technically. If you listen to the Pope, like if you're a real Catholic that listens to the Pope, who is the head of the Catholic Church, right? If you're not a blasphemer, right? Then you should be concerned, right? If you're like a Methodist or like a Baptist or like some other, I'm trying to think of other like non-evangelical, I guess Baptist, evangelical, I take it back. But you get what I'm saying. Like there's versions of non-evangelical like Christianity out there that have some serious disagreements here, and you've pulled the wrong straw religiously for this version, right? And you too should be a bit concerned. Of course, Muslims, Buddhists, atheists, agnostics, Zoroastrians. Am I missing anybody? Jews, Muslims, did I say? I'm just trying to remember. There's too many religions out there. Hindus. All right, you get the point. This version of America only speaks to one group of people.
Bring Bishop Barber into this conversation. Can you talk about what you participated in yesterday?
Ah, yes, the pagans and the Jains. Thank you, Lutherans, sure. I said all Christian denominations other than evangelicals. So that's covered. Mormons. I feel like that's also in there technically under Christianity loosely. You're all just naming versions of Christianity right now.
Redirect 250 as a direct counter.
Polytheists, Greek polytheists, sure. I'll accept that one.
To the religious nationalist festival. The differences between a government-imposed prayer event or supported, taxpayer-supported, and a grassroots movement.
Well, thank you. First of all, Amy, let me say a little bit about this whole event because yesterday, of course, many people were in Montgomery, Alabama, retracing the steps of Dr. King. We deeply supported it. I was actually at Yale graduating students in public policy and public theology that takes on this very kind of heresy that we saw in Washington, D.C. But the prophets and preachers are supposed to be the conscience of the nation. We have plenty of scriptures that Donald Trump and them would never read that say that what we're supposed to do is challenge the nation to care for the least of these, the poor, the hungry, the sick, those who are pushed aside, the least of these, and the immigrants. Nothing was Christian about what we saw yesterday. And we have to challenge even repeating that it's Christian nationalism. This is not Christian nationalism. This is idolatry. Yeah. This is heresy. This is a form of religious nationalism. This is Trump worship. This is trying to make someone a Messiah figure. And it's very dangerous because the scriptures say, the scripture that Trump actually read yesterday is condemning of him and what they're doing, because it says that people are supposed to turn from their wicked ways. And wickedness in the scripture is when you hurt the poor, when you hurt women, when you mistreat the least of these. So I'm deeply offended as a person of faith for something like this to be done, because what we're supposed to do, as Dr. King once said, the church is supposed to be the thermometer of a thermostat of society, not the thermometer. We're not merely measure the temperature. We're supposed to change the temperature. And everything that he has done and his group has done is counter anything that Jesus said. Notice they never mentioned Jesus yesterday. They never mentioned justice yesterday. And that is the fundamental problem with what they're doing. Any gathering that in this moment that's not saying anything about poverty and anything about the denial of voting rights, and anything about taking people's health care away, and anything about unholy war, and anything about the mistreatment of immigrant brothers and sisters, and claims to be Christian or religious is actually fundamentally flawed and blasphemy. I'm using.
Exactly. Yep. That's what I was saying. I mean, this is a bunch of blasphemy. These people are in a fight with the fucking Pope. J.D. Vance, a man who is calling himself a Catholic, while they hold this unconstitutional and un-American event on the National Mall. It's absurd. It's deranged. And nobody should accept this as normal. How are we doing on time? Not bad. Under an hour. That's pretty good. Speaking of unconstitutional, let's talk about the mid-decade redistricting war. It's been happening as a result of the Supreme Court's decision that you can disenfranchise minorities, especially black people, of their vote so long as you pretend it is merely partisan in nature. Which has really stepped up the already existing redistricting war that was started by Republicans in Tejas last year. To CNN from Sunday.
CNN correspondent Tom Foreman is joining us right now. Tom, so where are we now with redistricting efforts, and how did we get there?
Well, it's a mess, Wolf. Simply put, there were court rulings, and the Republicans have been moving at lightning speed to take advantage of it. Look at the balance of power first. This is where you have to start. I'll try to make this understandable because it is a lot to take in. Very, very close here for the Republicans having control of the U.S. House. Democrats 212, Republicans 217. The one independent here was a Republican in California who would likely lose his job possibly under redistricting there. But he has said, Kevin Kiley has said, look, this redistricting thing is the worst thing about politics now for everyone. It is a bad thing. Let's look at the states right now. If you look at what's been enacted out there, you see the Republicans could net 10 Democratic seats. The Democrats would need 13 to take power. And if you add in the pending one, the one still being considered out there, it gets worse for the Democrats. Look at it state by state, though, and this will help make a little more sense of it. If we look at Alabama, one of my old home states there, look what happened here. In this state that has 7 congressional seats, the new map, this was the old map here, and you see Montgomery down here toward Mobile, some parts of Birmingham out here to western Alabama. Those were 2 different districts out there that tended to vote blue. About 25% of the state of Alabama, roughly, are black citizens. That has now been...
Yeah, they also happen to be majority black districts. Like they just sort of like say that in this sort of like offhand way. Oh, and there's also happens to be some black voters there. It's like, yeah, no shit. Like that's what happened here is they cracked 2 black districts to make theoretical Republican districts and to disenfranchise black voters in Alabama, basically going back, reverting to maps that were ruled racist and unconstitutional by the state Supreme Court in 2020. Like I can't. It was 2023, or it was like, it's just insane. They've turned the Voting Rights Act on its head. Because this is all they got left. It's just going back to Jim Crow era maps. It's like, look, we have no hope of even holding on to our seats if we just don't go back to the blatantly outright racist maps of the 20th century. Now, of course, if you want to talk electoral implications, does this potentially give, in theory, Republicans an edge to hold on to seats in the House? Yes. You know what it also does, if we're going to talk about that? It also dilutes their heavily gerrymandered advantages in those already existing congressional districts that have now been dramatically changed. And we've seen how that went in some of the more recent elections in Texas, for instance. Slightly different dynamic in some of these states, but I think we could see things like that play out, right? Where Republicans have overplayed their hand by diluting their vote share in some of these districts. And that it gets people to exercise their vote, right? That may not have. That this might incentivize people to engage in the democracy they otherwise would, have ignored. Of course, I am trying to think optimistically about this because it's a completely fucked situation that, every single day, I feel like I'm losing more and more hope on. Like I would be lying if I said that I wasn't somewhat worried about what we're seeing, right? Of course I'm worried. Right? I think I think it's obvious that I'm worried about it. Everything we're seeing right now is very problematic. Right? Whether it's from social policies to foreign policy, environmental policy, all of these things are being dragged backwards or downwards, into the mud or into the past in a very bad way. All I can hope for is that I'm sorry, not the incrementalists, the other version of that. Why can't I think of the word? The accelerationists were right. Hopefully, people experiencing these things in real time will bring about some sort of big change. But if you have a federal government and a political class actively attempting to suppress that effort, I feel like success in that regard is going to be difficult, stymied. And rightfully so. People who experience these sorts of efforts in the past are also worried about the parallels to the current moment.
More than 6 decades ago, civil rights leaders here in Selma, Alabama, staged a march for voting rights. They were met at the Edmund Pettus Bridge by police on horseback, wielding clubs, attack dogs, and tear gas.
Here come this man on this horse. He was riding that horse and he had that whip. He was beating as he was going.
What became known as Bloody Sunday shocked the nation and helped spur Congress to enact the Voting Rights Act in 1965.
This is me, Betty.
Among those who marched across the bridge in 1965 was Betty Strong Boynton, who still keeps photographs from the movement. A recent Supreme Court ruling gutted key provisions of the Voting Rights Act, and Republican lawmakers in Alabama plan to redraw the state's congressional districts, eliminating one of 2 seats in Congress held by black politicians from the state. Reuters visited Selma, the city most associated with the Voting Rights Act, and spoke to 3 veterans of the civil rights era who described feeling a deep sense of loss.
We should not have to fight for the right to vote. Only 61 years have passed, and we are right back where we started.
Yeah. I felt this quote encapsulated the moment that we are living in. I need people to grasp. We're going back 6 decades to before the Voting Rights Act existed, okay? And people are being asked to fight for those rights that people died for in the streets, in their home. It is unacceptable. It's an unacceptable shift that our democracy, our former democracy, has taken. People need to wake up to this moment, to the facts. The government is actively attempting, under Republicans right now, to thrust us back 100 years. They're trying to thrust us back to the Gilded Age, okay? When our government was 100%, captured by a tiny group of people, by an incredibly wealthy elite group of white men, when women didn't have the right to vote, black people didn't have the right to vote, civil rights didn't really exist at all, where, we are living in this just sort of anarcho-capitalist society now. Like, the libertarians are basically getting all of their dreams completely deregulated fucking society. You pillage the environment. The environment's there for you to destroy. People are there for you to use. Right? They're not a community. They're a commodity, right? Like they see everyone as numbers. If you're not in a particular class of people, if you're not a billionaire, and you're useless to them, you're just your experience in life is completely meaningless. And in fact, your experience in life is repressing them, right? Like, your ability to speak on your personal experiences, your ability to vote in the way that you want to in the primaries right now, are an inconvenience to them. It's why they're being actively repressed. It's why you don't have full coverage of the fucking primaries on the national media right now. Last night, they skipped Idaho and Oregon completely on CNN and NBC, right? And they skipped Ohio entirely for the last primary. Like, there is just... They think that you don't notice these things. And they're banking on you doing nothing about it. That's why we cannot give up on talking about it. It's because if we get to the general and we don't have the right people, it's going to be the same thing once again. We've seen what having no message brings us, right? If you see yourself as a Democrat, right? Which I think a lot of leftists technically do, because you have to vote in the primaries somewhere. I mean, I know there's some people who only vote independent, and that's your prerogative, but it sort of limits your options quite severely if you're not registered in one way or another in a lot of states. And I know we got a lot of fucking problems with this party. That's why I keep saying we need to seize the power structures of the party and direct it in the way that society actually needs it, because they are not looking at how society is right now. The Democrats also, like the Chuck Schumers, Hakeem Jeffrieses, they don't want change either, right? And they're willing to just stand there and allow Republicans to drag us down this horrible path that we are on right now. The fact is, the numbers on the election stuff are terrible, from what I can tell. At least from what I've been seeing. Like, when I try and do live streams about the elections, the numbers are fucking god-awful. And I gotta find a way to fix that. I haven't figured it out yet, because there's gotta be a way to do it. But it almost feels like it's being actively suppressed, like any sort of like independent coverage of the elections, even on YouTube. But it's very much important. No soundboard tonight? No, I'm just ranting right now. I'm ranting because I'm upset. I'm too upset for soundboard. I have soundboard. Come on! Don't be silly. I've got the sound. I'm going off right now. Democracy is under threat. And even though we're making some wins right now, I still feel like we need to see more. Especially with shit like this.
The internet and White House are teeming with conspiracy theories about secret plots to steal elections. But what I'm about to tell you, this is the real thing, and it's been hiding in plain sight. All that talk about stealing elections and undocumented immigrants voting.
The Democrats cheat, Republicans don't cheat.
It's actually a cover for something deeper and more insidious.
This may be the most important executive order he's ever signed.
Republicans have to win this one.
We've been going all over the country to look at voter rolls.
This myth of non-citizen voting appears to have been a billionaire-backed, funder-driven effort to make it harder to vote, which increases the relative power of wealthy donors.
This is all about class war. As the economy tanks, working people are becoming more and more fed up with a government co-opted by financial elites, big tech, and energy companies. At the same time, the billionaire class is working to silence any dissent to their massive tax breaks, shredding the social safety net, and mass surveillance. Just last month, conservatives on the Supreme Court, most of whom are linked to billionaire-funded dark money groups, successfully eviscerated the Voting Rights Act, further cementing Republican power.
That's the kind of ruling I like.
But the bigger motive behind moves like these actually transcends partisan politics. And that's because the various anti-voter proposals coming out of the White House would make life hell for many Republican voters too. A few weeks ago, we ran the first poll that asked working-class Americans how Trump's election policies would actually impact them. We'll reveal the numbers and show how all of this is secretly being driven by billionaires dedicated to making sure working and middle-class voters don't have their say in November or in 2028. Let's roll it back to 2024. In the last election, 73.6% of eligible citizens registered to vote. And only 65.3% actually voted. So already we're not batting 1,000.
The president's allies in Congress are pushing dangerous anti-voter legislation like the Save America Act and the Make Elections Great Again Act,
disgusting,
either of which
illegal.
would be the most restrictive federal laws around voting in elections, basically in American history.
The SAVE Act and its permutations look stuck in Congress, but much of what they would do has been laundered into executive orders. You can break it down into a few categories: proof of citizenship, bans on mail-in voting, and intimidation and interference, all proposed under the guise of securing our elections from non-citizen voting.
I think what most people don't realize is that proposals for voter ID that have come out of this administration would be stricter than anything currently on the books in any state.
President Trump wants to mandate proof of citizenship to even register to vote, which only comes in the form of an up-to-date passport with the correct address or a birth certificate. Do you know where your birth certificate is right now? I don't.
Half of Americans don't have a passport. 1 in 10 Americans doesn't have a birth certificate.
Cisco Aguilar, the Secretary of State in Nevada, sees this proposal as a modern-day poll tax.
They all say, oh, well, everybody has a passport. No, not everybody has a passport. Those that are privileged enough to have a passport will be fine. But again, it's that working class community that we are taking out of the picture and taking away the opportunity for them to have a voice.
The numbers are...
Yep. I mean, how much confirmation do we need to for us to accept that we are living in Jim Crow 2.0 right now, right? We got poll taxes and outright racist districts. And it's not me saying it once again. It was the state Supreme Court of Alabama. That was their opinion on the district which Alabama now is going to be, the districts which Alabama is now going to be using. Right? Like, this is the world we're living in right now. And then she's right. The numbers are very troubling.
A YouGov poll last year found that just 28% of Americans with a household income of less than $50,000 possessed a valid passport, compared to 80% of those who make at least $100,000.
$50 million people earn $50,000 or less in the United States. 50 million. It's an insane number. We're talking about like adults, right? People who actually work, right? Not children, obviously. So we're talking about 50 million adults, voters, citizens, making less than $50,000 a year. So of those people, only 28% of them own a passport, right? So it's the vast majority of them. And even people who are earning more than $100,000, right? Only 80% of those people own them, right? So this is just automatically disenfranchising a bunch of people for not having a document, which is not automatically given to them, right? You have to apply for a passport. You aren't given a passport when you're born. Your parents would have to apply for it. Oh, and the prices for those keep going up. $150 now, I think. And say you work, have kids, have responsibilities. Maybe say you don't have a car or limited transportation. Maybe you share a car in your household. Maybe you're a two-person household, but both of you have to work full-time jobs, share a car, and live basically as far away as you possibly could from the local documents offices, right? Like the local, I can't remember the name of the office that issues like birth certificates. Like I know the DM, like usually, like you can apply for a passport like at your post office. But like just imagine these sorts of scenarios right now. Like why? Why are we intentionally making it harder for people to vote? Because they don't want democracy anymore. It's become inconvenient to the ruling class. Speaking of voting, let's move it along now here to CNN from Sunday. Talk about one guy who lost an election, whose opponent received the Trump bump.
One guy, one time.
President Trump's campaign of payback against GOP dissent just had its biggest moment of this midterm season, with Trump taking down a powerful Senate GOP chairman, Senator Bill Cassidy, who lost in his Saturday primary in Louisiana, more than 5 years after voting to convict the president for inciting the January 6th attack at the Capitol. All despite Cassidy trying to make amends with Trump, including with his pivotal vote to confirm RFK Jr. to be the Health and Human Services Secretary. Advancing to the June 27th GOP runoff, Congresswoman Julia Letlow, whom Trump recruited into the race, and former Congressman John Fleming. It all underscored Trump's enduring strength with the base, despite collapsing support among the general electorate. Now, Cassidy, addressing supporters last night, did not mention Trump by name, but it was quite apparent who he was talking about.
And when you participate in democracy, sometimes it doesn't turn out the way you want it to. But you don't pout, you don't whine, you don't claim the election was stolen. And let me just set the record straight.
Oh, yes, Bill, get in there.
Our country is not about one individual.
Oh, what a brave guy, Bill. Thank you. Thank you, Bill. Good job. I mean, Bill was... I mean... he has greenlit practically everything Donald Trump wanted to. And it took him losing to actually come out and say something that even like vaguely resembled pride or like resolve in any way, shape, or form. So great job, Bill, losing. But honestly, adios. Sayonara. Good riddance. I don't care. Again, I think... I'd like to think that people will come on board with me on this stuff. But, like, Bill losing, Thomas Massie losing yesterday, these things are fine. Okay? Like, these things are fine. First off, they'll be in Congress, both of them, until the end of the year, until the beginning of next year, right? So the votes aren't like disappearing. They're still going to be there for the things, the very few things that they disagree with Republicans on, right? The very, very short list. And in some cases, like for instance, with Thomas Massie, like some of his disagreements with the Republican Party are actually worse. Like they're like further to the right, right? Like for instance, like when it comes to like the deficit, like he is a staunch libertarian who thinks taxes are like straight up like a crime against humanity, basically. And so like when he talks about like the deficit, like the deficit increasing, he doesn't have like a sensible solution to that, right? He doesn't think taxes should be allowed, right? Like basically, like on principle, he thinks that they are like... You know, like, and so his solution to the deficit is to slash programs, right? And maybe he's got issues with different things, and sometimes he votes in ways that I agree with, but it doesn't make him a good guy. It doesn't make him good for the country. It doesn't mean that he should have power just because he has slightly less problematic ideas in some instances than the Trump party does. Right? And like him and Bill Cassidy both voted like 95% of the time with everything Trump wanted. So it's meaningless to me. And I would rather not have to hear about how good Thomas Massie is or how good Marjorie Taylor Greene is or Nancy Mace or like Lauren Boebert for like taking one stand on one thing one fucking time.
One guy, one time.
Because everything else that they stand for is trash, right? It's garbage, and I want nothing to do with it. And I'm sick of people like even suggesting that they're close to like an ally or like somebody I should care about, right? Like it's like no, that seat needs to go to somebody who actually has good ideas, not garbage mixed in with one good thing. That's not helpful. Don't need that. Speaking of which, I suppose we ought to go down to Louisiana, where Jamie Davis, candidate for the U.S. Senate, spoke at an election watch party over the weekend.
First thing comes to mind is a visit in August from one dear friend to another. An old lawyer from New Orleans that believed in a farmer that he knew for a while. He introduced his friend to the farmer, and those two started a relationship of many phone calls, late nights, a lot of stats and discussion. Two old men and a young farmer that had a vision of a Louisiana that could be different. A Louisiana that could give the people a candidate that they could trust. Two friends that shaped a candidate into just a farm guy that had held office before in Tensall Parish to a candidate that probably has shocked the news feed. So,
okay, that's all I'm going to grab here from Jamie Davis, but this was him talking at an election watch party in New Orleans. Guy that I have been saying is the guy for Louisiana. He's on the galactic election sheet. And he did, in fact, make it. So Louisiana's Senate process is a little bit weird, but basically now there's going to be a runoff election. I believe it's going to be in June, maybe July. I actually don't know the exact date of it, but he and I think two other Democratic candidates are going to a runoff later this year. I think he's leading right now. I don't have the numbers right in front of me, but he was looking pretty good. And yeah, so there's one guy with some good ideas that could perhaps change the balance in Louisiana, potentially replacing, I believe, Senator Kennedy? I think. Oh, wait, no. Was it Bill? Was it Bill Cassidy? It is Bill Cassidy. I'm sorry. Oh, it's Bill. Right. It's Bill. Duh. Right. My brain just broke. I'm a dummy. That's why those were right next to each other. Somehow I could not even keep that in my head. This is why I need notes. I try and keep everything in my brain. Sometimes they get all flustered. But yeah, so Cassidy lost. A Trumpy guy won. I see somebody asking whether or not the guy who won there is trash. He is trash. But you got better options than him. Vis-a-vis Jamie Davis, for example. And that's the thing. That I think that's the other thing I didn't quite mention. But in my estimation of this particular paradigm, zeitgeist, whatever you want to call it, the time that we're in right now, Trump's popularity is plummeting, right? It is utterly imploding. You got, the Republican Party and everything that they've been doing under Trump, the popularity of that imploding, right? Gas prices, the economy, just just going through fucking shit right now. And with that, in this moment, if we can put good people on the ballot in the general, actual progressives with real ideas for fixing the country that are focused on the working people and not just rewarding the most wealthy in society, I think, we have a chance to actually win these elections, because a lot of those ideas are actually bipartisan when it comes down to it. And a lot of the Republicans have absolutely no fucking response to any of that, right? And if you can add in the fact that, the other aspect of that, the fact that they are so unpopular right now, you could, in my opinion, I think you could see some real big, unexpected, ground-shaking changes in some places, in some right-wing places. I'm not saying it's a guarantee he's going to beat Bill Cassidy. But they can't gerrymander away that election, right? And if enough, Trump party voters are feeling disenfranchised or disillusioned by the behavior of Trump and Republicans, you can see some wins, right? You see what I'm saying here? Because it's some degree, It's about the ideas, but there's multiple factors here that converge, including the couch. All right, who else we got to talk about elections-wise? Oh, wait. Hold on, we're an hour and a half into the stream. Galactical needs to start. Oh, I've already started one over here on Twitch. That's good. Biddies, subs. Yeah, all right. If you haven't followed on Twitch yet, I don't know what's wrong with you. Hit that button. Come on. Come on! YouTube. Same for you. Subscribe. Bell icon. Thumb. Like button. Also, please consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. That's right. Independent media with 0 sponsors. Doesn't happen by magic, it happens by the generosity of the space fams and the viewers. Thankfully, a lot of great ways out there for you to show your support. Twitch, bits, subs, gifted subs, prime subs. Cash App and PayPal. For your money go directly to funding the stream rather than the bottom line of Amazon. You got Throne for physical gifts and donations. But of course, the very best way to get most space benefits for your earned dollars still remains Patreon, where for the low price of $3 a month, you can get access to a myriad space bennies unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. We won't take a break yet. We'll do it like 2 hours or something like that. Moving on from Louisiana to San Francisco. Shaikat Chakrabarty. Oh, wait, no, I take it back. Please hold. Please hold. Take it back. He's next to New York. First, misspoke. Sateo. Prem Tucker. Interviewing what could be New York's first Palestinian-American legislator.
Hello everyone, Prem Tucker here with another Zateo conversation. Today I am joined by Abir Kawas, who is running to be the first ever Palestinian-American in the New York State Legislature. She's an organizer and a member of the Democratic Socialists of America, the daughter of Palestinian refugees, whose own father was detained by ICE and deported years ago. Kawas has a long-standing history with, in fact, the current mayor of New York City, and has also been facing some criticism for comments she's made in the past. To speak with us on her platform, her history organizing in the city, and so much more, Abir Kawas, thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me. It's an honor.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much. So first, let's start out very simply. What got you involved in politics in the first place?
It's a great question. It's also a funny one because I'm somebody who never saw myself as wanting to be involved in politics. I have been a community organizer in New York City and nationally for several years now, and I always saw myself as the person on the other side of the table. I was the person who would get people to know about a campaign like the Fight for 15 campaign. You know, I fought for things like the DREAM Act or DACA. I'd get the folks on the bus, you know, prep them with their talking points, and then get them to talk to the politicians and ask them to pass these policies that would benefit their communities. And, you know, as an organizer, there have been so many times where we have gone to politicians to speak about things that have impacted us in such deep ways. And they kind of just look at us, give us a nod, you know, and go, you know, I don't think that's going to be possible. And over time, I found that really frustrating. And what I'm seeing now at this moment is an opportunity where we really need to push to change that.
Exactly. We need to seize the day. Carpe the diem. Space fams. Cannot go easy into that oblivion right now. Must keep fighting. Never give up. Never surrender.
Never give up. Never surrender.
Oh, shut up.
But I believe Abir Kawas here is looking to unseat Jerry Nadler in Manhattan. That would be fascinating. That'd be a fascinating shift there. Jerry has been there for quite some time. Trying to think of how long he's been. How long has he been in office? 92. Although he's switched districts multiple times. He's switched districts like 4 times since 92. He went from Westchester, From Westchester to Brooklyn. Hakeem Jeffries' current district. He switched with Hakeem Jeffries, then to Dan Goldman's district, which is part Manhattan, part Brooklyn. And now Center Manhattan. Be fascinating to see him unseated. All right, let's keep this moving. Sorry, we got a lot to talk about tonight, so I can't get stuck on one race for too long here. But a quick clip here from Shaikat Chakrabarty, who's running for Nancy Pelosi's old seat.
What's your sort of elevator pitch to my aunt?
How old's your aunt?
She's a boomer. She would be in her 70s.
I'd tell her, like, look, think of your children, right? Think of the next generation. And the city is turning into this place that only the wealthy can afford to live in, right? Where the people who actually run this city, the people who are working in our cafes, the people who are, the nurses in our hospitals, they're getting driven out. And we have to completely change the system to make it so that your kids can afford to live here. People like your aunt, I think 2 years ago, would not be open to this message, but right now they are, because they see Donald Trump coming back, and it's no longer an aberration. Like, clearly something is really wrong. Right. What the Democratic establishment is doing is not working, and we need something new. And so what I'm trying to pitch here is a real answer for what do we do in this moment to completely turn the system around. We have a history of being able to change our system when we've needed to do it. So not talking about anything all that radical, but.
Yeah. I think everybody is seeing that this is a moment right now to seize. That the Democratic establishment has created, right? It's the void that's been created by the loss. The 2024 loss. Donald Trump coming back to power. Right? The old narrative has been laundered by the Democratic Party for so long, last decade really, as it comes to Trump, is clearly broken. And that Joe Biden basically just got lucky that first time and then completely, squandered the opportunity. Even though I feel like Joe Biden made some good decisions when it came to Palestine, in my estimation, that is what took down the Biden presidency, right? Sure, was his ineptitude and inability to read the room on certain things, inability to actually recognize that people's economic situations were not improving, even though the stock market was doing good and headline headline unemployment and inflation was improving. People were still paying higher and higher prices and still not making enough money to keep up with it, right? And their housing was sure. Was that tone deafness on that a problem? Yes. But I think the thing that really, especially when it comes to Democrats, right? If we're not worried about pulling over Republicans, it was Gaza and their insistence to continue funding to the tunes of billions of dollars, a genocide that was, as we all know, and we knew going into the election, was unpopular. They just refused to back down on that. And that's what sunk them, right? But it's all the other things, too. It's a confluence of factors. But in my opinion, I think had Kamala actually leaned in the other direction at the time when she was surging in whatever it was, like, when did Joe drop out? Oh God, the timing, the timing is fucking with me. But I think what is it, like late summer, like early? I think there was a surge, and then she completely squandered that by bear hugging the Cheneys and Mark Cuban and kicking Hassan Piker out of the DNC and not allowing Palestinians to speak and saying, actually, everything we've done is great, and everybody who disagrees with that doesn't love joy as much as everyone else here, and these sorts of things. But I think it all just stems from that unwillingness to address that one basic issue that was so very clearly a problem that the DNC still refuses to accept. Like that you know, Ken Martin still refuses to even tell us about that supposed autopsy that they paid for or didn't pay for or whatever, that free autopsy that some consultant, but like, you know, like, can you imagine McKinsey just doing like a free autopsy? Oh yeah, here, oh no, it's on us. After all the years of you know, giving us millions of dollars, this a freebie. Come on. They paid for it. And, you know, they refuse to release it because they know what it says. We know what it says. But they were completely tone deaf on the two biggest issues Democrats cared about at the time that weren't Trump related. Refused to have a cohesive message. And are continuing to double down on that, right? Like people like Chuck Schumer, Hakeem Jeffries are continuing to double down on not having a message. Just like, oh, Donald Trump, he's crazy. Get Cedar on the ticket, Sam Cedar. I don't think Sam has any aspirations of being in government. Maybe I'm wrong, but I just don't think he does. I just don't think he's interested in it for whatever reason. I'm sure he'd be, you know, perfectly capable legislator. But I just don't. I've never heard him even sort of say anything even close to that. All right, let's go to Michigan. To the guy looking to be the next senator from the state of Michigan. Abdul El-Zayed.
Medicare for all. Why should I care about it? What would it mean for the healthcare system? Can we even afford it? What happens to all those health insurance jobs? All that and more. So what's brewing today? Medicare for all. So let's just start from the top. Why should you care? In our current healthcare system, we spend 19 cents of every dollar spent in the entire economy on healthcare. That's a pretty crazy thing, because if you think about it, in Canada, they spend about 11 cents on the dollar. Other countries that are similar to us in terms of wealth, they're spending between 9 and 14 cents on the dollar. We are wildly more expensive. And if you're not doing the math, 19 cents on the dollar is basically 1 in every 5 cents spent in the entire economy to provide healthcare. Not only is our healthcare system the biggest, most expensive, it's also getting more expensive faster than any other country in the world. So not only is it a problem now, but it's going to be a bigger problem in the future. So let's talk about what Medicare for All is and it is not. Medicare for All is guaranteed health insurance for every single American. What does that mean? Imagine in your back pocket right now, if you have private health insurance, you probably have it through some corporation. That corporation charges you every 2 weeks or 4 weeks, usually in your paycheck. And if you look at your paycheck, after FICA, which is the Federal Insurance Collections Agency, basically Uncle Sam, your health insurance premium comes out first. Literally, your health insurance CEO eats before you and your family do. That comes off the top. The full premium, you don't actually see the cost of because your employer probably pays for part of that. So you're paying what, $1,000, $2,000 for a premium? And that's supposed to give you insurance. The operative part of that is sure. But in our current system, you really can't be sure about anything except for the fact that you're going to get your pocket picked. Now, that insurance system probably comes with a deductible, meaning that's the money you pay to get the insurance you thought you already paid for. The insurance doesn't really kick in until you pay that deductible. Now, the average deductible in America is about $4,500 for a family of 4. That median family is making $80,000 a year. So if you're doing the math, they're going to have to go without a paycheck for the thing that they have to pay for every paycheck. That's the current system. Medicare for all.
Yeah, no, it's a perverse system that we have. You pay to pay, like you pay so that you can pay later and not have things covered by your insurance. I mean, we've seen some of these videos of, what's his fucking name? That guy, the social worker who, like, calls on behalf of patients who have had their claims, like their cancer treatments and their, like, prosthetic limbs or, like, whatever else, like denied. Even after having, what's it called? Like, met your deductible. Like, you're still being, like, questioned. Oh, is that medically? Do you need a wheelchair? Are you sure you can't just sit there or crawl? Are you sure you can't just crawl everywhere? Like, that's the ridiculous fucking system that we have right now. It makes no sense. What is this? Like a treat. Okay. Be. Yeah, it would just be better at this, you know, for America. We spend more money per capita than every other country, but we still have rationed healthcare, right? It's just based upon money and access. We don't have better health outcomes. In fact, we have a life expectancy that is lowering among the vast majority of people. You would think it's probably time. Just embrace single-payer healthcare. Use that a massive amount of spending to negotiate prices for the whole of America, rather than doing it in this piecemeal, silly fashion.
Omega 5 Tar gifted a tier 1 subscription to JPO069.
Omega, thank you for the gifted sub. Enjoy it, J-Bo. Also, we got a dono over on Cash App from Cthulhu. Thank you, Cthulhu. 10 bones. Also, I have to switch. I've just realized we have to switch from green to amber. Amber alert. On the galactic deficit. As we're in now almost, we're ending the 3rd week of May. We've made great progress, but we have to recognize the passage of time. Okay, where are we going next? Staying on elections, let's move on here now. From Michigan to Kentucky. Let's talk about the election that happened last night. Representative Thomas Massie conceding to the Trump-backed candidate
This morning, President Donald Trump is celebrating some big wins, as he puts it, of candidates he backed in GOP primaries in several states, most notably in Kentucky, where 7-term Congressman Thomas Massie was defeated in his re-election bid. The president endorsed farmer and former Navy SEAL Ed Galeran, who beat Massie 54% to 45% in the Republican primary. Massie was an outspoken critic of the president, and in his concession speech, Massie highlighted some of the disagreements between the two, including aid to Israel, the Iran war, and the Epstein files.
We need basic decency. That's what the Epstein Files Transparency Act was all about. By the way, today is the 6-month anniversary of the Epstein Files Transparency Act. We've taken out 24 CEOs, an ambassador, a prince, a prime minister, a minister of culture, and that was just 6 months.
Well, seemingly the end of Thomas Massie's tenure in Congress, or at least a brief hiatus. Although I suppose he could technically... he could technically still run in the general as an independent, I think. I'm not sure how that would work in the state of Kentucky, but I think you could actually do that. Shit, I have these in the wrong order. Hold on. Let's stay on this topic. Thomas Massie's loss. Go here to Kyle Kolinsky.
All right, welcome to the show, y'all. Hope everybody out there is having an awesome day. I have quite a show for you, and yesterday, if we're being serious, was a massive, massive day. So in just a second, we had a big Democratic Tea Party tsunami to talk about. It's win after win after win for the left flank. So we'll talk about that. We also have Thomas Massie goes down. Trump went after him, ruined his career. We'll talk about what that says about the Republican Party in the year 2026. Also, just earth-shattering, mind-boggling corruption, because Trump is now exempting himself from all taxes and protecting himself and his family from...
Okay, we're going to get to that story, but I'm just going to skip ahead here on Kyle, so we can talk about this election real quick. Kyle likes to talk about this stuff.
Yeah. So thank you all from the bottom of my heart. Truly appreciate it. And then also, everybody go sub to Corin's World, so you can come hang out with us on Monday nights. We do live Kyle and Corin episodes over there, and they're always a lot of fun and much more laid back than what we're covering here. All right, y'all, so let's go ahead and jump in ski. We got this news last night. This race was very tight coming down the stretch. All of the polling indicated it was very tight. You had a lot of people saying it was basically a coin flip. But in the end, the hand-picked Trump candidate in Kentucky's 4th district ended up winning and ousting one of the handful of half-decent Republicans, Thomas Massie. Now, Thomas Massie is, of course, a libertarian Republican, kind of like a Ron Paul type or a Rand Paul type. Honestly, more like Ron Paul than Rand Paul. He's, I believe, more of a principled libertarian than even Rand Paul is. So this is a guy who had stood up to Trump when it came to the Epstein files and the child trafficking ring that Trump was protecting, and he stood up to Trump when it comes to this illegal war against Iran. Those are the big areas where he breaks from Trump. So MAGA was furious at him, the Israel lobby was furious at him, and they rained down holy hell and handpick this absolute goober who knows absolutely nothing about politics, ran on zero policies, and they fired an Israel lobby money cannon directly at Thomas Massie's face, and they were able to take him down. So as you can see, last night, as of 7:41 p.m., Decision Desk said that Ed Galeran was going to win.
Okay, so here's the thing, and I'm going to repeat what I basically said already, but as quick as possible. But I don't care. I don't care that Thomas Massie stood up to Donald Trump on 2 things. I'd also point out he hasn't forced the full release of the files yet, and isn't really going after Trump, even though he's the most named individual in the files. He still has like almost zero heat for the president. right? Like, has he voted like on like 2 things out of however many things over the last year and a half against Republicans? Yeah, okay. It's just not enough for me. And what it does, in my opinion, and really annoys me, is that it like gives credence to like claims that not all Republicans, like, oh, not all Republicans are bad. Oh no, there's some centrist Republicans who don't think the president. Oh, have you heard of the Lincoln Project before? I'm so sick of it. I'm so sick of hearing from the Lincoln Project folks as if there's some sort of like reasonable individual. They still are, like, they still have some serious. We have some serious fucking disagreements. Okay, and like I'm tired of it. Like, it's just so much. In my opinion, it's just so much better to be able to say all Republicans are trash. And this makes it easier, right? If they all go the way of the Trump party, if they all go the way of being full-on extremists, full-on cultists, it's perfectly helpful, in my opinion, for the narrative. You don't have to like worry about parsing words on one of these. But what about the great Thomas Massey who's stood up to the president? No, he's gone. That guy's gone because that's not what the Republican Party is. Okay? The Republican Party is a cult. So we're moving on from this race. Talk about another race where good things happened. In Pennsylvania. Chris Robb taking it down in Pennsylvania's 3rd district. Hassan Piker.
These people will cry, piss, and shit their pants into Medicare for all. They'll be like, no, I don't want it. Don't give it to me. Don't. Why? No. Why? No. I'm a fan account of centrism. No. Why will nobody think about... Anyway, anti-Israel Democrat backed by AOC and Hassan Piker wins nomination for U.S. House in Pennsylvania. Bro, what is this title, bro? Times of Israel. That's what we're going to be talking about today. Let's go. Does Zoran start walking towards the camera campaign video style? What? I don't know what you're talking about. I don't care about Zoran. We moved past Zoran. Zoran's in the rear view mirror, folks. We got new lengths. We got new places to go to, new avenues, uncharted territory. Chris Rapp, the Rapture, the Rapture. Israel supporter cries over.
God damn. Hassan is amped over here. I didn't even know he was stumping for this guy. Like, he's on my list, but I had no idea. I mean, there were so many races. I had no idea that Hassan was on that tip. I mean, there's 21 different freaking congressional races in Pennsylvania this term.
Chris's win. Oh my Lord, that's amazing. That's amazing. Let's freaking go, baby. Yeah! You don't understand, dude. Primary Zoran now. Yeah, Zoran is done. He's washed. He's washed. El Aura.
Immediately,
El
if not
Aura
sooner.
for Zoran. We got bigger and better things to move on to. We've leveled up. We're now talking congressional races. Okay, that's right. The midterms are here, baby. The midterms are here. It's over. Fantastic. Do you have any thoughts about Musab Ali in New Jersey?
I gotta say, it's pretty... I'm glad to see Hassan getting serious about the midterms. He wasn't... I felt like early on in the primaries, he wasn't. And it's been, like, over time, over the last few months, like, he's been getting more and more hype. More and more hype about the midterms, and I'm feeling it. I've been saying it over here for my much smaller platform that we all need to get very hype about the midterms, the primary specifically. Because those are the most democratic portion of the midterms. It's when your votes really matter the most. When you can affect who's actually going to be on the ballot, not just who wins, right? Both are important, but I'm going to keep making the argument that determining who gets on that ballot is more important than the, you know, even if very fractionally more important than actually voting that person into office. Mostly because, in my opinion, once you get to the general, especially in this current climate, it becomes a left or right, red or blue, Dems or Trump paradigm, right?
Shit about you on Associated Press? Wait, really? What'd he say? What'd that fucking lizard person say? Speaking of the Piker bump, I'm Mpreg and it's yours. Text me. No. Philly has profound untapped potential, and that's the realistic take. There's simply no hope behind any established Dem candidates in Philly. Any DS.
Are people following me on this? I will go further in on this, right? Because, in my opinion, primaries are when you can actually have a sensible discussion on the issues, right? When it comes to the general, it's like Jubilee, right? It goes from basically a bunch of nerds sitting in, you know, like a town hall or like a library or something, like going over the issues, who all vaguely agree, right? But have differences, right? Whereas when it comes to the general, it's just fucking Jubilee. You got a bunch of it's left versus right, red versus blue, right? That's all it is. And that's why, especially for us, people with, you know, ideological, you know, issues with the current direction of things, you know, have to seize the day. Carpe that diem, as I keep saying. Make that case when it matters most. The people who are actually technically listening are listening, right? Because the Republicans aren't listening. Like, have you seen the Jubilee peoples, right? Those guys are not arguing from like principle. They're like arguing from some insane, like they're not even democratic, right? Like I think back to like the Mehdi Hassan debate on Jubilee, right? Where you had like outright fascists. Like you can't have good faith arguments with outright fascists, right? And authoritarians, you know, Christian nationalists, theocrats, like that. You just have to beat them. You have to beat those people, right? The argument's really amongst the Democrats, right? From center to left.
Boost you gave here would potentially rewrite the city's political potential, to be honest. I think that there's an opportunity not just in Philadelphia. There's an opportunity beyond Philadelphia. I'm telling you right now, and yes, I'm working on doing something with Francesca Hong too in Wisconsin. Don't you worry about it, okay? Listen to me. This is very important, okay? There is tremendous revolutionary potential in the South. Places that have been left behind. Places that have been long forgotten, okay? There is an opportunity to organize there. That's why I always urge you. What did I say when I went to the DSA conference? One of the most interesting conversations I had there was always DSA orgs from red states and, you know, red areas in general. There is a phenomenal opportunity to organize, and that organizing revolves around black socialism in particular, okay? My friend from Alabama said Democratic voters have doubled since the last election, 44%, I believe. No, we're talking about beyond. I think it's first, it's Georgia, then it's fucking Alabama, Mississippi, Kentucky, everywhere.
Hell yeah, Hassan. Hell yeah. This is exactly what I've been saying. Then come to Kentucky and support Charles Booker. Yeah, 100%. 100% of 100%. Charles Booker's on the thumbnail on YouTube right now. Because he took it down last night. Right? He won. Now he's gotta win in the general. But he's one of those big wins This blue tsunami. These progressive voices that are, seeing wins in places that we need them. And honestly, you look at the board from the first elections that we've covered. Unfortunately, I didn't start this process until after the Texas and who did the primaries first? It was Texas. I keep wanting to say Virginia, but that's wrong. There was a special election in Virginia. You get what I'm saying. I missed a couple in here. But if you really look over here, disregard the things that say like NC and stuff like that, but there's like been some serious wins for progressives, right? If there's an asterisk, that's not necessarily a progressive. But just in last night, right? You got 2 of 3 here, 3 of 5 here. What was that? 5 of 8, 6 of 9, 6 of... I mean, more than half of the people who were actually running races that were not running unchallenged in the primaries, people who were actually progressive, were winning the races. Like 2/3 of them, like the 2/3 of the people on the list who fit that description won, which I think is pretty great. Pretty fucking great, if you ask me. It wasn't, honestly, especially considering, I didn't do any streams on this. Like, I was planning to do them over the weekend, but the wedding took up way more effort than I thought it would, and so I didn't do anything to try and push any candidates at all. No clips, no nothing. Not that I have some sort of, like, outsized effect on these elections or anything, but you gotta assume some people are finding these streams. You're gonna clip that? You're gonna clip the channel? I support you clipping the Galactic News Network. Clip it. All right, let's go to the numbers. And who better to give us the numbers than the one, the only, the great Harry Hampton, CNN.
Sometimes we sort of get lost, right? We focus in on one poll and one narrative, and sometimes there are competing narratives, and I think it's worth just taking a step back, because I think some people are like, well, the polls said one thing and another thing happened. Actually, the polls here differ quite a bit. Democrats lead in choice for Congress. Look at this. New York Times poll came out yesterday, it's 10. That matches with Maris, that was 10. But the Washington Post came out within the last month, that was 5. Fox News came out in the last month, that was 5. And then the CNN poll that we were discussing last week, right? That was a 3-point lead. There's quite this bit of variance that is going on right here. And you know what? This is actually a good thing. This is a normal thing. This is what happens when you have margins of error that are going out there. You'd expect an average, but then you have a range of possible results around that average, and we're not necessarily sure which one is right if the election were held today. And of course, there's the extra variance of the fact.
Yeah, but what you could do, which I will do now for us, you could add the numbers together and then divide. Right, you got 10, you got 20, 30 plus 3 is 33 divided by 5 is a little under 7, right? It's like 6.8 something or something like that. You get what I'm saying? So it's somewhere, let's call it rounded up to an even number of 7. Which is, definitely something. It should be much, 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 much higher at this point, but Democrats refuse to actually seize the moment and craft a fucking cohesive narrative. Another reason why I keep calling for Chuck Schumer to fucking resign. Dude can't do his job. He doesn't even have to resign in the Senate. Just resign his speakership. Like anything. Like, this guy is useless. Same thing goes for Hakeem Jeffries. These guys cannot lead. They're being led. They're being led. They're not leaders.
The election is not being held until November.
All right, a range of possible results. And in this case, you
want to hit a pen, Johnny.
I'm going to hit a pen. I'm going to hit a pen. There we go.
There you go.
In this case, this result would be wildly different than that result.
Right. Okay. So you see, this is, of course, the choice, the national popular vote for the House. But what does that mean in terms of seats? What's the difference between, let's say, Democrats winning by 10 versus winning by 3? And this is where it gets really interesting. Okay.
I'm sorry.
Even if you take redistricting into account, given a popular vote.
I'm just realizing I did the math opposite. It's more than 7. I've flipped that in my head. It's more than 7. Actually, it's like 7.15. Hold on. I'm just going to do this in front of everybody. So, okay, 33 divided by 5. I think it's over 7. Right? It isn't. I'm wrong. See, now this is why I needed this. Okay, 6.6. Why? I just can't do math right now. My brain is like fried. Okay, 6.6. Jesus Christ. I need help. I need help.
I made a huge, tiny mistake. Of, let's say, 3 points. What would that mean for Democratic House gains? They gain probably somewhere, an estimate is between 0 and 6 seats, which at the upper end of that range would be enough to take back the House. But in the lower end of that range, that would not be. That would be Republicans holding on. But what about that 10-point lead that you see in Marist, the New York Times? Well, that would be a ginormous blowout. And this is just an estimate. It could be higher, a little bit higher, a little bit lower. But we're talking about an estimate of a Democratic gain of between 20 to 30 seats or more. They could be ending up 245 seats or north of there potentially versus being stuck, let's say, 213, 214, 215, 216, maybe barely getting to a majority.
Yeah, that is a massive difference. But this is what's important right now, right? This is the thing. Like, 'cause what it's being compared is comparing it against the previous election results, right? That's how they're determining this. They're saying, okay, is it county by county or whatever, district by district, right? If votes come in, as they did in the 2024 election, plus or minus whatever the points are that we're assigning here between 3 and 10, you get a massive difference in shift of seats, depending, right? And this is what we've seen though, in like, as we've been going through the midterm election cycle and through some of the special elections we've seen throughout the year, is massive swings in pro-Trump districts in the other direction, right? In Florida, like all throughout the South and in Virginia, like it's been quite interesting. So it's hard to gauge right now. Because here's the other thing I think is complicated about this is like the Democratic Party is just incredibly unpopular right now, right? You would think that they would be benefiting in any normal circumstance politically, like pre-Trump. And I'm not blaming Trump, right? I'm not even ascribing this to Trump. I'm just saying the era of politics has changed, and Democrats are no longer really benefiting from the other party failing to do their jobs. Like Republicans are certainly seeing negative, like seeing consequences. But Democrats are not reaping rewards of that necessarily in terms of popularity, because the leadership is so unpopular, right? But I think in terms of like individual elections, especially with a lot of progressives taking the lead or taking the primaries, you could have a situation where people wind up getting put into office because they don't represent the Democratic Party that people hate so much, right? While they may have won the Democratic primary, right? Like people who have like set themselves like apart from, like, this is a Tea Party moment, right? Which I've been talking about all year now, actually starting last year, is that the Democratic Party base needed a Tea Party moment similar to what Republicans had during the Obama years, right? I don't know what we're going to call it, the We Party. We're not sticking with that. I'm just spitballing over here. But like, you know, like we need this moment. And I think I'm starting to see signs. I feel like I'm starting to see signs that is actually coming to fruition to some degree, and it's fairly exciting. I'm not gonna lie, because the Democratic Party has been needing a shakeup for quite a while. It's become too accepting of the status quo, too entrenched in the money and the power. But, you know, like, you're seeing people like Abdul al-Sayed, you know, others, I think Graham Plattner, like all these people who have gotten like the Democratic Party money machine turned on and aimed in their general direction, and have it still basically failing in front of us. Chris Rabb, another example of that. Guy just won the primary last night. And in fact, pretty much all of the galactic victories, all the people who are, not every single one of them, but the ones who are what's the word? Untarnished by the legend of what do you call these? I can't think of what these are called. Addendums, I guess. the sort of like the the Dino incumbent no challenger designations. Everybody else in here are basically examples of that. People who had more progressive, more leftist, populist ideas that aren't really supported by the establishment winning. And somebody suggested on a video, like one of the live streams the other day, who's claimed to be and I haven't seen them in the chat, who's been watching the show for like 2 years, claiming I'm like not open or like pragmatic enough to like leftist ideas, like, or like progressive politics. I can't remember exactly how. I need to look at this, because like this is genuinely a little wild to me. But like someone claiming that I'm not leftist enough for having issues with Chuck Schumer and wanting him to quit, or claiming that I'm not open to left-wing discussions, like that I'm like paranoid and entitled. Like I genuinely don't even know what that even means, to be honest. Like, I've been trying to pack this comment apart for a while now, and I just don't see how anybody could even make the argument that I'm not open to pragmatic leftist discussions. That's literally what we're doing right now, and have been doing the entire election cycle. That has been the whole point of this, like, these election discussions, is for pragmatic leftist conversation, right? Like I just said a moment ago, this is the moment, this is the time for that, specifically, more than at any other time during the year. This is the most opportune time for pragmatic discussions, which is why we're having them. Which is why we're discussing the people running for office before we get to the general elections, right? Because once you get to the general elections, like, the pragmatic discussion to be had is not a leftist one, I'm afraid. Like, if we're being perfectly real, right, it reverses. It reverses, right? During the primary, we have the opportunity to defend leftist ideas and policies, right? To the people who are going to be the most receptive to those ideas in the country, essentially, right? In theory. Because certainly you wouldn't go to the RNC to make these arguments, right? And when the general comes around, it reverses. Like, it becomes, you have to be pragmatic in the other direction. You now have to say, you know what? I am going to do harm mitigation now. That's the pragmatic discussion. Can you swallow being doing harm mitigation voting for fucking centrists, right? Right, and that's the thing I want to avoid as much as possible. I would like to get us to the general and have to have as few conversations like that as possible, because I hate them. I know everybody here hates them, and yet that will be my argument in 6 months. Okay, I think everybody understands that. Anybody who's been watching this show long enough, because politics is a constantly shifting dynamic, and there's different processes here. Right? I was too emotional. Oh, you're right. I'm too emotional. I do take things personally. I have put a lot into this. And I care about the democracy in the future. I feel like we're being, we are just quickly sliding into a horrible dystopian present. Does this mean a third party rise? I don't see it. I see independence, but that's not really a party. Like there's going to be multiple independent candidates that I will most likely be supporting, potentially over the Democratic nominee in the general. But no, I don't see a lot. Where's the third party rising, right? Because that's the thing. Where is it? Like, where is what's her fucking face? I always intentionally forget it because she's so irrelevant at this point. Jill Stein. Where's Jill Stein? I haven't heard a single word out of Jill Stein. I don't like, like why does Jill Stein, every time she loses a presidential run, why doesn't she turn around and run for Congress or for state senate or for mayor or for city council or for literally fucking anything, Like, where's the rise? I'm not seeing the rise. Like, there's no specific party that I'm seeing rising in this moment. And, like, I would love it if there was, like an actual multi-party system in the United States. We don't have it. And we don't have anyone making a real effort, from what I can tell, to do that. The closest thing to a third party rising that I can see happening right now is like within the DSA. And that's just in comparison to what it used to be, right? And it's still, the numbers are just not there yet on that. That's the only thing. And there's still this overarching, like, American, not just hesitance, but like outright, like, what do you want to call it? Like, like objection to the idea. Like anything that's, even tangentially socialist sounding, right? There's like some like large swath of people who just who see that as abhorrent because they were like basically indoctrinated growing up, people who like lived through the McCarthy era, right? And shit like that, right? Like, it's just, I don't get me wrong. I think it would be great, but I just don't see it right now. Has there been movement? 100%, and it's good to see, but I just don't. It's not the sort of movement that I think is going to take things over yet. And if people are seeing things that I'm not seeing, send me the frickin' links, okay? Many of you are in the Discord, but not all of you. But you could be. All right. Now, one thing that the weak Democratic leadership could have done with their power was prevent the Trump government from passing a budget. And yes, the big beautiful bill didn't require Democrats. But the passing of every single continuing resolution, every budgetary appropriation between Trump getting in office and the big beautiful bill passing, it helped to grease the wheels to getting to that point. And it all allowed DOGE to run around, to run amok, and run awry in our government, which included the dismantling, essentially, of the entire Department of Education. The Department of Education that is now, of course, run by the co-owner of the WWE wrestling franchise with zero qualifications in education, Linda McMahon.
I thank the gentlelady. May I recognize the gentleman from California, Mr. Tucano.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good to see you again, Madam Secretary. Madam Secretary, I watched the Senate hearings about a week ago. I'm confused about your testimony before the Senate Help Committee. You told Senator Chris Murphy that you were hiring more staff at the Office of Civil Rights. Is that correct?
Yes.
And when Senator Murphy asked you about the firing of half of OCR staff last March, you said that you might have not have done that in hindsight.
I'm sorry, what?
You might not have done that in hindsight. The firings, that is.
Yes, when we came on board, and those RIF notices, were going out. That was
They were going out pursuant not by your order, but by DOGE.
By the way,
they had started that process.
I would like everybody to listen to the language that Linda McMahon uses during this testimony. Not only does she struggle to answer the questions, but she also speaks about this in a passive voice. It's all they, or like things happening, but like nobody doing them. Certainly not her. Like she is the secretary of the Department of Education, right? She's the highest official in that agency, and she's talking about all this stuff happening at her agency as if she had no control over it whatsoever. It's just happening. It's just stuff that people, stuff, yeah.
Pursuant not by your order, but by DOGE.
They had started that process before I came on.
So DOGE, and you didn't really, at that moment, oppose at what they were doing. You didn't say stop it, because I know that OCR is important.
OCR is important, and now we.
Yeah, but you didn't know that at that moment. They were firing half the staff that you needed at OCR, and it took you 10 months to figure out that that was a mistake.
We have totally revamped our OCR
Madam Secretary,
now, and we
you gave me a little smile. I think that little smile indicated you thought it was a mistake. Madam Secretary, your department result.
For fuck's sake. She's so fucking useless. This woman knows nothing about education. She does. I don't think she even has a formal education. Like, I don't think she has like a college degree. No training in, childhood education or in anything besides from being like a pawn in a sideshow circus called the WWE. That is really her only qualification. Oh, I just remembered though. We gotta take a break. 2.5 hours in. We'll take a break. We'll take a break at. God damn it. We have a lot of U.S. news to get through. I gotta plow through the U.S. news here, people, for the midweek report. we've got a long ways ahead of us right now. It's been a busy week. I've already trimmed things down fairly significantly. Especially because there's a bunch of stuff that I'm also trying to catch up on from last week that I didn't do because we didn't do as many streams as I would have liked in the last week. So I just got to keep this moving. I would take a break, but I just feel like I'm just going to wind up screwing myself. All right, let's move on from the mistakes of the Department of Education and the complete ineptitude of Linda McMahon. I don't think she even understands what her fucking job is. Let's be real. I mean, she's there to dismantle the Department of Education. She's just there as a woman who won't get in the way of the destruction of the thing that she's now in charge of. Because it doesn't matter to her, right? She's a billionaire with no investment in her life into education, right? She has no, like, do you know what I'm saying? Like, it will mean nothing to her if the Department of she even said so as much, right, in her confirmation hearings, that she doesn't really care whether or not the Department of Education even exists. But like, that stems from the fact that she has no training in education, that she does not, like, you know, she has not spent her life like pursuing a higher education, like, really in any way. No matter how much privilege she has, she's just sort of sat around spending the family's money from all the wrestling stuff, and or getting in on the show, and she's dedicated none of her life to improving the education of Americans. Like, it's, in fact, she's sort of done the opposite of that when you think about it. And she's a billionaire, right? The McMahons are literal fucking billionaires, right? So if she loses the job, she just goes back to her mansion, right? She just goes back to her mansion with more privilege than any other person, pretty much any other person in the country. Right? They're that wealthy. You know, they're on a very short list of just, you know, basically the Dukes of America, right? People who act with complete impunity, no consequences for them. It will be no skin off her back if the you know, if the Department of Education fails to educate a single human child. While the government ceases to do anything useful for America, Donald Trump is continuing to do things useful for himself, enriching himself to the tunes of billions of dollars in just a year and a half.
Turning now to new scrutiny facing the White House after President Trump revealed in financial disclosure forms hundreds of millions of dollars in stock purchases and financial transactions in the first part of this year involving a range of private companies. Some he personally hyped as president or helped them broker potentially lucrative deals. Now, we should note that in a statement, the Trump Organization says neither the president nor his family plays any role in selecting, directing, or approving specific investments. And a White House spokesperson says his assets are in a trust managed by his children.
Like, before we move on, did everybody see this? It's actually shocking to me that this almost got zero coverage. But, like, did you see the video that came out of Vince McMahon getting pulled over while, like, seemingly intoxicated, driving like a fucking idiot? Anybody see this? Driving around in like a $250,000
This afternoon, we're getting
Bentley.
a look at new video showing a high-speed crash in Connecticut involving Vince McMahon. Take a look at this police dash cam footage from last summer. Officers say the former CEO of World Wrestling Entertainment was going 100 miles an hour in his Bentley. McMahon crashed into the back of another car and eventually stops, where he's questioned by the officer who had been trying to pull him over.
Did you see me trying to catch up to you behind you?
I didn't see that. I saw lights, but it didn't look normal.
Were you looking at your phone?
No, trying to drive. No, I'm not looking at my
The
phone.
person was right in front of you.
Fortunately, no one was seriously injured in that crash, but the officers cited McMahon for reckless driving and following too closely.
Reckless driving. I mean, he fucking smashed into that car going 100 miles an hour. And seemingly intoxicated. No breathalyzers, no nothing. I mean, that guy was slurring his speech. It's fascinating that there was no real investigation into that, and he basically got a speeding ticket.
Millions of dollars in stock purchases and financial transactions in the first part of this year, involving a range of private companies. Some he personally hyped as president or helped them broker potentially lucrative deals. Now, we should note that in a statement, the Trump Organization says neither the president nor his family plays any role in selecting, directing, or approving specific investments. And a White House spokesperson
you expect us to
says
believe
his
that?
assets are in a trust managed by his children. And in
Like, does anybody actually believe that Donald Trump has no contact with his financial advisors? You think that he's concerned about the propriety of that? Like, get out of here. Are you kidding me? You can't possibly be serious.
There are no conflicts of interest. Still, the volume
Give me
of
a
the
joke.
stock purchases and his stake in some of these companies are unprecedented for a sitting president. For example, according to the disclosures, millions of dollars of stock in Boeing were purchased across several transactions in February and March. It comes as yesterday the president announced he had secured a deal for Boeing during his China trip. Listen.
Made a lot of great trade deals, including over 200 planes for Boeing with a promise of 750 planes, which will be by far the largest order ever if they do a good job with the 200, which I'm sure they will.
In another trade, hundreds of thousands of dollars of stock in Oracle were purchased on January 12th. Just a few days later, the company finalized a deal brokered by the U.S. for partial ownership of TikTok. The disclosures also show purchases of DoorDash stock roughly a dozen times from January through March. In early April came this DoorDash photo op at the White House.
Yeah, there's just a litany of these purchases of stock that seemingly came right before or leading up to Donald Trump making some sort of announcement or doing some kind of a deal relating to the companies in question. And it seems wildly corrupt. Here's a list. Boeing, February through March, buys Boeing stock 7 times. May 14th, Trump announces China agrees to purchase hundreds of Boeing jets. January 12th, buys $250,000 in Oracle stock. 12 days later, Oracle finalizes a U.S.-backed deal for stake in TikTok. January through March, buys DoorDash stock 12 times. By April 13th, Trump is holding an event with a DoorDash delivery driver at the White House. January 6th, buys somewhere between $500,000 and $1 million in NVIDIA stock. 8 days later, Trump is approving a U.S.-backed deal for NVIDIA to sell chips to China.
China!
January through March, buys Palantir stock 14 times. April 10th, Trump praises Palantir on social media after stock plummets 14% in a week. Doesn't seem corrupt at all. January through March, buys Coinbase stock 9 times. By March 4th, Trump is urging banks to support the crypto industry. Jesus fucking Christ.
This is ridiculous!
Now, when presented with the facts, you have some options. You could accept them. You could try and defend against them with some sort of argument. Or, third option,
We had an interview a week ago with a guy who had done a comprehensive, Isaac Saul had done a comprehensive list of all of Trump's incredibly corrupt things. And
I did everything
we now
right,
have an
and they
extra
indicted
$1.7 billion slush fund, and reports now that Donald Trump has been day trading, or somebody in his on his account, worth $750 million in the past 3 months. And here it comes up on CNBC, and Jim Cramer, like,
professional wrongman.
A professional wrongman. But what's fascinating about this is that, like, these guys are just simply not equipped to deal with how blatantly corrupt this is. How much blatant insider trading. Like, there's no other. When you buy Boeing right before you know your government is about to issue a contract, or when you buy whatever defense contractor right before you attack Iran, or when you buy Palantir because you know you're going to sign up, like, this is incredible, and these guys have no idea how to respond to it other than, like, nothing to see here.
Yeah, City today takes it to 130.
Yeah, but the president, the U.S. government got in. He could sell it and
yes,
give that
and
the number.
According to the filings, the president's been trading some intel in the quarter. Yeah.
Yeah, trade.
Got nothing to say about that?
Well,
yeah.
What? Yeah.
All right, don't worry. We're not having technical difficulties here, everybody. But
Jim is having a real tough time over here. It's fascinating to watch this man sort of have a mental breakdown in public. Just really, really struggling over here. Mad money. Or like lunatic money.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
Jim, we'll see you tonight. Mad Money, 6 p.m. Eastern Time. S&P 74.33.
He just went nonverbal.
I don't know if he thought he was joking around, or if he was having a stroke or what, but that's the problem. There's no way. There is.
I mean, I think he started a bit like he thought it was gonna be like he's gonna be like, oh shucks, sort of like yeah, but then he committed to the bit, and it wasn't funny, and nobody laughed about it. And then David Faber or whatever his name over there sort of chided him over it. And he was like, "Oh, you got nothing to say, pal?" And he's like, he had committed to a bit that wasn't funny and wasn't working, and his brain just sort of did one of these, and nothing came up. Like, he restarted the computer, but the same file was still loaded, and he just had no other options but to look like a complete lunatic.
No way to discuss this in those spaces without coming off as like some type of shrill lunatic, so they just avoid it.
Yeah.
What are you gonna do? The president, like, is running the government just basically as a way for him to siphon off cash. I mean, incidentally, this is a perfect example. If you want a microcosm for what's wrong with our economy, what Donald Trump is doing with the U.S. government, whether it's, I'm going to get my pool painting guy to paint the reflection pool. I'm going to overpay him for that so I get all sorts of work done for free on my place. Whether it's I'm doing insider trading because I know what the government is going to, what contracts we're going to put out, where we're going to buy from, what companies are going to succeed. So I'm basically front running the market. Or whether it's my own former personal lawyer is the head of the DOJ now, and I'm going to pretend to sue the government, and then he's going to give me a settlement for $1.7 billion that is my slush fund. Incidentally, we're being polite when we say slush fund because there's no oversight And if it ends up in his pockets, it's not going to be hard to. It's going to be hard to prove anything because there's going to be no paper trail.
Right. Yeah, there's no oversight on it, and it's just the process. The process, as I understand it, is that you just apply. Anybody. I mean, according to Todd Blanche, I think this was directly from Todd Blanche, is that literally anybody can apply. You know, if you feel like you've been wronged by the Biden DOJ lawfare, you can apply. But you're basically just asking Todd Blanche for money, right? Like, just imagine Todd Blanche, Trump's former lawyer, as like Santa Claus, who has just been given $1.7 billion, $1,776 million. The number for that is important because, America. It is the freest number that anybody could think of over there. Freedom! What was I saying? Sorry, I got distracted by sound shot. Oh, right. So yeah, Todd Blanche is Santa. He's got $1,776 million, courtesy of the taxpayer.
Old Sickback just subscribed for 3 months.
Hey, thanks for the
Reporting
resub.
for Galactic Stream Duty.
Thank you for the resub, Old Sickback. At ease. Prepare yourself for the rest of the stream, pal. So yeah, Todd Blanche. He's Santa Claus. He's got $1,776 million. And if you think you've been wronged by old Joe Biden,
I'm staying in the race.
you can apply. But Trump's former lawyer is the arbiter. There's no other system. It's just him. He's just gonna pick and choose who deserves a cut of this money. Now, apportioned evenly among the Jan 6ers, for instance, you'd be looking at close to like $1 million a piece. I think it's like a little under $900,000 each. It's a disturbing thought. Like each one of those criminal insurrectionists might, as a result of this, just be running around with an extra $1 million to go buy who knows what. And that decision is going to be made by Todd Blanche, Trump's former lawyer, now personal prosecutor. Like, it's disturbing. But let's not forget while we're talking about all this, those guys aren't top of the list. They're second tier, most of them at least, right? Like maybe there's a couple of people in there, TPUSA, right? But like the people that are going to receive the money first are in this order: Donald Trump, his lawyers, Mike Pillow, or Mike Pillow or Rudy Giuliani, and some of the other more forward-facing election conspiracists from 2020, right? And then like a number of his other, you see what I'm saying here? Like there's going to be a pecking order, like for who gets the money first. Like Trump owes like a fuckload of money to his lawyers, like Todd. So Todd's going to approve a bunch of money for himself, you would assume. And then for the other lawyers, Pam Bondi, she, I think, volunteered her time in the election case down in Georgia. People like that, they're going to get the money first, and then it'll be the insurrectionists.
Immediately, if not sooner.
So maybe like $500,000, $250,000 for the insurrectionists.
Using the U.S. government in the same way that a lot of like C-suite, CEO, board of directors are using their corporations. It's just an extraction game.
Yeah.
How can I take money out of this? I don't care about the workers. I don't care about the future prospects of the product. I'm looking for the 5-year or 3-year.
I think we should all apply, says Manda. That's an interesting strategy. I think that would actually, you know what? I think you got something here. I think you've got something here. I think we could really slow down the process, really complicate the situation by having everyone apply. You just say why you think the Biden DOJ wronged you. I mean, technically, I'll bet a bunch of people were wronged in this community and other leftist communities by the Biden DOJ. right? Like the targeting of student activists and other sorts of like pro-Palestinian protesters who were targeted. That's targeting. That's lawfare, isn't it? You're getting shot with rubber bullets and fucking, having people like you see what I'm saying here? Like there's clearly you could make actual arguments. Like, you could take time and make genuine arguments. Not that I think they're going to accept those arguments, but just to slow them down, just to slow them down. You just start off talking about how terrible the lawfare of the Biden DOJ before you get to like you don't actually make the argument to like page 3 or 4, right? You got to make them read. Like these guys hate reading. Okay, these are a bunch of anti-intellectual fucking morons. Okay, they don't want to read. They're gonna get like AI to read it or something. Like just make sure to like put the right buzzwords in there on top of the actual real reasons. You might get approved.
Or 2-year horizon on the stock valuations, because that's the way I get paid.
Yeah. I mean, Kramer, that was either just like him being stunned by the level of Trump's corruption, or I don't think it's that. I think it's more him kind of not knowing what to say because of how corrupt it is and being afraid that Trump was going to spout off against him at some point. I mean, Trump has tried to, and in many ways has effectively done so, bullied the media into silence about his corruption. We've talked about this before. Like, how is this not the story every single day? How many freaking days did we hear about Benghazi? How many, how many segments has conservative media done on Nancy Pelosi's insider trade?
How many years did we talk about Hunter Biden's laptop from hell?
I'm staying in the race.
Base thermal. Bass thermal or base thermal? I can't tell. It could be either. Either way, thanks for the follow. Let's see. Let's stay on this nearly $2 billion Jan 6 slush fund. CNN.
I do believe that people in this country who are wrongfully accused, wrongfully prosecuted, are eligible for restitution.
There's no mechanism for distinguishing the pardons of cop beaters from anybody else, right? They're all pardoned.
I appreciate Lydia and Pete, you all acknowledging how bad this looks. What are you going to do about it?
Tonight, an unusual proposal from the Trump administration that critics are calling absurd, extraordinary, and outright corrupt. According to ABC, Donald Trump is expected to drop his $10 billion lawsuit against the IRS in exchange for the creation of a political slush fund for MAGA allies who were investigated by President Biden. Now, the $1.7 billion weaponization fund for MAGA allies would get out ahead of a judge potentially just dismissing Trump's IRS case, and it would be paid for by taxpayers, according to the New York Times. For months, Trump World has explored the concept of a compensation fund for allies who incurred legal fees during those Biden-era investigations.
I can't help it, but like now I'm just thinking like of all of the things that you could say that would maybe sound like believable to like an AI or some idiot over there at the DOJ just sort of speed reading through these things. You'd be like, I just wanted to make America great. Okay, and giving Israel billions of dollars a year does not make America great. You know what I mean? Like, and the Biden DOJ targeted me and my fellow patriots for our First Amendment right to criticize this. You could do it without ever bringing, you could get to page 2 or 3 easy without ever bringing up the word Palestine. And pretend like you're some sort of unhinged, MAGA. It would be pretty easy. You just have to word it properly. Sick setup, dude. I'm glad you like the space station. The Galactic space station, the GSS. Low Earth orbit. Still keeping it alive over here. Although, I would point out, people, we have not made a great deal of progress on the galactic content goal tonight. Just perusing through the different things here. It's not great. Looking at like 2, 3... Like, we made like we're like in 30, maybe close to 40%, somewhere between there. Call it 35% of the way. Which, considering we've only got a little over an hour left to complete it, it could present a problem. A lot of great ways to contribute to the Galactic Content Goal. Twitch, bits, power-up subs, gifted subs, prime subs, Cash App and PayPal donos, as well as Galactic Patreon memberships, both new and upgraded ones. We used to have YouTube super chats, super stickers, memberships, gifted memberships, but we're being repressed.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Demonetized as of this time last month. My earnings are now officially 0 over the last 30 days. In my little YouTube app. It's making me sad. But that's the life right now. All right, moving to the president himself. Let's see. What the Supreme Leader, Cyclone Cheeto, had to say in response to a question regarding this $1,776 million fund.
The Justice Department has this new fund that was announced today, $1.7 billion.
Yeah.
Why should taxpayers pay for the January 6th?
Well, it's been very well received, I have to tell you. I know very little about it. I wasn't involved in the whole creation of it and the negotiation.
He's living in a bubble. He is living in a... Is that Mark Cuban? For fuck's sake. These guys are so gross. Oh, God, I hate these fucking douchebags. Being very well received on Truth Social and X. Like, he's living in a fucking bubble. This shit is not being well received. People think this is fucking insane. Like, the fact that I believe that he thinks it's being well received, even though it's clearly not. Like, that's how fucking deluded this man is. Like, this is wildly unpopular, and yet he thinks everybody loves it because he's surrounded himself in an echo chamber of his, like, all of his most ardent sycophants and loudest supporters, right? Like, he's just cordoned himself off onto his own personal private, well, not quite privately owned, but like that. But you get what I'm saying. Like his own personal social media platform. That's the only place he like really hears any sort of like commentary on what he does. And you know, if he's not like watching Fox News or whatever else, like that's where he's getting all of his opinions from. He's like, oh, everybody loves it. They think it's great.
But this is reimbursing people that were horribly treated. It's anti-weaponization. They've been weaponized. They've been, in some cases, imprisoned wrongly. They paid legal fees that they didn't have. They've gone bankrupt. Their lives have been destroyed. And they turned out to be right. I mean, it was a terrible period of time in the history of our country. And they worked on it. I know the Justice Department, it's really been working on it very hard. There's been numerous other occasions over the years where things like this have been done. But these were people that were weaponized and really treated brutally by a system that was so corrupt, with corrupt people running it. And they're getting reimbursed for their legal fees. And
oh, they're just getting reimbursed, don't worry, for their legal fees. Who's they? Is the royal they? He starts talking about legal fees and being targeted by the he's talking, it sounds like he's talking about himself. And I would point out, he's not explicitly been excluded in the language of all of this. So, like, this could absolutely apply to Todd Blanche, the Attorney General. Like, the guy whose job it is to approve the funds being dispersed is one of the guys who could potentially receive money from this. It's beyond perverse in the level of corruption. And honestly, even Trump's sycophants behind him, RFK, Dr. Oz, Mark Cuban, all of these fucking douchebags behind him, even they look unsold on this. Even they seem to know that this is a terrible look. Almost as terrible as the beet red look of RFK Jr.'s skin. What in the fuck is going on with this guy's face? Like, that thing is like purple at this point. He needs medical attention. He's got to stop eating like random like bears he finds on the side of the road, you know? Like got to do something about that. But when asked about why taxpayers should pay for this slush fund for insurrectionists, Donald Trump says it's being very well received. Everybody loves it, especially me and Todd Blanche. And I hear Mike Pillow is very excited as well. Mike of the Pillows, you know that guy. The one with the mustache, yes.
Call a crackhead.
Well, the reviews are in, and they're pretty much unanimous. I mean, quote, one of the single most corrupt acts in American history. Quote, corruption unparalleled in American history. Quote, the most brazen theft and abuse of taxpayer dollars by any president in American history. Quote, the largest single act of grand larceny in American history. 5 stars. Most corrupt thing ever. People are grasping for words to adequately describe the unprecedented nature and magnitude of what President Donald Trump is attempting to do right now. And this isn't even about the whole stocks fiasco we just talked about a couple minutes ago, which has also been revealed over the last few days, in which the president appears to have been buying stocks in companies right before he actively took steps as president to boost those companies. Multiple times.
Yeah, this whole thing is out of fucking control. Like, it's fascinating the people who are chirping about corruption vis-a-vis the Biden administration with Burisma and Hunter Biden laptop from hell or whatever. It's still not clear what else, aside from like dick pics, was on there. But you know, the the no-show job that many children of the diplomats and politicians get, that Hunter Biden got over there in Ukraine vis-a-vis that whole situation, like, is just, I mean, it's basically infinitesimally made infinitesimally small in comparison to the vast corruption that is being exhibited by the Trump administration in broad daylight. That's actually, I mean, it's beyond, like, because let's not forget that Burisma didn't take U.S. taxpayer dollars and then give it to Hunter Biden. No, they gave private money to Hunter Biden. And whether or not it was corrupt, I mean, it's not even really up for debate. It's clearly, I mean, it's at least an act of serious nepotism, because he has no, qualifications in that. But it's just like, it's meaningless when we're talking about Trump literally taking $2 billion of taxpayer money and giving it to the insurrectionists who's tried to steal the government for him, or to his own lawyers, or to his own personal, like, most ardent supporters, like fucking Mike Lindell and like any of these other fucking psychopaths. Like this is just one act. This is just one act. This is one of a myriad of corrupt acts. It just makes things like that just completely irrelevant and meaningless, right? But really, I think what disturbs me most about the situation is the fact that Trump's former lawyer, a guy who, according to the very language of this proposal, whatever we're calling this fucking monstrosity, like, is literally potentially a direct beneficiary of it. Like, the arbiter of the money is a possible direct beneficiary of the money, including the president of the United States and like all these other people that are close to him. It's just insane. It's an insane like enrichment scheme.
Don't say the president's former personal lawyer will do something. The acting attorney general will do something.
Mr. Attorney General, you are acting today like the president's personal attorney, and that's the whole problem.
We've been covering this potential for Donald Trump's slush fund for.
I love how he tried to pull a Pam Bondi, but he's not as good at yelling as Pam is.
The Dow right now.
And he's like, this is not I am not Donald Trump's personal lawyer. I am the attorney general. It's like, buddy, I know you're yelling really loud, but that doesn't make what you're saying any more true. I mean, if anybody remembers Todd Blanche's testimony, like his Senate confirmation hearing, but when asked by... And I can't remember who it was that asked him this question, but one legislator asked Todd Blanche whether or not he still had, what is it? The duty bound, like, what's it called for lawyers? Oh God, I can't think of it right now. Oh, my brain just broke. Like he was asked about like whether or not he still had like a. Can anybody tell me what the word is? Why can't I think of the fucking word? Is killing me. What is the legal word for what a lawyer's responsibility to their client is? Is it just attorney-client? I think it's just attorney-client privilege. I think that's actually what was asked. At the time, I believe he was asked whether or not he had attorney-client privilege with Donald Trump, or if he still viewed himself as being the attorney of the president. And his response was, and I think his response was basically, until I'm confirmed, I'm still the president's lawyer, and even if I were confirmed, I would still have attorney-client privilege on a number of different issues regarding my tenure as lawyer for the president. He said that in not so many words, but that's basically what his response was. It's basically, yeah, I am the president's lawyer, and I do still have attorney-client privilege with the president because I represented him in a court of law, right? And yet that guy is now the attorney fucking general, and he's the one who's going to be presiding over this $2 billion slush fund for people who were wronged in a court of law and incurred legal fees as a result of the Biden administration's lawfare.
Now, and as I reported yesterday, Trump withdrew his suit a day or two before there was a deadline for the parties to justify this suit. And by withdrawing the suit, essentially took the authority to oversee any type of deal out of the hands of the court. And the DOJ has the authority to settle potential suits before they go to trial. Of course, we want that ability. This is just a clear abuse of that power, and it is unclear who has standing to sue against it. Congress could pass a law. That's probably not going to happen. But this slush fund has absolutely no guardrails. It is just a total giveaway. It is very much like what Jimmy Hoffa would have done back in the day, or Well, I mean, it's sort of what Trump's been doing with just tax dollars when it comes to like, I'm going to give my pool guy a huge contract to paint the reflecting pool. And then for the rest of Mar-a-Lago's days, there won't be any charges. Who knows?
Well, it looks also like he's going to be forced to drop his BS $10 billion lawsuit against the IRS, which is essentially
that's the
him.
point.
Right. And so like the Treasury Department slush fund thing, though, I do think that it's like even bigger than that. It's as corrupt as we're talking about, but he's also trying to send a message where if you break the law on my behalf, from the brown shirts on January 6th to the corrupt billionaire oligarchs who have funded my campaign, you'll be rewarded as long as I'm in power. So
Yeah, Emma's absolutely right. I mean, this is basically stand back and stand by and wait for billions of dollars in restitution for your efforts, right? It's like some sort of like perverse like war dividend, right? It's like they're soldiers who fought in the war. They were wounded by the Joe Biden lawfare.
I'm staying in the race.
Here you go. Proud boy, standing back and standing by. Here is a wheelbarrow filled with $100 bills.
Keep me in power.
I wouldn't necessarily assume that he's going to pay out that money to anybody based on any other.
But I think that's the message he's sending, and he's been consistent with that throughout his presidency.
It's a mob situation. Understand that $10 billion lawsuit against the IRS, it's clear now, was always just a scam. It was to build a predicate as to why there needed to be a settlement. It was never intended to actually go to court, and that's where this settlement derives from. Here is ABC News reporting on Trump's now DOJ affirmed $1.7 billion slush fund.
This morning, a potentially unprecedented settlement between President Trump and the government he runs. Sources tell ABC News the president is expected to drop his $10 billion lawsuit against the IRS in exchange for potential financial compensation for allies that claim they were wrongfully targeted by the Biden administration. The deal, which sources caution is not finalized, would use taxpayer dollars to establish a $1.7 billion fund used to settle claims brought by anyone who alleges they were harmed by the Biden administration's so-called weaponization of the legal system. Sources say one group that would be eligible to tap into that are the nearly 1,600 people charged after the January 6th attack on the Capitol.
Pause it for 1 second. You know who else, based upon this vague notion of who was hurt by the Biden administration lawfare, is Donald Trump.
That's such a weird coincidence.
I did everything right.
It is shocking. In fact, there's no one in Trump's orbit who couldn't make an argument. And here's the thing, is really that based upon the original outlines of the settlement, all we have now is a two-page reference to the settlement agreement that it established a fund. But according to documents that were reported on in the past, Blanche will appoint these people, but Trump can fire them at will, presumably reappoint them. And there is no questioning of who they give the money to. There is no requirement they release names of people they've given money to, or in what amounts, or for what reason. But continue.
Insane. Zero oversight, zero transparency. Oversight starts and stops at Todd Blanche's desk. It's fucking absurd.
Attack on the Capitol. This comes as President Trump is suing the Treasury Department and the IRS for $10 billion in damages over the leak of his tax returns during his first term in office. And after sources told ABC News he was pressing his Justice Department to pay roughly $230 million for the investigations he faced during the Biden administration.
It's interesting because I'm the one that makes the decision, right? And, that decision would have to go across my desk. And it's awfully strange to make a decision where I'm paying myself.
According to sources,
Awfully
the commission that
strange.
would oversee the fund would have total authority on who they hand the
No fucking kidding. That is weird.
It's weird.
Oh my god, it's strange to be paying myself with the taxpayers' money, but I'm doing it. It feels weird, but I'm just basically robbing Peter to pay me. That's what we're calling it.
out to, which could amount to an unparalleled use of taxpayer dollars with little oversight. Sources say the president would have the authority to remove members of the commission without cause, and that the commission would not be required to disclose how it runs or its decision-making process. The proposed fund, which could face legal hurdles, would draw its money from a Treasury Department judgment fund.
Wait, hold on. I'm going to skip ahead to... There's a particular spot in here that I want to watch. Yes, the testimony of Todd Blanche. The man who is, in fact, the arbiter of where this money goes. He's the only accountability and or transparency. I mean, hard to call it transparency, but I mean, there's none. And it starts and stops with him. Like I said, we must hear from Todd. Oh, before we do that, just want to say thank you to Dark Sparkle for the incredibly generous donation over on K-Shape. No, wait, no. PayPal. PayPal. Wait, I gotta read the message. Love, Dark Sparkle. And yes, you can say it on stream. Thank you so much for your stupendous programming. You're the best. No, you're the best, Dark Sparkle. I appreciate you. Very, very generous of you. Well, that gets us closer to completing the galactic content goal. I think we're a little bit more than 50% of the way through. Yeah. Yep, we're doing good. Like 55% of the way through the goal. We still got an hour left to complete it. I believe in us. I believe that we will win. Okay, I'm not going to start with that. Okay, here we go.
Like, based on the all caps that I'm seeing that Asin captioned this, a great account that people should follow, holding the Trump administration accountable, that Blanche maybe got a little testy and lost it.
You're not going to submit this proposal to any federal judge or independent.
There is no judge.
Any independent authority?
An independent. What does that mean? An independent authority?
It's not somebody who's getting to pick 5 of the members who was the president's former personal attorney. That would be somebody who would be independent.
I'm the acting attorney general, okay? And the fact that I used to be President Trump's lawyer is just a fact, but I'm the acting attorney general. So don't say the president's former personal lawyer will do something. The acting attorney general will do something.
Mr. Attorney General, you are acting today like the president's personal attorney, and that's the whole problem. You have a whole banner of his face hanging over the Department of Justice, and you and everybody else walks under it, and you are acting like you're his current personal attorney. Mr. Chairman, I have no further questions.
I want to also remind people, and I think Van Hollen should have brought this up. Todd Blanche was specifically told by the DOJ's ethics advisor, lawyer, internal system that you are to recuse yourself on every case that has to do with Donald Trump. He did not do that before he was acting attorney general, and he's not doing it now.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to say. At no point in time has Todd Blanche taken that into account. He has directly he's done things directly contradictory to that sentiment. I mean, it's beyond that, really. He's even outwardly insubordinate to that order. Zaws! Thank you for the follow on Twitch. What does independent even mean? Great question. We don't have the answer to that. What does that even mean? Independent. I mean, under Donald Trump, what does that mean? He's not independent. He never actually claimed to be independent. He just asked what that even means, right? Like, it almost sounded like he's claiming to be independent, but that's just because he's a lawyer and he's good at sort of twisting words, but he never actually claimed to be independent because he knows he's not, right? He claimed that he was the attorney general. He didn't even really claim to not be Trump's lawyer. He just claimed that he just said he was his lawyer in the past. He didn't really speak on whether or not he's still Trump's lawyer in the present. But once again, that's just because he's phrasing things in a way that makes it sound like that's what he's saying. But he's not. He's not saying either of those things. And all he's really saying is that he's a guy that's in charge of this thing that clearly to all of us is a serious conflict of interest. But under Trump, what is independent? Because none of the independent agencies have people acting independently. You know? Like mostly every single person who's been appointed under Donald Trump is acting as a branch of the White House, right? From fucking FEMA to the Department of Transportation and the Department of War and everything in between, right? They are all a bunch of loyalists, from Trump's own literal lawyers to his favorite Fox hosts and, like, you know, best bootlickers. That's all we have in this government. There was no independent agencies anymore. It's now fully subsumed and wholly controlled agencies. The entire federal government is now the Trump administration. That's what they've turned it into. There is no independence. They've destroyed the Constitution. They've destroyed the guise of independence, and we are now left with fully partisan government. Dictatorship in action. Some are calling it.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. In an extraordinary move, the Justice Department issued a memo Tuesday saying the IRS is, quote, forever barred, unquote, from investigating past tax returns of President Trump, his family company, and related companies. The memo was issued a day after the Justice Department announced the creation of a $1.776 billion.
Before we get any further down the line here, you don't release this sort of thing. And it's great. I love that Todd Blanche is the one who released this. You don't do this sort of thing if you don't have something to hide, right? Like if you've never done any sort of tax crimes, you don't direct your attorney general to release a document like this, right? It's like, I'm trying to think of a good example of like a good but like it's like it's like if your significant other got hold of your phone, unlocked, and then to prevent them from looking at the contents of the phone, you grab it and throw it into a river, and then later you release a statement, like you put it like on the fridge that says, you know, I would just like to say that any action taken regarding any sort of phone is inadmissible, and any investigation into that situation is against the rules of the House, okay? And like, you know, like just sort of like go down like this, like clearly something went down, pal. Like I don't know why. Like we all know what happened here, okay? And you're making me more suspicious with this fucking message on the fucking fridge. You were already working really hard to prevent this from coming out, and now you've written this long worded message and it's posted on the fridge, and it's giving me vibes, right? That there's definitely something on the phone. You see what I'm saying here? Like, that's basically what's happening here. He's been trying to prevent the release of his tax documents forever, since 2015. So, well, actually, technically before it, but like, you know, publicly speaking, like, we've been talking about it for like 11 years since he first ran and refused to release his tax documents. And now, and now here we are 11 years later, and we got a fucking message on the fridge from Todd Blanche saying that any investigation into Trump's taxes is illegal.
Illegal.
Oh, it's a fascinating time to be alive.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Of a $1.776 billion fund to make payments to individuals, including January 6 insurrectionists who say they were wrongly targeted. The so-called anti-weaponization fund would be overseen by 5 commissioners appointed by the Attorney General, who is President Trump's former personal attorney. The 2 announcements come after President Trump dropped his unprecedented $10 billion lawsuit against the Internal Revenue Service. Trump, his sons, and their family business filed the suit over the leak of their tax returns by a former IRS contractor who was sentenced to 5 years in prison for leaking the documents. Democrats and Republicans have expressed alarm over the agreements. On Monday, the Treasury Department's top lawyer, Brian Morrissey, resigned shortly after the fund was announced. On Tuesday, Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche testified before a Senate hearing about the fund. This is Maryland Democratic Senator Chris Van Hollen.
Mr. Attorney General, this is an outrageous, unprecedented slush fund that you set up. Simple question. Will individuals who assaulted Capitol Hill police officers be eligible for this fund?
Well, as it makes plain, anybody
just let me know if they're eligible for the fund.
As was made plain yesterday, anybody in this country is eligible to apply if they believe they're a victim of weaponization.
Mr. Attorney General, let me ask you this.
Well, you heard it directly from Todd Blanche. Literally anyone in this country can apply if they feel that they were wronged under the Biden administration. I encourage everyone to read into that as liberally as possible. Sorry, we're going to skip the rest of it because we already saw the other part of that clip, if I recall correctly.
Todd Blanche was told last year to recuse himself from Justice Department matters involving Trump, citing ethics concerns. We're joined now by David K. Johnston, professor at Rochester Institute of Technology and Law, Journalism, and Criminal Justice, Pulitzer Prize-winning investigative reporter, co-founder of DC Report. He's the author of 3 books on Trump, including The Big Cheat, How Donald Trump Fleeced America and Enriched Himself and His Family. David K. Johnston, thanks for joining us again. Can you respond to these developments, the so-called anti-weaponization fund and the Trump family and President Trump himself being protected from any future investigation into their finances and corruption?
Well, this is dictatorship in action. Donald Trump had declared himself to be our dictator shortly after resuming office last year. He has been acting like a dictator. Now, he hasn't fully consolidated his power, and there are various places where people have pushed back on him, but he is conducting himself as a dictator. And what he now has is a fund with an interesting number, $1.776 billion, to arm his goon squads, people like the Oath Keepers and the Proud Boys, to carry out acts of violence or intimidation against people on his behalf, with no accountability for who receives this money, no rationale for it. And he's able to do this because at least for the moment, our Constitution doesn't have adequate safeguards to address what happens when you have the 3rd generation head of a 4th generation white collar crime boss in the White House and his personal lawyer, who by law is still Donald Trump's lawyer, Blanche.
When you say it that way, it sounds bad. Oh, God. Our democracy is crumbling in front of our fucking eyes. The Constitution did not foresee, which, I mean, to be fair, you know, it's a lot to foresee, but did not anticipate a literal mafioso slash scammer taking power and then putting his own personal lawyer into the attorney, like that there nobody would prevent it. Because that's the thing. Is the other thing is that you know, the Constitution did put a framework there for others in the government to prevent some of this from happening, but Republicans have completely usurped their own power and said, actually, whatever Donald Trump wants to do is fine.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak, weak, weak.
As the acting attorney general.
Talk about this fund again. $1.776 billion. Of course, I emphasize that because it's 1776.
Well, under this fund, a 5-member board appointed by Todd Blanche, the acting attorney general, would decide who gets the money. There would be no public notification of this and accounting for it, only a confidential report to Todd Blanche or whoever is attorney general at the time. There's no rules that would prohibit, as Senator Von Hollen pointed out, those who assaulted police officers from receiving money. And this is simply a slush fund to pay a criminal enforcement arm, a violent arm of Trump's supporters to intimidate people. And remember, Donald Trump always described his failed effort to overthrow our government in 2021 as a day of love. Only Donald Trump and people who believe that he should be our dictator would, of course, see it as that.
Yeah, I think, like I said, like to some degree, those people are going to see these funds. But I do think, as I've said before, there's clearly a pecking order here. Trump and his closest allies, people like Todd Blanche, Pam Bondi, the guy, fucking hell, what's his name? The dude who I literally cannot listen to because his voice is so fucked. The guy who's argued in front of the Supreme Court multiple times. Like, these guys who have been, like, defending Trump in the Supreme Court, in state and local courts, as it relates to the election or any of the other fucking crimes he's committed. Those guys are going to see the money first. Because we all know he hasn't been paying them. He's just been promising them, like, fringe benefits and stuff. It's like, is it Robert something? Why can't I remember this fucking guy's name? I need to look it up. Somebody help me. You swear I say on the breaks how to donate? Yeah, I do. Right. Well, we're not at a break right now. But if people want to donate, there's a lot of great ways, of course. Unfortunately, no YouTube. But we have Twitch, bits, power-up subs, gifted subs, prime subs. We got Cash App and PayPal, where you can directly donate to the production of the stream. You also have Throne and Patreon as well. Great ways. All great ways to contribute. There you go. Links are in my bio. YouTube description. John Sauer. Yes, John fucking Sauer, right? John Sauer, Todd Blanche, Pam Bondi, who defended him down in Georgia. Well, it was part of the team of defending him in the election. I think it was the Georgia part. I can't remember. There's so many fucking characters in this thing. But then you got, like, Mike Lindell. You got Rudy Giuliani, right? You got, like, a bunch of people who've had, or close Trump allies, who've had massive, like, judgments against them, or big trials. You got Steve Bannon. You got what's his face? White hair. Roger Stone. You know, these guys are going to come first, in my opinion. They're going to see the money. They're going to see millions. They're going to see millions before anybody sees a dollar. And I'm not saying that none of this money is going to make it to the Jan 6ers. Absolutely it will. But I don't think that's their first thought. I think it's an afterthought, right? I think the first thought is, in fact, to make whole people who have been loyalists, especially the most powerful, right? The most like public-facing individuals, right? I'll bet you like a bunch of money goes to like Ashley Babbitt's family or something. Actually, I don't know how her family. Maybe, but like, you get what I'm saying here. Like, they're going to make whole-ish, whatever you want to call it, like people like Rudy and Mike and all the lawyers and Donald Trump himself, probably, whatever the fuck that means. And then it'll be the Jan 6ers, the Proud Boys, the Patriot Front, the Oath Keepers, all of these fucking douches, right? Like, but they're going to be an afterthought. I wonder what they're going to think about that when it comes down to it. When they don't all see $1 million a piece. And I mean, maybe they will, and that'll be horrifying, right? And that'll be terrible. It's just different. It's a different kind of horrifying. You think the loft bed was fully funded? It was fully funded. It hasn't arrived yet. But it was fully funded. Very exciting. All right. Just going to skip ahead a little bit on this Democracy Now! Interview.
He was questioned about Trump's stock trades by Andrew Feinberg, the White House correspondent at The Independent.
How can you and your administration argue to Americans that you're cleaning up corruption, you're preventing fraud, you're fighting the sorts of things that harm people and people's financial situations, when the president seems to be talking up stocks that he owns, selling them and enriching himself?
The president doesn't sit at the Oval Office on his computer on his Robinhood account buying and selling stocks. That's absurd. He has independent wealth advisors who manage his money. He is a wealthy person. He has had success in business. He's not making these stock trades himself. And your question imputes that. It doesn't say it exactly, but a reasonable person listening to that question would assume the president is sitting around and doing that. He's not. Second of all, you're right. I am a big fan of banning members of Congress from trading stocks. So is the President of the United States.
Bullshit. Donald Trump owns like a pluralistic share, right? Essentially, a voting share in True Social that's big enough to, without like concerted like collaboration between stockholders, to do whatever the hell he wants with the entire company, right? It's insane that JD is out here claiming that Trump is like independent, is got like an independent stock advisor, like he's not telling him, like, bullshit, dude, bullshit. I'll bet he's telling his stock advisor all sorts of insider information. I can almost guarantee it. He is a criminal. Trump is a fucking criminal. I mean, it's just factually accurate. He's been convicted of a multitude of crimes and accused of a litany more.
All of us believe that nobody should be taking proprietary information gained from public service and buying and selling stocks. We want to ban that process.
He answered that question after attacking the questioner. But David K. Johnston, if you can talk about President Trump's stock trades, how much he's made, and responding to Vance saying it's not as if he's doing it himself on his own computer.
Well, that's a complete red herring that he's not doing it on his computer. What we want to know is what kind of information did the purchasers on Trump's behalf, the brokers and agents, have about events that were going to happen? Why is the Trump administration not looking into these enormous the commodities and stock bets that were placed 15, 20 minutes before major White House announcements that influenced the market. We see no sign that that's being pursued. And of course, if the Trump administration thinks members of Congress shouldn't be allowed to trade stocks, and I think that's what the law should be, why isn't he following his own belief? And the reason is, of course, Donald, who I've known and covered for almost 40 years, doesn't believe the rules apply to him. He believes he's special. He believes that the rest of us are all idiots unless we support him, and that no law applies to him because of his special status in the world. And when I said in 2011, Donald thinks that he should run not just America, but the whole world, there were various people who mocked me. What did Donald Trump say about a year ago? I run the country and the whole world. He sees himself as the world dictator. So why would he be troubled by little things like trading in stocks when he's in the White House, where those stock prices are influenced by his actions?
Exactly. I mean, there's just so many instances of this, and it's insane. It's incredible to me that people who in the past have claimed that corruption is a bad thing, including him, like, can stomach the level of corruption that is being exhibited here. I mean, Truth Social in itself is a genuine problem for our democracy for multiple reasons. Like, the existence of Truth Social, as it is right now, being in the hands of Donald Trump, right? Being almost wholly owned. Well, it's not wholly owned, but he's like a 45% share of the company or something insane like that. And he may have pared it down in during his presidency. I don't know. I haven't been keeping up with it. But last time I checked, that's what it was at. And he benefits every single time somebody goes on Truth Social. And you could say, oh, but you don't have to go on there. Maybe you don't have to go on there, but people like me, world leaders too, right? Like journalists, world leaders, like, you know, from like, you know, the lowest level, like, you know, like city councilors all the way up to senators and other sorts of dignitaries, foreign dignitaries, and here at home, all have to go on there to see what the fucking president has said about them, about whatever it might be, the latest thing he said. The entire news media has to be on Truth Social because the posts on there differ from the ones that are on X. And like, if you want to know what the president of the United States is thinking, you have to go on there. And what does that mean? That means increased traffic, increased ad dollars. Like, these are things that are directly benefiting him. But like, that is just like one of so many examples, whether it's World Liberty Financial or his real estate empire, right? Like, all of these things present very similar sorts of fucking conflicts of interest. Although this one is sort of just so immediate, right? But it's all very similar sort of things. And yet there's no, like, not like, oh, the same people who are talking about corruption in the Biden, Hunter Biden situation are the same people who are just full cricket situation. Full crickets. No concerns about any of this blatant corruption. Drain the swamp, exactly. Drain the swamp and fill it with Trump-branded merch. All right, let's check in on the numbers once again. CNN. The great Harry Emden.
Turns out there was more to that settlement between President Trump and the IRS.
Wait.
The Justice Department is now forever barred from...
I forgot. Please hold. This is the wrong one. Actually, I take it back. This is not Harry. Which one is this? I don't need this one. I take it back. I'm looking at fuck the numbers. Fuck numbers, let's go to C-SPAN. Not CNN. C-SPAN, Harry, you're fired.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak, weak, weak.
There is a story out today that Donald Trump is dropping his suit against the IRS. He sued the IRS for $10 billion because an IRS contractor had leaked his tax returns back in years ago, maybe in the early
2019.
And so Trump sued the U.S. government, the IRS. The DOJ, headed by his former defense attorney, decided like, oh, well, we'll settle this. And the judge who was about to kick the case out of court said, well, I need to see the terms of any type of settlement by the 20th, since this is still an active lawsuit. So Trump today announced 2 days before that deadline, we're dropping the lawsuit, and the DOJ is supposedly going ahead with a deal with Trump to give him $1,776,000 for not
million
him personally, of course, but to a slush fund that he completely controls to dole out money to people. And that's just one of the things. I mean, we had somebody on a week ago to go through all of Trump's corruption scandals. And since then, you have this IRS thing, which is a $1.7 billion corruption embezzlement scheme. You have new sort of dribs and drabs about Trump doing insider trading in the past 3 months for up to $750 million. Here is a caller into C-SPAN yesterday, or Sunday, I guess.
Let's go to Thomas now, calling all the way in from Honolulu, Hawaii, on the Republican line. Good morning, Thomas. You're on with us.
Yes, good morning. A national thought and then a local one. It's hard for me to say this, but I think if I can open up about it in public, that it might help others. I wanted to believe Trump was the real deal for a long time, even though I had doubts because I knew enough about his business history to think otherwise. But now I regret my support for him, and I should have known better. He's making it plain as day. He's a con man, a liar, doesn't keep his promises. He's in office all for himself, and he doesn't even try to hide his corruption anymore. So unless you get all your information from what I call the right-wing propaganda for profit, disinformation, media, industrial complex, he's the worst president we've ever had, and he's the most corrupt president we've ever had. I know it's hard. It took me a while to be able to say that. Very difficult when you commit yourself to believing in somebody. But
Thomas, if you don't mind me interjecting, did you vote for Trump all 3 times in 2016, 2020, 2024?
I'm sorry, I missed that. Say that again, please.
Did you vote for President Trump all 3 times that he's run?
Yes. I considered a third party, and I considered even a Democrat, but I did, in the end, vote for him.
And what do you feel? That's really interesting. What do you feel, or what was the straw that broke the camel's back this time around? Was it the war? Is it something
I don't think
else?
it's one thing. It's been a cumulative process. And it's gotten so blatant now, and he's just literally the things he's going to lower prices on day one. He was going to do this on day one. Only he could fix all this stuff. And now I understand how somebody like Adolf Hitler was able to brainwash millions of people. I never thought I'd see that again in my lifetime, but it's happened, right? I thought we got past that, but we don't learn from history. But I just hope we got to slow him down, make him accountable any way we can. Right now, the only weapon is to vote for as many Democrats, whether you like them or not, to just get some balance back into our system of checks and balances, right? Congress is doing nothing to stop him. He has more power. He wants to be a king, and we're letting him get away with it. We fought a revolutionary war against England because we didn't want to be ruled by an arbitrary king like Trump wants to be. So, but I'll stop there for that. Leavingmaga.org for anybody who's interested. It gives you a community of people who used to be supporters, but who also are having doubts now. So and being part of this community is a big part of the appeal, I think, right? So
that last part's really interesting. I mean, I can't speak to how that website actually functions, but you know, we talk about the MAGA world and Trump fandom as a cult for a reason. There are religious overtones. It is constructed in like the cult of personality in a way that also mirrors like other thought negating hierarchical parts of our society, like mega churches and televangelist preachers who preach prosperity gospel, and you have people who don't have any money but are giving what they can to their local church. Trump is that kind of guy. And
yeah, exactly. The festival of Trump. You know, it's been the never-ending circus, making a visit to every poor, dupable community. And the communities are starting to realize that they've been duped, but much too slowly. Unfortunately. That's the thing that we cannot count on. I gotta say, we've been looking at the numbers, and even with guys like that coming out and saying these sorts of things, which, I mean, yeah, they're verifiably accurate. And, you know, maybe you should have figured some of this shit out earlier. And we were all having lots of thoughts about this guy. The thought we shouldn't have is that, oh, finally the fever is broken. It's not a fever. Okay? It's not a fever. It's not breaking. And we can no longer think in those terms. All right? The Republican Party is a fully subsumed Trump entity at this point. It requires loyalty and all sorts of other shit, and is not going to just, you know, like be all of a sudden like a. We've seen nothing will wake these people up. We've seen it. We've seen the massive levels of corruption, right? We've seen Trump turn on all sorts of different right-wing ideas, where there's the Epstein files, and basically just saying they're not important. You're still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? Why? Weird.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years.
Like, he's done all of these sorts of things that you would think, oh, that's going to be it. This is going to be it. And in fact, in my head, I've been like, is this it? Is this going to be the thing? I've given up on that. That doesn't exist. There is no thing that's going to wake all of these people up. There's not going to be some sort of like mass consciousness event, right? Not in the near future. Not while Trump is still president. Don't see that happening. So we're going to get more of stuff like this for the next 2.5 years.
So all of this was paid for by myself, and because I keep hearing like, we are making a gift of this one. This is a gift. This is not going to be paid for by the taxpayer. We have a judge that thinks it's a terrible thing that we're making a gift. He said it's terrible that we're making a gift that should be paid for by the taxpayer. That's one I've never heard before.
He's never heard that because that's not actually what the judge said. But it's fascinating that Trump thinks of this as a gift from him to America. Look, it's a very generous gift that I am giving, okay? And people should be grateful. People should be grateful for the great generosity of me, the guy giving the gift of the beautiful Epstein ballroom. Nasty judge wants the taxpayer to pay for it.
I'm sure maybe, I don't know, maybe he doesn't understand. This is a gift to the United States of America. And more than a gift, it's going to be one of the most beautiful buildings that's ever been built in the country or in Washington, D.C. So here's the other facade you see over here. And again, this is taken, these great classical buildings. They're taken out of different parts of the world from very glamorous times. This is Rome. They like the flat roof.
This is Rome.
Greece likes they call it the triangles.
Oh, God.
We have a demented, unintelligent person running the United States of America.
This is the Rome. This is the Greece. They call it the triangles. It's a new concept. Nobody's ever heard of it. Triangles. Very ancient concept of triangles.
Different parts of the world from very glamorous times. This is Rome. They like the flat roof. Greece,
Rome.
They call it the triangle.
They call it the triangle.
You see that? This is a porch that looks out.
The great Roman porch that looks out. It will be beautiful. I kind of want the triangle sound shot. They call it the triangles. I really do kind of want the sound shot. I was waffling back and forth on this, but I've decided I kind of need this. They call it the triangles. That's what they say. Everybody's telling me, sir, it's called a triangle. The new concept come up by the ancient Greeks. Nobody's ever heard of it before. Everybody's saying it. Big strong men. They're coming up, tears in their eyes, saying, "That's the most beautiful triangle I've ever seen." I say, I know. I'm actually shocked that you've heard of it before, because it's a very ancient shape.
Rome, they like the flat roof. Greece likes they call it the triangles, and you see that.
No.
This is a porch
No.
that looks out over the...
God damn it. You people are killing me. I'm already wearing sunglasses and you are ruining my sound shot right now. Okay? Do you realize that? Now I have to start this all over again. Now we have to listen to this man say those things again. Those stupid, stupid things.
They like the flat roof. Greece likes they call it the triangles, and you see that. This is a porch that looks out over the city. Also, it's developed in such a way that we can have military there.
Oh my God, he's such a demented idiot. Oh my fucking God. They call it the triangles. They like the triangles. Oh, God. Hold on. I have to export this file. The triangles. Okay. We've got the triangles.
The entire roof is developed for military. They're
For
very high.
military.
They're higher than just about anything else. They have a 360-degree vision of...
His vocabulary is so small. He can never think of just normal-ass words. It's very strong for military, okay? Whatever, military. You get it. Just broad strokes, okay?
Washington, D.C. They have a massive drone capacity. Not only is it drone-proof, if a drone hits it, it bounces off. It won't have any impact. But it's also meant as a drone port, so it protects all of Washington,
What?
the roof of the building.
What now?
Okay. Now,
Okay. I'm sorry. I found this fascinating. I listened to this whole thing, but hearing it another time is still hard to believe the things that are in here. So, according to Trump, the new ballroom will be drone-proof. Drones will literally bounce off of it. I'm not sure what that means for the surrounding area, but at least the ballroom will, in theory, be safe. But it will also have a drone launching, like Like a drone airport? Like some sort of drone launcher on site? It's going to protect all of DC? This is sounding a little weird.
Does anybody have any questions? If you want, you can take. I think you can bring your cameras up, but you might want to take a look at the complexity. These are all different rooms down here. They're building a hospital. They're building. It's a military hospital. They're building all sorts of research facilities, also meeting rooms and.
Wait, what? Wait. A research facility? A military hospital? A drone launching all enough to protect the entire, like, what? What in the fuck is going on?
Rooms that go hand in hand for the military, using the ballroom rooms and all sorts of research facilities, also meeting rooms and rooms that go hand in hand for the military, using the ballroom. And the ballroom is really a shield and protecting all of the things that are built here. This goes, as you see, it's already up to the ground. This goes down very deep. You get a better view right over here. This is down because we've already done these floors. But these are...
Wait, so according to President Trump, the ballroom is actually like a negative space intended to protect the rest of the bunker and military facilities that are going to be here. So, like, anybody who's in the ballroom is just sort of like cannon fodder. Right? You're just in the space that's intended to protect the rest of the more important area. That's fun.
Already down 2 floors. It's down about 6 stories deep. That's big stuff. Normally, when you build a ballroom, you build it flat.
6 stories deep. Why are they going 6? They are literally building a fucking bunker. We've been talking about it, but the more that he starts talking about what's going into this thing, the more insane it sounds. Like, the stuff that I was talking about actually sounds quaint. Like, some of the things I was, like, hypothesizing about being in here genuinely sound quaint in comparison to what Trump's already saying about it. So it's going to be a military facility with research facilities. I don't know what kind of research. It's sort of freaky. Freaky. What the fuck are they going to be researching here? Drone launchers, drone protection. What else did he say? Military barracks, meeting rooms. He's just going to hole up in this thing, isn't he? 2028 comes around, he loses the election, he's just going to hole up in here. He's going to try and never leave.
The ballroom would have been built. The complexity of this, and again, it's all...
Like him and Eric and Don Jr. and maybe Melania. I don't know what's in the prenup. But they're all just, it's going to be like, what's it called? Blast from the Past, right? Like that movie, was it like the 90s or something? When, what's his face? Brendan Fraser and whatever, they all go in like a bunker because they think that the end of the world, but instead, to be our lunatic president and his family just hiding out for decades. I mean, how long do you think they could last in this thing? Like, we'll have like different forms of government, but like there'll be like an under government, literally. Like, it'll be like the second tier United States. Like, all the MAGAs will like move subterranean for their supreme leader. And he'll rule the subterranean United States, and then the rest of the country will be ruled by the regular government. But you figure they're gonna put like you know, like ways to make food in this thing. Probably like agricultural, right? Like if they're building all of this shit at this point, I'm willing to assume that they're like doing all of the other sorts of weird bunker survivalist type of shit. Like there'll be like a greenhouse, like a pool, who knows what, like everything. Like no wonder they're trying to get $1 billion from the taxpayers. 6 stories deep in the middle of DC. What in the actual shit?
It's all knit together between the drone proofing, the missile proofing, we have, and the drone capacity upstairs. We can have all sorts of military up, whether I hate to use the word snipers, but we have great sniper capacity. It's built for our snipers, not the enemy snipers, our snipers. And because of the height, we get a very clear view of everything all over Washington. Yeah.
Mr. President, you mentioned that this is being paid for out of pocket, but why is Congress in pocket? Explain sort of the difference.
Well, they're not. Congress is approving. Yeah, Congress is approving money for security. It may go. Some of it may go here for additional security. I don't know.
I don't know. Who knows?
Congress is approving money, but this bill.
It's money for security. Look, they're. It's insane. He's just stealing more money for himself, for his little pet project here. Another $1 billion. For security. And yet he's literally talking about building a drone base in the White House right now. Which I assume they're counting as security, right? I think it's safe to assume that the drone base, that's going to be security, right? The drone proofing and whatever else he's talking about, that's probably security. Right? The military barracks, they're probably going to call that security. Many of these things he's saying, I'm fairly certain he and the Trump administration and the Republicans are going to argue is security.
I mean, I put up the money to build this building.
I did it.
Along with a lot of great patriots. People have put up a lot of money to build the building, and we have a building that is going.
So he went from claiming it was Great Patriots to now it's him and Great Patriots. He's part. I'm doing it. I'm the great benefactor. It was me all along.
I think it's going to be potentially the most beautiful building in all of Washington. And with that is great military capacity. We're building it in conjunction with the United States military and the Secret Service.
We've just been watching President Trump touting the White House ballroom construction project. The president says the ballroom will be built with private donations, but Republicans have requested $1 billion for security upgrades.
Mm-hmm. Sorry, I'm eating. I needed food. Can't help it. Okay. There was more to this press conference. I'm going to skip the rest of it because time. Because time is why. Because we haven't even gotten 40% of the way through my list. We're 4 hours into the stream. Oh, we got a real problem, too. We still have not completed the galactic content goal. We've made progress. We have made progress. But I'm afraid we're now going to have to enter super secret galactic probationary content goal. Alert. All right. Did I have more on the ballroom? Ah, yes, I did. Not only did I have the full clip, but I also got Kyle Kalinske over here.
So we got a pretty big deal here. This just dropped the other day, but the Golden Ballroom Slush Fund
violates the Byrd rule, according to the Senate parliamentarians. So they say, today the Senate parliamentarian advised that the provision in the Judiciary Committee title of the Republicans' bill that provides $1 billion for Trump's gilded ballroom would be subject to a 60-vote threshold if it remains in the bill. Quote, the American people shouldn't spend a single dime on Trump's gold-plated ballroom boondoggle. That's why in a bill where Republicans are ignoring the needs of working America and instead attempting to funnel $1 billion into Trump's Louis XIV style ballroom and throw tens of billions more at two lawless agencies, Democrats are fighting back, said Ranking Member Jeff Merkley. While we expect Republicans to change the bill to appease Trump, Democrats are prepared to challenge any change to this bill. So the Republicans' own parliamentarian says, oh yeah, you would need 60 votes to approve this ballroom funding. Okay. Now, remember, Trump had been saying, I'm going to get it through private donations. Well, turns out, no, I guess they decided we got.
No, exactly, Omega. No, it's insane. It's insane that any of this is at the White House and not at a fucking military base. Like, and the fact is, there's a joint base Andrews is right around the fucking corner. You'd think they'd have it covered. Like, there's multiple military bases, like, right near there. I mean, it's Washington, D.C., for fuck's sake. Why they are going to turn the White House into a military installment is beyond me. The only thing I can think of is bad, dark things, considering the history of it all. The only thing I can think of is, Jan 6 style images, but with drones. With drones getting launched from the fucking White House. And Trump, barred up in some fucking, Fallout-style bunker. That's what I see. That's all I can think of. Oh, snap. No, screw it. No, just stay with this. Fuck it.
Through private donations. Well, turns out, no, I guess they decided we got to go through Congress, and then when they tried to go through Congress, they failed. Also, he went from saying it's going to be 200 million to 200 million to 400 million to 600 million. Now they're asking for $1 billion, okay? But there's no way they're going to be able to get to those 60 votes in order to get this thing done. So Scott McFarlane says, tough break for the Trump ballroom. Senate parliamentarian rules the $1 billion project will require 60 votes for approval per Senate Budget Committee Democrats. Very, very steep climb. Now, here's the question. Will they just ignore the shit out of this? Because I could see Trump just flat out ignoring the shit out of this because he's ignored 1,000 other rules and laws and court decisions. I mean, that's sort of like his trademark is I'm just going to absolutely blow off whatever the fuck you're telling me to do. I'm just going to blow it off. And in fact, I have right here, the Trump regime blew off 57 court orders, and that was of July. Okay? So as of July, it was 34% of the cases that Trump had in front of the court system, he would just blow it off. ICE themselves have blown off nearly 100 court orders. And again, this is just a little taste. Never mind the stuff that they're doing that they never got approval through Congress.
Yeah, and let's not forget, I just want to point this out. I put this in the wrong order. I forgot that I put this in the wrong order. I should have said that first because this was released. This Kyle video was released before Trump did that interview by the pit. The pit is filled with workers that are clearly working and not listening to the court order. So, it would seem Trump is going to ignore it and push forward on this, ask for more money from Congress. And I'm afraid, but really don't see anything. I don't see anybody over the Trump administration, they're in Congress rushing to stop him. Right. Well, there hasn't been any consequences because Republicans who are in charge right now refuse to hold him accountable. Okay, well, I think we're going to take our first break, finally. I was trying to figure out what I was going to do with the break. Since we hadn't completed the galactic content goal yet. But now we have. Yep, that's right. We did it. Galactic content goal completed. Thanks to the generosity of individuals like you. 2 different donations on PayPal. Getting us over the finish line. No messages. No messages to read, just 2 beautiful and generous donos. Actually, I think yeah. There we go. Boom, we've done it. You now can rest assured that all of the content is going to be brought to us tonight by me. A lot of content, too, to get through. Like I was saying before this, we've only gotten through, like, less than 40% of what I have prepared. Which is bad. For me. Good for you, bad for me. Because I got a lot to talk about. But one quick break here, and then we're going to get right back to it. So, bask in the glory of the confetti party. Just one more moment. It's all about to go away. Reverb on this one. Why is it this weird? Why is this not right now? There we go. All right. Well, quick galactic intermission, everybody. Got a lot left to do tonight, but everybody needs a break once in a while. Just a reminder, if you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch and the subscribe button on YouTube, and while you're at it, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. A lot of great ways out there for you to show your support. Twitch, bits, power-up subs, gifted subs, prime subs, Cash App, and PayPal. Throne, and of course, the very best way to get the most base benefits for your Earth dollars. Patreon, where for the low price of $3 a month, you can get access to a myriad space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. Yes, that's right, everybody. So many great ways. You pick your adventure. All right, everybody, enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. All right, everybody. The break is over, and the stream is about to commence once again. So, you better get yourselves back in those seats, otherwise you're gonna miss it. All right, Space Bams. Break is completely done. Hopefully, you're ready for what is going to be an epic second half. Boy, it took us a long time to get to the second half. 4+ hours. Say love you. It's been a crazy week already. And more is coming out about the road trip, well, hard to call, family vacation. More has been coming out about the family vacation of one government employee. And while everyone struggles to travel, and not just around the country, but just, like, you know, to work, or like to pick up their kids from school, or, you know, whatever else, the grocery store, right? People are struggling with the basic driving. The secretary of the Department of Transportation, Sean Duffy, has been going on a star-studded, fully sponsored, road rules style vacation. Sean Duffy. All right. How much was donated to Sean Duffy's family road trip? Most sponsors still won't say. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy claims funding for his upcoming YouTube video series was above board, but a lack of transparency from Trump sponsors with key issues in front of the Trump administration continues to raise questions of ethics and conflicts of interest. The Great American Road Trip, Inc., a non-profit organization set up for the Duffy's Road Trip reality series, sold top-tier, quote-unquote, platinum... Sorry, wait, please hold. This is important. This is important. This part of it is important. Please hold. Sean Duffy's non-profit, which was used to set up this clearly profitable series, set up top-tier platinum partnerships for $1 million. Gold partnerships for $500,000, silver for $250,000, and bronze for $100,000. Levels also available according to the pitch deck obtained by Politico earlier this month. Boeing and Japanese automaker Toyota each donated $1 million to sponsor the series. Ooh, platinum. Oh, they went platinum. Oh, they went platinum. According to the Wall Street Journal. The road trip series website displays the British oil and gas company Shell alongside Boeing and Toyota, but Shell declined to confirm to Forbes whether it had contributed $1 million for the project. Electronic Payments Coalition, a lobbying group representing the interests of major payment card networks, confirmed it was a sponsor of the road trip, but would not say how much it had contributed. Google, Royal Caribbean Cruise Line and CRH, a provider of building materials for highways and other critical infrastructure, also declined to confirm how much that they had contributed to the fucking road trip. Jesus Christ.
This is ridiculous!
These guys are all just running around, just enriching themselves, left and right, getting involved in corporate deals. Trump had a fucking used Tesla show on the fucking White House front lawn for his biggest campaign donor. And is doing all of this other shit we're talking about, giving his, the Jan Sixers $1.7 billion. And, Mike Pillow and his own personal lawyer. And, all the other people that could be loosely qualified under this vague proposal, or whatever we're calling this thing. It's just insane. It's just it takes too long to list all of it. There's so much corruption, it would take me all stream to list it all over and over again, right? It's too much. It would just take literally forever. There's so many instances of it. It's really getting, it's getting a little tiresome to feel like it's nobody gives a shit about it. That the same people who claim to care about corruption are the same people who are now actively doing brazenly corrupt things. Platinum level sponsorship deals for the Department of... And first off, what is this fucking guy doing taking a vacation with his family while gas prices are at an all-time high? He doesn't have anything better to do. He's getting paid like $250,000 a year by the taxpayers, or maybe more. And yet he's taking sponsors for his road trip? It's insane. They had not made they made in-kind contributions. Bunham Murray Productions, the reality TV company that produced the road trip series, as well as the 1990 show where the Duffys met, declined to share the Great American Road Trip production budget. Oh, no kidding. The transportation secretary, once a lobbyist for the U.S. airline industry, said promoting summer road trips as a quote-unquote civic experience is part of his job. Ah, I see. The Great American... I see. Oh, wow. Can you imagine if, Pete Buttigieg and, his husband, did, a road trip sponsored by Mobile and... Amazon or something. I'm just trying to think of a similar situation. This is the closest I can get to it. But can you imagine if Pete Buttigieg and his husband, when he was Department of Transportation Secretary, went on a road trip similar to this that was sponsored by... Do you think that Republicans would be like, oh, no, this is perfectly normal. This is the perfectly normal behavior of the Secretary of the Department of Transportation? Are you kidding me?
Give me a joke.
Come on.
Come on!
Get real with me. The Great American Road Trip, Inc. is a non-profit run by Tory Barnes, a former lobbyist for the U.S. travel industry. Barnes told the Wall Street Journal that she was surprised by the blowback. What? The surprise? Oh my God. Oh, I can't believe it. Oh, why would people think this project is bad? I can't understand. She was surprised, but declined to provide financial details for the project or for the itineraries of the Duffys. Wow. Such surprise. I am so shocked I can't say anything further. Thank you. No comment. The 5-part series, which is slated to air on YouTube in June, was filmed over 8 separate mini-trips over a 7-month period, stretching from September through April. Confirmed at the platinum sponsor level are Toyota and Boeing, each contributing $1 million, and Shell, which declined to confirm exactly how much it had donated. At the next tier are Google, EPC, CRH, and Royal Caribbean. Each declined to say whether they were gold or silver sponsors or how much they had paid. At the bottom, tier are the American Bus Association, confirmed to be bronze sponsor for 100,000. NBC and American Airlines declined to respond. Visit Grand Canyon, Yellowstone Vacations, and the Philadelphia Convention and Visitors Bureau each said provided in-kind contributions. Rather than cash, and the U.S. Travel Association said it's a proud sponsor. Oh, proud. So proud. It's incredible. While people are like people's jobs are under threat by how much gas is costing, these guys are going on an insane road trip. Basically, nobody can afford. It's not even just a road trip, right? Like they did it over 8 months, not in the format. Like they're pretending like it's a road trip. Like I think the way it's going to be formatted is they're going to pretend like they did it in one shot. But like they took 8 separate trips in 7 months, right? Think about that. Who can afford to do that? Like that's ridiculous. None of you, no one can do that. But they did on the taxpayer dollar funded by corporations, claiming this as an act of the Department of Transportation, essentially. They literally said this is one of the duties of the secretary. Speaking of the secretary,
I'm staying in the race.
Let's go to the former Secretary of Transportation under Joe Biden, Pete Buttigieg.
Secretary Buttigieg, I have to ask you about what the current Transportation Secretary, Sean Duffy, is doing. He filmed, I think everybody knows this at this point, a road trip reality series. You criticized it. Your husband, Chasten, said that Secretary Duffy and his wife threw endless fits on national television when you worked from your son's ICU bedside. And now Secretary Duffy is criticizing you on social media. He's making videos about you. He said that the, quote, radical, miserable left hates his road trip because they don't want people to celebrate America. Your response?
I love road trips. I love America. I actually took a taxpayer-funded road trip lasting about 7 months. It was in Afghanistan. This is something very different. This is not about patriotism. And it is an embarrassment to have him going around saying that a road trip, quote, fits any budget at a time when more and more Americans cannot afford a road trip because of the explosion in diesel prices and gas prices caused directly by the Iran war and by the Trump administration. To make road trips unaffordable and then go around celebrating your own road trip is exactly what people are so frustrated about. And part of why the Duffy road trip scandal has been such an embarrassment to the Trump administration is it's happening at the same moment that Trump is alienating voters by making it clear that he doesn't care. He even specifically said, right, when he was asked recently, that Americans' financial situation is not something he's focused on, not something that's on his mind. And
exactly. I mean, it's incredible. The tone deafness of it all. Just the brazenness to do such an... I can't wait for this to drop on YouTube. I can't wait for us to react to this taxpayer-funded road trip of the Secretary of Transportation. I cannot wait to react to that. Oh, it's going to be glorious. Oh, it's going to be such a good... It's going to be such a great series. We're all going to love it so much. I cannot wait. Oh, God. June, it's so soon.
Immediately, if not sooner.
And it's coming out on the 250th. I mean, Trump's birthday's in June. What? I mean, my birthday's coming up. I mean, this is just win, 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 win. Come on. Couldn't have asked for more patriotism. I'm just going to skip ahead a little bit on Pete here.
Is gone. 17,000 people have lost their jobs. In retrospect, was blocking that merger a mistake?
No, Spirit Airlines shut down because the Iran war sent jet fuel prices through the roof. This is not about an antitrust decision from 2 or 3 years ago. But I'll also say, if Spirit and JetBlue had merged, it's very possible that that would have taken down 2 airlines instead of 1. We took action to protect consumers, and we found that that proposed merger violated the law, which is what a judge found as well. But trying to reach back a year, 2 years, 3 years for excuses for what's happening on your watch is a tremendous show of weakness. And I think the more the Trump administration shows that it is obsessed with blaming people who've been out of power for quite a while, rather than deep into their own second year trying to actually solve problems. I think it's exactly why Americans are increasingly turning away from Republicans and from.
Yes, indeed. Of course, air travel is getting worse and worse in this country, and it's not just because it's getting more expensive. This is another thing that Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy could be focused on. And it is in this new report. Seemingly becoming much worse. More unreliable. More of a hassle. More expensive. All of the things nobody wanted in the first place, right? Like, I mean, it's already like, you gotta show up 2 hours early and prepare to be like assaulted by a TSA agent and hope that you make it to your gate on time and that your flight's on time after having paid like an exorbitant amount of money. Like, making that worse somehow seems almost impossible. And yet, here we are.
New report based on data from the Department of Transportation shows that U.S. air travel reliability is sharply on the decline.
Airline delays and cancellations are at their worst level in years. KTLA's Annie Rose Ramos live now at Hollywood Burbank Airport with more on that for us. Annie Rose, good morning.
Hi, guys. Good morning to you both. Yeah, not a good look for the airlines, and the findings from this study also not coming as a huge surprise to the passengers we spoke to here at the airport this morning. Some telling us they really noticed a difference ever since COVID happened. So, all of those things that this report found, some things like the cancellations and the delays with the airlines being the highest that they have seen at the highest levels in a decade. Now we want to take a look at the details of this report. Take a look, because this is some of the first page of that report. You can see it is entitled The Plain Truth 2026.
Terrible.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak.
Grim levels of air travel reliability. Remember when they got rid of all those DEI traffic controllers? They're all complaining about, oh, there's too much DEI. Well, now there's not enough controllers, it would seem. Not enough of any of the things that are needed to keep the air travel in the country reliable, on time, safe, all of the things. Just all getting worse somehow. But of course, most people aren't traveling by air. Most people are traveling by car in the United States. Sadly, those are the statistics. Most people are driving everywhere they fucking go. Not taking public transportation or some other sort of not renewable source of, but like some sort of like green sort of, like biking or walking or something of that nature. Something more efficient. And right now we are in a bad spot. I mentioned this earlier, but not earlier today, but recently I mentioned, I think maybe yesterday, the day before, and probably on a number of other occasions, that at some point it will be after everyone else, essentially, for a multitude of factors, right? Whether it's capital or the fact that we're an oil-producing nation, but the United States, among a number of other like Western countries, are going to see the effects of the oil crisis later. And now you might be thinking to yourself, what do you mean later? I'm already paying fucking $100 to fill up my my truck right now or whatever. Well, see, when I say the effects of it, there's multiple effects, not one effect, right? That's the first effect. The market price of gasoline has gone up. Yeah, following me? Now there is a finite supply of gas and oil on the planet, right? As a result of the blockade of the Strait, that supply has been reduced by 20%. Countries most dependent upon that 20% specifically are the ones getting hit hardest. They're seeing all of the effects immediately.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Higher gas prices, if you can find it, because they're also getting hit with a shortage in places like Bangladesh, India, Pakistan, other sorts of, Southeastern Asian nations are having to ration supplies. And that's because they don't have enough gas to go around. And that will happen in places like the United States, where people will start showing up to the pump. Like, I don't know if you remember, like Katrina. They will show up to the pumps and there will not be any gas. Or there will be lines going down the neighborhood. People, waiting to get their hands on a gallon.
Global inventories that have helped cushion the pain are close to critical levels. Tom.
Caroline, the basic math looks like this, sounds like this. The world consumes about 100 million barrels of oil every single day, while the war has blocked about 14 million barrels of oil and refined products from getting to the market every single day. The difference between those two has been made up in excess inventory in the form of strategic oil reserves and private storage in tanks and ships that are now being emptied bit by bit. Domestically, we've got about 216 million barrels of gasoline available to us. That seems like a lot, but 190 million barrels is considered critical. After Hurricane Ike back in 2008 here in the southeast and the Gulf area, storm damage pushed us below 180 million barrels. It caused widespread shortages. Now, since the start of the war, our gasoline inventories have been reduced by 16%, diesel fuel down by 18%. Experts say that is unsustainable.
While we still have several hundred million barrels of gasoline and diesel inventory, a lot of that inventory is tied up in refinery operations, or it's in the pipelines, or it's at the terminals. So not all of it is available to dispense to the consumer. As inventories continue to decline and we reach minimum operating levels, I expect you're going to first see oil prices rise to encourage demand destruction. But what we've seen in a number of countries around the world is rationing of the available supplies, which is really forced demand destruction.
AKA shortages. You can't, they're talking about demand destruction. It's basically saying you can't raise the price. Like, you as a consumer can't increase demand on gasoline or oil if you can't buy it. Right? Like, if you go to the gas station and they say we're out, well, you can't contribute to demand in that equation because they're not accepting money because they don't have the thing that you need. There's reporting this week there's gonna be another jobs cut on the air traffic controllers. Oh, good. That'll help with reliability, I'm sure. Now, this is not good. It's bad. Very, very bad. But those prices keep pushing higher for most Americans right now all week.
And with gas prices up, more people are relying on mass transit. CBS's Tim McNicholas is in New York City and following that part of the story tonight. Tim.
Good evening, Darica. The Long Island Railroad may be idled by a strike, but passenger trains and bus lines across the country say ridership is up. And they say higher prices at the pump is one big reason why. Transportation hubs like Union Station in Washington, D.C. are even busier than usual lately. The railroad giant Amtrak reports a 5% increase in passengers in March compared to a year ago.
Instead of getting a rental car and driving to D.C., I decided to take the train. It was a lot easier to take the train and save a few bucks.
Gas prices are up more than 50% since the war with Iran began, as driving Americans out of their cars and on to public transit.
I filled my tank up last week. It was $55 to fill it up. That's the first time I've ever spent that much on my vehicle.
In a lot of the big cities in this country, the ridership of public transportation went way down after COVID. It's going to start ticking up. People are going to be frustrated. They're not going to want to drive as much.
And it's not just trains. The e-scooter and bike company Vio says it surveyed its riders in late March. 68% of respondents said they're replacing some car rides with e-scooters and bikes due to recent gas prices.
Yes, indeed. Everybody looking for alternatives to spending just an insane near century, well, 21st century high right now, right? I don't mean over the last, but really, it's basically some of the highest gas prices Americans have seen since the last highest spike, which was in 2022. And before that, it was Katrina, right? In between there, we had fairly lower gas prices for an extended period of time. A couple of spikes, war in Ukraine, war in Iran, last 5 years have been the two catalysts to increased gas prices. And so, of course, people are looking for alternatives. Probably for the best. Start looking for alternatives now. I've never been more happy to have, have an e-bike to use these days. Get around places without having to worry whether or not I can fill it up with gasoline. Every time I go by a gas station, I go, oh, that sucks. No, thank you.
Not gonna do it.
And of course, there's still that shortage situation we were talking about.
We are not in a physical shortage yet. We are in a deficit, meaning that demand is up here, supply's down here, and we are drawing our inventories. Oh! So the market's still well supplied pretty much everywhere in the world. There's pockets of shortages. But what happens when we hit tank bottoms? And that's coming any week now. And I want to emphasize to everybody out there, they look at it and they go, oh, the world has 8 billion barrels of oil storage. Most of that is for, it's pipe fill.
Wow. A CNBC talking head asking, what happens when we hit tank bottom? Bad things. Lines. People just waiting to fill up their cars.
System fill, it's working inventory. You cannot touch it. We're at least maybe 200 to 300 million barrels before we hit that level. In some products like diesel and distillate, you're there. Motor oils, you're there. Gasoline in the U.S. in July, you're going to be there. So when that happens, the deficit turns into a shortage, and you got problems.
This is exactly what I've been saying. Right? It's like we are heading into an increased demand time period, right? We're at the cusp of summer. People are getting off of school, right? Coming home. Just the act of getting off of school and coming home uses a bunch of gas for all this, like college kids and shit, right? And then all the activities people do, vacations and all these other things during the summer months. 4th of July. celebrations. Of course, Trump's planning the 250th. All these things are going to contribute to demand, which is going to keep prices higher. And they also add to the actual, like, the fact we don't talk about like the physical demand, right? We think of it in like this sort of like Keynesian, like supply is like limitless, essentially. Like there's demand and there's supply, but really, is there any like real finite to the physical world type of like mentality? But the fact is like there is a finite supply, and that demand at some point meets up with supply, especially when you have situations like this going on. And what happens when that, like when the increase in demand puts more pressure on that already like tightened sort of relationship between actual supply and demand? It's a worrying picture, because things will just shut down in some places that can't get the oil, like can't get the gasoline to the tanks, right? Because most gasoline that you buy is shipped there, right? Like there's like no gas stations that are like just like hooked to some like gas pipeline. Like almost all gasoline that you like, unless you're like a trucker or something, like you basically, like, all consumers of gasoline go to a gas station where the gasoline was brought there in a truck, put into a tank, and then you took the gas out of that tank that's in the ground, right? I actually used to do the job of putting those tanks in the ground. It's a fucking shitty job. But like if it doesn't make it to the tank, there's just gonna be people sitting there waiting, right? Even if just a brief lapse, like when a gas station cannot get the supplier to come with a full tank, or just to fill up their tank, you got a problem. You immediately have a problem.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Absolutely, this is all Trump's fault. The war of choice in Iran is the reason for all of this nonsense. None of this would exist if he didn't decide to get into a pissing match with the IRGC and the fucking Ayatollah. Oh. Speaking of the man, let's go to the very best on the numbers. The great Harry Emden at CNN from Monday.
President Trump says he is not thinking at all about Americans' financial well-being when it comes to the war in Iran. And he says he meant it. This weekend, he called that a perfect statement. But new polling shows that Americans don't really feel his work on the economy is perfect. With us now, CNN chief data analyst Harry Emden. So not perfect at all when you compare their feelings about what Trump will do to the economy a few years ago to now.
Yeah, the promise of a Trump presidency in the minds of the American people have turned into a reality, and a reality that for them is a nightmare. Because just take a look here. Okay, Trump will or is making you financially worse off, better off. Back in October of 2024, the reason why he won a second term, 44% said better off, outrunning the worse off at 38%. But look at these numbers. Down through the floor on the better off now, just 14%. Just 14%. I see Johnny off on the side shaking his head. Trump making them financially better off. Meanwhile, the worse off up like a rocket. The clear.
Damn, that's a decisive L for Donald Trump right there. Whew. Is this what winning looks like? 60%. Basically, like 60% of people are worse off. 15, I'll round up for that. 15%. 60 to 15, 4 to 1. I would also point out that in this poll, you got 82% of people responding who can decisively say worse or better. In this one, it's only 71%. So 11% more of people are like, Dude, I have no idea how I feel. Like, they're just like a huge portion of people, like 30% of people who are just living in some sort of weird in-between world. But they're just like, they refuse to accept reality. I don't know. Am I worse off? Am I better off? I don't know. Don't ask me questions. Thank you. I have no idea. I'm fine. Everything is the same. Do not ask me again, or I will break down. Whoopsies.
14%, just 14%. I see Johnny off on the side shaking his head. Trump making them financially better off. Meanwhile, the worse off up like a rocket. The clear majority now, 57% of Americans now say that Trump is making them financially worse off. You know, back in 1980, Ronald Reagan asked, are you better off than you were 4 years ago as America's look?
Who is that 14%? I assume millionaires and billionaires, right? It's like millionaires and billionaires and people earning the, like, in the top income bracket who all saw their taxes actually get lowered, right? Like, those are the people who are like, oh, I'm killing it. And I guess criminals? Like, criminals and rich people. Like, really, really, really rich people.
Now, compared to a year and a half ago, their minds on Donald Trump are definitely saying he's made them worse off.
I mean, look at that drop, a 30-point drop in a couple of years. And if you think 14% is low.
Yeah, if you think 14% is low, how low can you go? Well, how about this? Okay, Trump Willer is making you financially worse off, better off among independents, independents. Look at this. The better off now is just 8. It's just 8. When you can count on your hands, you know the number is low. Just 8% say that Trump is making them financially better off among independents. Way down from the 40% who said that back in October of 2024 when the better off was outrunning the worse off at 38%. Look at that. That 38%, again, up like a rocket. I feel like I'm at NASA. Look at this. 64% of independents now say that Trump is making them financially worse off. These awful. Weak.
Look at that. Independence. 64 to 8%. Although I would point out there's still like 28% right there of people of independents who are still just like, dude, don't ask me. There's like some portion of every demographic. It's just like there's like an increased portion of every demographic, whether it's everyone at independents that are just like living in this weird state of disbelief. Like, don't know. I don't have an opinion. I don't know if I'm worse. I can't quantify whether I am worse or better off. How am I to know? Everything's fine. Everything's the same. Please don't ask.
Numbers we've seen among independents over and over again. They have turned against Trump, and now about two-thirds.
I mean, these independent numbers are staggering. I mean, 8% is not zero.
No.
But it's closer to zero than it is to 50.
That's exactly right. When you're closer to 0% than you are to 50% is a...
John Berman coming in with the hot. It's closer to the 0 than it is to 50. That's very true. John's right. Me and John, I think we have some disagreements on a lot of things, but he is right about that. 8% is closer to 0 than it is to 50. I have no follow-up.
It's science.
It's science. Birthday cake. Why are you giving me birthday cake? It's not my birthday. As you can see, Trump's numbers are utterly imploding. There's one other group of voters we got the numbers on.
Is non-college whites without a college degree, and even they are flipping on the President of the United States. Trump is or will make you financially worse off, better off. Back in October of 2024, look at that, 54% better off, well outpacing worse off at 30%. Now we're looking at basically the inverse. Just 15% say better off among white voters without a college degree. Trump is making them financially better off, and now even there,
It's
the majority
same
of
thing.
non.
It is the same story. Do you see what I mean? Better off and worse off flipped. And then 15% of people who said they were, you know what I'm saying? Or like said they were better off just like went into this weird, like, purgatory. You see what I mean? Like, you lost like 17%. You got 84% when you add them up on the left-hand column. And you got 67 over here. 17% of the people just disappeared into this weird limbo of not knowing how they feel. Everything, is it better or worse? I don't know. Don't ask me. No! It hurts my brain. Everything's the same. It's fine. Although technically the same isn't necessarily fine if before you were not good, right? So, yeah. But it would seem, considering the worsening transportation system out there, loss of air traffic controllers and other important things leading to worse travel, increased ticket prices for planes, gas prices for cars, and motorcycles and trucks. People are turning to things like e-bikes, scooters, and of course, public transportation. Very important piece of infrastructure in society that has been too often neglected. Not enough funding goes to public transportation in America. Rather, we just go to the very sort of libertarian road, right? Well, aside from the fact that it's funded by the government. They always like to pretend like that's not the case. But, you know, the rest of it is libertarian, right? Like, the government's not giving you a car or anything for that matter in that way. You're just expected to get yourself a car and get yourself out there on the road and a place to park that car. The money to put the gas in the car and to insure the car and all the other things like maintenance. So things like public transportation, really, probably super important. And considering the moment we're in, maybe we should have invested into it sooner. But it's not just the physical aspect of the transportation system, right? It's not just, like, you need that to start. But you can't just have buses without people, right? You can't have, you know, a railroad line, right? You can't have a subway. With a subway system without the conductors, right? wouldn't work. You need these things. The workers. And we've been talking about a particular group of public transportation workers who have been threatening strike. A strike which started a few days ago, upending the largest public commuter line in the entire country. I am, of course, talking about the Long Island Railroad. Or LUR, from Omicron Persei 8.
Contract right now. If we don't get it, shut it down.
This morning, the Long Island Railroad strike entering day 3, upending the start of the work week for nearly 300,000 commuters.
No one knows what to do. How am I going to get back to the Bronx from Long Island?
The LIRR has been shut down since early Saturday morning after months of contract talks between the MTA and a coalition of 5 unions collapsed,
Union power,
leading some 3,500 workers to walk off the job.
I value your labor, and I believe that you deserve fair wages and benefits. But also, New Yorkers deserve better.
Our last offer literally...
Yeah, that... I'm just going to pause here. Where'd she go? This woman right here made a very good point. To get from the Bronx down to Long Island is basically as far as you... I don't know exactly where on Long Island she needs to get to, but basically as far as you need to go, really, in theory, and still be in the broader New York area.
To get back to the Bronx from Long Island.
after months of contract talks between the MTA and a coalition of.
And I believe that you deserve fair wages and benefits. But also, New Yorkers deserve better.
Our last offer literally gave the unions everything they said they had wanted in terms of pay, but they rejected even that.
The two sides remain at odds over pay raises, reportedly between 4.5% and 5%, as well as healthcare costs.
We out running the trains.
We're just looking for an agreement that ensures our members' standard of living.
Now the strike lasted for, I think it was either 3 or 4 days. And after that, after having millions of people not being able to take their their train ride home or to work for less than a week, management at the MTA finally decided to negotiate in slightly better faith, coming to a final agreement to end the strike with the union.
We have good news tonight. We're pleased to announce that the parties have reached an agreement. Due to the nature of the negotiations, we cannot discuss the specifics. What I can say is we are looking forward to our members getting back to work and doing what they do best, which is serving the region.
Do you feel like this is a fair deal?
Yes, we would still be at the table if it wasn't a fair deal.
Now, this contract will ensure that 3,500 Long Island Railroad employees will be paid fairly for their labor. I also would not accept a deal that would compromise affordability for Long Islanders. At a time when everything is going up, we all know the story.
Okay, I'm moving on from this. I'm not gonna let Kathy try and take a W for this. She didn't do shit. She didn't do fuck all, and she's just showing up for the press conference and act like she did everything. She didn't do anything. She was complaining about the strike. She was like, oh, why are they complaining about why do they want more money? It's gonna make things more expensive. No! That's exactly what, that's verbatim what she's on about.
Columbia _9505 just cheered 100 bits. Exclamation mark airlock at cleaning _bots just to celebrate my B-day. Everyone have a B-day cake on me. Just trying to cheer everyone up, especially with all the bad crap around us.
Oh. Happy birthday, Columbia Rican. You know who I will let take a victory lap? Not the governor. No. The mayor. The mayor of New York. Zohran Mamdani.
Zohran Mamdani.
Who 2 days ago announced the site for the first city-run grocery store in the Bronx. CBS New York. Monday.
There are plans for the first city-run grocery store to open in the South Bronx next year. According to the mayor's office, the 20,000-square-foot store will be a part of the Peninsula at Hunts Point complex. The development, which sits on the site of the former Spofford Juvenile Detention Center, will also include 740 units of affordable housing, according to the mayor's office. And another city-run grocery store is set to open at La Marqueta in East Harlem.
It's brilliant. Of course. Why wouldn't you put people close to where the food is? It's brilliant, and they can just walk from their apartment to the grocery store. Don't even have to get into a car or on the subway or wherever, or you know what I mean? Whatever it is people might do to get to their groceries. They won't have to do Uber Eats. They can just walk. I'll bet, in this case, you're going to wind up having people still in pajamas walking to the store, which I support. Look, if it's that convenient, you might as well. So long as you're not, unintentionally flashing anybody. housing at the grocery store. It's like a 2-for-1. It's like 2 different Mamdani promises in one. Oh, not only are we doing a grocery store, but we're also doing affordable housing in the same place. So, you weren't expecting that one, were you? It's brilliant. Now, some people are not as excited about the Mamdani wins. And in fact, they refuse to even recognize them as wins. Mostly because I think recognizing any sort of success on the part of Mamdani is very sort of antithetical to their own existence, right? Like people like Ben Shapiro or Michael Knowles, these guys only exist to fearmonger about the left, right? Everybody who doesn't think we should have like a full-on fascist theocracy is a communist.
A communist!
People like, I don't know, Steven Crowder. Without the ability to fearmonger about Zoran Mamdani or people like Zoran Mamdani would have no real reason to exist. But this is why I've been saying since the very beginning that Zoran succeeding in New York is so vitally important. Narrative-wise.
Steven Crowder weighing in on the New York City budget.
Yeah, you've been waiting.
I'm quite interested to see what Steven Crowder thinks about this.
Give
What's
us
amazing
pizza
is
or give us
the
death.
right is so desperate now to talk about anything that with any type of passion. Like you've seen Ben Shapiro's numbers plummet. Daily Wire having to go down by half. I'm sure Crowder still retains a lot of his members, so financially speaking, I'm sure he's fine. I wonder if they've started to trim their sails a little bit. Like, is Nick DiPaolo still on the...
I don't know. I'll check it out.
I wonder if, like, all the shows that they thought they were going to build out, of how that's going. But the right is running out of stuff to talk about. They want to talk about transing kids still. And of course, when in doubt, you always have Sharia law coming back. And here is Louder with Crowder talking about Zoran Mamdani. Here we go.
That you'd write an IOU for one of your biggest line items? The idea that a socialist could balance a budget is silly.
People are buying it, though.
Yeah.
That's why.
Literally buying it.
This is silly. This is a silly argument, okay? You know what's silly? Is the idea of a Republican balancing a budget. When's the last time a Republican balanced a fucking budget? And like, didn't increase the deficit? Name one. You can't, right? Like, Stephen can't. No, nobody can because they don't exist. Right? Like, it's such a fucking nonsensical argument he's making. Oh, a socialist. It's more likely that a socialist would be able to balance a budget than a Republican. Why? Because Republicans don't believe in taxes. The one thing you need to balance a budget, right? It's why they continue to increase the deficit every time they're in fucking power. And that under Trump, in 1 year, they've increased the deficit by like $6 trillion. Like, it's insane. Like this claim, oh, how are socialists going to do it? With taxes and responsible spending. Rather than, I don't know, endless wars and cutting taxes for the ultra rich. There's an idea. Because like from the premise of all this, like from the very jump of this argument, like he's starting from this like fallacy, like this premise that, oh, how could a socialist balance a budget? Like, with the actual tools socialists support. Taxes. Taxes, pal. Because there's two lines. Spending and revenue. The revenue is just another word for taxes. It's the only way the government brings money in, right? It's the only revenue the government has.
Is silly.
People are buying it though.
Yeah,
that's why.
Literally buying it. They have to pay for it.
It is silly, but Mamdani is claiming just that. It's time for Claim Truth.
Oh, thank God. Oh, thank God. We have Steven Crowder to help us discern the truth. Yeah! We're saved.
Yeah, so we don't need to spend a whole lot of time on this, but I'll make the links, references available, as we do every show, like I just said, in the description. 11 a.m., go check them out. It's a pretty good little bibliography. Yesterday, Zoran Mamdani, I throw up in my mouth when I say it. A little bit, yeah. He made this claim in his video celebrating his fiscal success. Yeah, a democratic socialist, a Marxist. Fiscal success, the hallmark of the communist in New York City.
New York, it's executive budget season, and I'm proud to announce that our city's budget is fully balanced. This budget isn't just about numbers on a page. It determines if our libraries get funded, if a street is safe to cross, if snow is actually shoveled after a storm. And you deserve
I can make this video.
Exactly
He's just naming all the things he hasn't done.
Yes, that's true.
There's snow being shoveled, like your own people.
Like, you will notice that they're not focused on facts at all. They start off with the premise of it's comical, right? It's comical to think of a socialist, democratic socialist being able to balance a budget. Like, but they never actually address any of the facts, right? They're incapable of doing it because they know that the facts are bad, right? Under Trump, they increased the deficit. Under Bush, they increased the deficit, right? Under the first Bush 1, they increased the deficit, right? And actually, under Clinton, they wind up having a budget surplus in whatever it was, like 90, whatever, 7, I can't remember what it was. But like, under Democrats, they've actually, somehow improved things. Even under Obama, technically, they didn't lower the deficit, of course, but like the actual, like the yearly deficits, like the budgetary deficits were lowered every single year. For 8 years straight under Obama, like the budgetary, I'm talking about year-over-year deficits. We still were creating deficits, don't get me wrong, but they were lowering the deficits every single year until Obama left office. Trump comes back, boom. Tax cuts for the billionaires and Donald Trump, and deficits start skyrocketing again.
Pause it for 1 second. Where in New York do they shoot this show?
I would also like to point out that in the case of Obama, he was handed a financial crisis by George Bush too, right? In the case of Joe Biden, he was handed an economy on the fucking brink, right? On a literal respirator coming out of fucking COVID, right? Like what's the bad situation Trump was handed? A record low unemployment and a skyrocketing fucking stock market?
I believe somewhere in southern Georgia, New York.
Is it Georgia? Is he in Georgia?
Oh, no, he's Texas, I think.
Is it Texas?
Yeah.
We'd have to check the divorce records to find out exactly. But you folks in Texas, you know about the snow removal in New York.
I mean, they're higher on their own supply there. They thought, they heard all the people complaining about the snow, but again, if you live here, you know that the snow shoveling thing was a massive success.
Massive.
Like, people were talking about it, and like how great it was that people got money for doing it.
Massive success. And incidentally, also, the snowiest New York in, as far as I remember, I mean, I've been here for 30 years now, 30 more. I think this was the snowiest season.
Absolutely.
And not just the snowiest, but the coldest with snow.
But would it have been that way?
No, God damn it, Brian.
Was it, Mayor?
Well,
God damn it, Brian.
Winter is coming.
I'm fairly certain that the Zoran Mamdani had nothing to do with the snow coming. Okay, he doesn't have the power. He might be the communist supervillain on the New York Post, but I don't think he actually controls the weather,
Zohran Mamdani.
And no, Sam's absolutely right. There was a extended period of cold and a fuckload of precipitation, which lasted a very long time. Did not give time for the snow to melt. And let's not forget, there's not a lot of places to put the snow in New York, okay? Like, it's a complicated situation, but it needs to melt. Okay, the system in place that's been in place for quite some time requires snow to melt. It requires it to warm up enough to basically 32 degrees or higher, right? So that the salt can get to work. Otherwise, transporting all the snow off of the islands to somewhere, like some theoretical place, I don't know where, but like you can't do it. I mean, you can move a little bit of it, but not all of it. Why is Steven shivering? I don't know. Maybe because he's not wearing his gun? That's probably it. He's not wearing his gun, so he's just scared. Just terrified of what might happen at his workplace. His toxic workplace.
It's a simple.
The ball tappingist workplace online.
$1 billion more.
Yeah, like this is like goes a slight way to rebalancing that and calling it a bailout. No, that's what's called political power. That's actually why New Yorkers.
New York City has been bailing out New York State for decades.
The entire rest of the state's in a deficit.
Oh, more.
Go ahead.
We balance the budget. You mean someone gave you money? And you actually just decided that you'd write an IOU for one of your biggest line items?
It's not someone, it's the state government, Stephen. I know it's a difficult concept to grasp, but it's the state government. Taxes. It's not one person, it's everybody collectively. That's how the government works. It's not like Kathy's money, right? It's not like in Kathy's bank account and she's like, "Oh, here you go, Zoran." Like, no. And it's a childish view of how this all works. Puerile, if you will.
Okay, let's extol the virtues of socialism in New York City. Some people will buy it. New Yorkers who are watching right now. I want you tell me, are your neighbors buying it? If you're watching, you probably don't. Do people there actually buy it?
Yes.
Oh, people buy it.
Yeah, buddy.
He is the most popular mayor in, I think, probably decades without having a post 9/11 situation.
Yeah, exactly.
And now it remains to be seen because New York mayors traditionally people sour on them
immediately. People's popularity ratings don't usually last much longer than the election. Just enough to get him past the finish line. Eric Adams comes to mind. There's plenty of other people, including people who I like. Bill de Blasio. His popularity didn't last very long. He had a snowstorm that absolutely decimated his popularity rating early on in his term. Actually, it was almost the exact same scenario, except Zoran succeeded where Bill did not, and his popularity has soared straight through. It really is a testament to that man's resilience.
But he is beloved in this city. Not by everybody. There's, people who are afraid that he's spreading Sharia law. And
I mean, the truth is, the type of person that watches Steven Crowder would be afraid to walk the streets of New York City.
100%. I mean, Crowder embodies this. Does he still have his gun around his neck?
No, the gun is gone.
The gun's gone. I guess he doesn't. But
Unarmed Crowder. How is he going to protect the office? I have no idea how he's going to be able to protect the office in that state. Unarmed, naked, basically naked, defenseless. Like I'm having like a day nightmare just thinking about it. The horror. Oh, the horror. Just terrible.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak, weak, weak.
Perfect spot for that one. All right, let's wrap up the Mamdani talk. Navarro Media got the clip here from yesterday. Zoran quoting a strange man here.
I cannot help but think of the words of our 40th president, Ronald Reagan. He famously said, "The 9 most terrifying words in the English language are I'm from the government and I'm here to help." It's a good quote, but I disagree. I think 9 more terrifying words are actually, I worked all day and can't feed my family.
Help, help, I'm being repressed.
We are going to use the power of government to lower prices and make it easier for New Yorkers to put food on the table.
9 more terrifying words. I worked all day and I can't feed my family. Oh, it's perfection.
Arguably the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th century.
Poetry. Vicariously through a Ronald Reagan quote, of all things. Never would have expected. But Zoran is a wordsmith. He's a cunning linguist. I mean, he, if you recall, used the words of Andrew Cuomo's own father, Mario Cuomo, in his victory speech. So he knows how to use words against people. He's quite good at that. It's fascinating. It's a fascinating skill. I don't know how he attained it. I don't know if it's the rapping, what, but he's good. He's good with that. Like he's going to remember your words, and that's like, you know what I mean? Like he's going to remember your words, and he's going to use them back at you later, right? Like to your face. It's like, remember that time you said that thing? Well, now you look stupid saying that thing that you said, and come on.
Come on!
Or something like that. Okay. We're going to move on from Zoran Mamdani and New York and go to the West Coast to start talking about a different problem. AI. It's making its way into all sorts of stuff. Some of it, you know, debatable on whether or not it's problematic. Other things with clear arguments for how it could be very problematic. Things like, I don't know, equipping road missiles with AI, you know, like Waymos. You know, because really, what is a Waymo? Aside from a multiple 1,000-pound vehicle with a bunch of very expensive sensors attached to it, and a battery, if punctured or improperly handled or stored, explodes. I'm not saying that's specific to Waymos. This is the case for all lithium-ion batteries. They might be helpful in storing a fuck ton of power, and I'm not saying we should make them illegal. I'm just trying to remind us of what it is these things are. And that perhaps just unleashing software powered devices that can kill onto our road should be a conversation and not just foisted upon us.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Waymo is recalling more than 3,700 of its self-driving vehicles because of a recent software glitch.
And that follows an incident in San Antonio where an empty Waymo vehicle was swept away in a storm. Fox 10's Taylor Wirtz tells us more about this recall as we approach Arizona's monsoon season. Taylor.
Yeah, Mark and Christina, the company says that the software could cause the Robotaxis to slow down and accidentally enter standing water, like you said, what happened in Texas there. And overall, now they say this could come at a good time as we enter monsoon season because
It's a good time? Fascinating. It's one way to put it. I would say it would have been a good time to think about this 6 months ago. The storms are already here. I don't know if it's going to be a mass recall or a sort of piecemeal recall, but this seems to be a big problem when you think about it, right? You're just in a Waymo. You've given up your, autonomy to a unseen, essentially, entity. Some AI program, or it could be a real human, but you don't see them. All you know is you're in an empty car, alone, powered by something, hurtling down the street, and at some point, that thing might decide that a flood is a good place to go. Like, that's what we're talking about. The software glitch we're talking about is one that causes the Waymo to think floodwaters are a good place to drive. You know, the sort of thing that I think most humans could grasp as being a bad idea. Just off the bat, right? Just like anybody who's just like conscious and sees a floodwater in front of them would probably turn around, right? But nope, these Waymos think, actually, that looks like a good time.
meteorologists say it could be a wetter than average one.
Waymos are a dime a dozen in the valley.
They're probably more safe than some of my friends driving.
But they're not for everybody.
No way am I getting in something without a driver.
Fueling the debate, Waymo recently announced a voluntary recall of more than 3,700 vehicles. A software glitch could cause them to slow down and drive.
Now, I still don't quite understand what that means. Voluntary recall. Voluntary. So somebody is deciding? And I need to look into this more. But I think what this means that some of these Waymos are like being purchased by like municipalities. It's just like confusing. What do you voluntary? No, no, everything that I'm seeing here suggests that no, it's all completely operated by Waymo. Every single one of their vehicles. So I don't know what the fuck that's supposed to mean. Voluntary recall. So you could be, I guess, sitting in one of these Waymos, just hurtling along the highway and directly into a flood because this Waymo thinks it's a good idea, and someone, I don't know who, is going to decide whether or not that's an important thing to do. It's fascinating. Will you get like a notification? I wonder. Like if you like when you go to like ask for your Waymo, we get like a notification when you go to enter the vehicle. Oh, this Waymo voluntarily decided not to get this this software glitch update. That should be fun. I'm sure they'll definitely just alert everybody to the problem. Unfortunately, this is not the only issue with Waymos. We've seen them bothering people in the middle of the night, honking at each other in people's parking lots, and down in Atlanta, empty Waymos invaded one particular neighborhood, preventing anyone from entering or leaving.
What you talking about?
Wayward Waymos. This video here captured several of the self-driving cars just clogging up a neighborhood cul-de-sac. The people living in the Northwest Atlanta neighborhood say dozens end up circling their community. Channel 2 Steve Gelbach is on one street where they want the Waymos to stop.
It's almost every little cul-de-sac around our area, so I think it's a real problem.
Waymo after Waymo after Waymo enter this dead-end street, usually early in the morning.
I think yesterday morning we had 50 cars that came through between 6 and 7.
Neighbors on Battleview Drive started seeing the autonomous, driverless cars 2 months ago, but the groupings and large number of Waymos just started circling in and out in the last couple weeks. They even shared video with us when neighbors used this little guy to put him right out here in the street to block the Waymos from getting into the cul-de-sac, and you can imagine what happened next.
And we had at one point 8 Waymos that were stuck trying to figure out how to turn around.
This is fucking insane. Once again, this is something that nobody was asked for. It was just like foisted upon them by capitalists. A small group of relatively like kind of unelected people. Unfortunately, not enough people vote in like very, very local elections to like focus in at all on the politics of like their, like their city council and stuff like that. But like this kind of stuff was just sort of like greenlit without asking anybody in most municipalities. And like these guys are operating on public streets, basically conducting an experiment on the local populace. An experiment that, as we see, depending on the inputs, goes horribly wrong. Whether it's blocking up an entire neighborhood or driving itself directly into floodwaters or whatever else. Seems bad. There's Waymo where that came from. Terrible. Terrible joke. Not even funny. Sadly, that's true, though. It's not funny because it's true. It's just making me mad. Not your fault. It was a good attempt. All right. Let's move on from the Waymo situation, the driverless cars, the AI data centers. I'm going to skip a couple of these just because I'm moving kind of slow.
Kevin O'Leary, this guy's a jackass. Let's do this one. So Kevin O'Leary, the guy from Shark Tank.
The Shark Tank legend, as Dave Rubin calls.
The Shark Tank legend. I just remember, like, maybe it was 10 years ago, where this guy was on Canadian television with, like, a 14-year-old girl who was making arguments about, maybe she was 14, maybe she was, like, 18, I can't remember. But I feel like she was, like, 14, about climate change, and she just destroyed him. The guy's, may or may not be a good businessman. I don't know.
He plays one on TV.
But he plays one on TV. He has, I guess, invested a tremendous amount of money in a data center in Utah, right? Is it Utah?
Yeah.
And there have been activists fighting against this data center and doing quite well in terms of getting, because, I mean, look, the data centers are going to drive up the price of other utilities, in addition to having all sorts of other externalities that are being socialized. There's a place apparently in Lake Tahoe where 50,000 people, their energy company has basically just said, we're only going to service the data center. You need to find out another way to find good energy.
Find new energy.
For 50,000 people. So activists have been fighting against it.
You need to find new energy. Like, can you imagine that for a second, for like a tiny town in Utah? They have to try and figure out how they're going to get new energy because some fucking douchebag was like, no, it's going to be more profitable to just give it to these guys. But this is what I'm talking about. This is actually not the first instance of this for this to happen, essentially. I mean, Amazon Web Services data centers allegedly hooking up directly to power stations to get first access to the power. All these guys, they're just greedy. You're just greedy power suckers. Can't think of a better word for them right now. Leeches. You're just leeching off of society.
Leary is convinced. There's some,
like how long you figure it takes, like, and costs, like how much it costs to build a new source of energy for 50,000 people.
Far more nefarious going on.
Like, honestly, and those kinds of threats, it's not even, like, it seems like it's a promise, not a threat, right? Like, it doesn't seem like they're even asking for anything. They're just deciding to do this. Like, there should be consequences for this, right? Like legal consequences for this. Like, you threaten to, or you deprive an entire town of energy, power, electricity, you should go to jail, right? Like, just for the sake of profits, fuck you, go to jail. Like, you're a piece of shit. Like, I'm sorry, but that's insane. You shouldn't be able to just turn it off, right? You should you should be able to, like, turn off the water for everybody in a town. And if you do, you should see the consequences of that. Not, benefits. Like, you shouldn't be profiting off of that. Go fuck yourself.
Right to jail, right away.
Elevate Strategies, also a cell operating inside of Utah. Gabby Finlayson. Gabby, what are you doing? And who's paying you?
Well, hi, hello. It's me, Gabby Finlayson. What am I doing? Apparently, we've reached the part of the Stratos data center journey where Kevin O'Leary goes on national Fox News to accuse us of being cells for the Chinese Communist Party.
Yeah, because at the end of the day, who would want us to stop building our electrical grid? Which adversary would want that? There's only one. It's China. So what I think is happening, and I got my guys to go a deep dig into the IP addresses, and here's what we found out. This is fascinating. We found 2 cells inside.
Pause it for a second now. I just want you to understand what's going on here. This multimillionaire wants to build a data center, and he is now, he's hired investigators to...
I call him a fake billionaire rather than a millionaire because he pretends to be a billionaire on TV, Like, his job is to pretend, basically. He never, like, says that he's a billionaire, but, like, you know what I mean? Like, he, like, puts on the act. It's a fake billionaire. It's a fake Canadian billionaire.
Ox, these activists.
And smear them as agents of a foreign adversary.
There was just a story about how when Jane Mayer wrote that piece in 2010 in the New Yorker about the Koch brothers, they hired private investigators to dig up dirt on her, to then create false accusations of plagiarism, to try and get her kicked out of her apartment. Like, this is what wealthy people do. I guess we should be thankful that he's actually being public about what he's up to as opposed to doing it. But he's going...
don't get me wrong. I've seen the outfit. We actually saw that clip a while back, which is why I'm not focused on his outfit again. But like, really though, I mean, is it even the craziest billionaire outfit that we've ever seen? Like, really? Like, you know what I mean? Like, this guy. Like, really? Or this, you know what I mean? Like, is it any crazier than like Mark Zuckerberg's like Zoomer outfits and shit? Like, come on, dude. Like, they're all just completely out of touch.
Fox News to have this platform to dox these two women.
Elevate strategies. Gabby Finlayson. Gabby, what are you doing? And who's paying you? So what I'm doing right now is, after getting this data, I'm calling out Gabby, operating in Utah.
So, hi Kevin, we are Elevate Strategies. This is Utah. You might not know it because you're from Canada. This is where we live. Before we get into anything too serious, this is the very scary, very intimidating man that is threatening us. We are not taking the criticism of anyone who is wearing
flip-flops
and a suit on national television. You know, it's not every day you get called out by first and last name on Fox News by a Canadian billionaire trying to ruin my state, but here we are. Kevin, are you okay? But after sitting with this for a moment, we decided to take it as a compliment because, first of all, how are these men scared of us? Have you met us? Hi. What are we talking about?
I want a forensic audit of who's funding their platforms. Who is it? So these are proxies for the Chinese government's my argument. And if they're not, because I want them to be able to defend their name to Gabby, come out wherever you are.
Okay, Kevin, go ahead. Mr. Wonderful's Nancy Drew little detective agency, have at it, brother, because if we were Chinese operatives, we would be the worst operatives in the entire world. Someone alert Beijing that the payment portal to Jackie and I's Amex bills is somehow broken. As a reminder, we run Democratic campaigns in the state of Utah. If we were in this to be making money, we would be doing literally anything else. And you should know that because your job is to give small business owners advice. Yeah, you'd think that Kevin would understand the hellscape that is late stage capitalism and consumerism that has led to you becoming a terrible, horrible billionaire who's trying to ruin our state. But if we're talking about audits, we should be auditing the Stratos Project. We should be auditing all of the politicians that, I don't know, do you have property surrounding the Stratos Project? Or maybe do you have interests that you were changing the laws before this was created? Hypothetically. We're just saying we should maybe look into people that stand to make hundreds of millions of dollars off this project. And let's be so for real and so clear, that is not us. It is not us. But sure, let's do the thing that all men who are scared and have no facts do.
Yeah, and you know, I refuse to call him Mr. Wonderful. I think we need to make like hashtag Mr. Pitiful, like go viral or something like that, you know? Something that rhymes with wonderful, but means the opposite of that. Because of course he doesn't qualify. There's nothing wonderful about Kevin O'Leary. He's an annoying turd who we're constantly having to hear from because somehow he got like a job at CNN, like commentary, like making like political commentary because he's just, I guess, like just got so much money. He's got like more time than money, or money than time. I don't know. Too much time. Too many opinions that nobody wants to hear, and now he's just moved on to forcing those opinions down our throat with AI, I guess, and it's just a weird vibe. It's a weird vibe from Mr. Pitiful. Mr. Blunderful. Mr. Slumberdull. What's a slumberdull? What the hell does that mean? Mr. Terrible. Mr. Awful.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak, weak, weak.
Yeah. Of course, AI is contributing to climate change. No matter how much they talk about some like future, some like sort of like cyberpunk future where we've solved like, so there's like, you know, or like solar punk future where we've solved all these problems. It's like, it's all as a result of AI. Like, they're constantly saying, oh, AI is actually going to solve climate change. But we already know the solutions to climate change. The powers that be just refuse to adopt those things, right? Like, that's the problem. Like, the problem is that, you know, we continue to subsidize oil companies and not solar panels and wind farms. In fact, Trump is spending billions of dollars right now to shut down solar projects and wind projects and other green energy projects. You know, like, we don't need AI. I know this is crazy to everybody, but we don't need AI to solve climate change. It's just a lack of action is why we are where we are on all of this. Because he is slumbering and dull. Okay? Okay. Check. But I'm not the only one who is sick of it. Nope. Gen Z is too.
The rise of artificial intelligence is the next industrial revolution.
After seeing what happened this week, I have one very important tip for anyone giving a commencement speech at a graduation. Do not mention AI in a positive light. So AI was booed at several commencement speeches, and I'm going to get to one that actually made me angry. I'll get to that in a bit here. And then I'm going to get to some polling on Gen Z's thoughts about AI and how it has changed in just a year. So first, let me get to this first clip. This is Scott Borchetta of Big Machine Records, which is a record label. I feel like if you're running a record label, why are you talking about AI in a positive light? We all may have seen what AI has been doing to music, or what some people have been trying to do to music with AI. It hasn't really worked out. But here he is. This is at Middle Tennessee State University.
Than in the 50 years prior. Streaming rewrote the economics. Social media rewrote the discovery model.
Social media.
AI is rewriting production as we sit here. I know it. Deal with it. Like I said, it's a tool. Hey, like I said, you can hear me now or you can pay me later. Hey, then do something about it, okay? It's a tool.
Then do
Make it work
something about
for
it.
Okay.
Wow. He's daring them to do something about it. I love how he thinks there's only one thing to do about it, which is to use AI. But he's basically daring people to like tear down the system itself. Oh, do something about it then. You don't like it? You don't like it? Oh, then submit. He's like, oh, you don't like AI? Then submit to AI and use it, right? Like, if you don't like it, use it. Like, what a claim. It is so, like, narrow-minded. So, like, he's like, oh, my God. These people are, like, calling for revolution at this point. Like, people are just, like, the people in power right now are just, like, so far off base from everything. Trump, I don't care about Americans' finances. When I'm waging my forever wars in Iran, I don't even think about them. Not at all. You know? Oh, you don't like it? Oh, too bad. Joni Ernst? Oh, everybody's gonna die. Sorry for telling you about it. When asked about cutting health insurance. Like, these people are just, like, letting the cat out of the bag on everything. They're just, like speed running authoritarianism is wild. I have no idea who this guy is, but he's like, you know what I mean? Like, it's just the level of tone deafness from a certain group of people these days is hitting peak.
This guy comes off like a jackass. I will say though, you know, maybe he was just a little stunned by the reaction to his comments about AI that he didn't really know how to respond. But deal with it. You got to deal with it. How about you fuck off? Here is another one. Gloria Caulfield. This is a real estate executive at the University of Central Florida's College of Arts and Humanities. Definitely a place you don't want to mention AI in the arts. But regardless, it's brought up here, and, well, here's the reaction.
Change can be daunting. The rise of artificial intelligence is the next industrial revolution. Whoa. What happened? Okay, I struck a chord.
It amazes me how caught off guard these people are. You know, often people that exist a lot online, like myself.
Look, here's my thing about this. I think people like this woman, people who are already established in their fields, they can look at AI and see it as beneficial to them, right? But the further away you are from that point in life, the further you are away from being established professionally, and the closer you are to, like, you know, paycheck to paycheck, struggling to survive, the more that you feel threatened by AI. And that's how I see it, I think, to some degree. Not everybody is, I'm not saying this is like absolutely everybody that meets these criteria, but that's the sense that I get of things, is that people, I think rightly so, who have not yet reached professional success, look at AI and see it as a threat to their very existence, while people who have money and access and already achieved success professionally, right, are like, oh, this is helpful. Like, this is helping me do stuff. Like, I don't have to pay this or that person to do this thing that I need to get done for whatever. I can optimize my life. Look at it. But like the people who are, in theory should be filling those jobs that are like, wait, hold on. Am I included in this equation or what? And no, honestly, you're not. Nobody is thinking about it. Anybody who's in charge of this stuff is not thinking about it, about you, right? Or thinking about the vast majority of people, like working class people, right? I'm basically talking about like anybody that's outside of like the top tier of like earners, right? Like if you're not a CEO, right? You're basically under threat to some degree. That is the intention of all of this. And AI is a class struggle, essentially. The concept they've all rigged up, whether or not they say it out loud every single day, is one of displacement of workers. And there's always this sort of like ethereal but ungraspable future of no work, but everyone's still fine, right? I think people get it from watching the movies too much. Because right now, our current society that we have is incredibly cold and callous and is not set up to deal with people who don't have jobs. People who don't have jobs go homeless or starve, right? Or have to make it like incredible personal sacrifices. And it's just, yeah, it's just so frustrating to hear people want to embrace this so, flippantly without any considerations for the societal implications. Because we do not have a social safety net set up to deal with this. We have what is like basically looming pure, like full-on libertarianism almost, right? With just like a super powerful like executive branch, essentially, right? Like we're dismantling all of the government, the independent government agencies, like slashing regulations, environmental and otherwise across the board, right? Like reducing taxes for the rich. And it's just like, this is effectively where we're headed. The opposite of the kind of state that you would need for people to actually fucking survive, right? One where the very richest in society can't seize all of the land that those people would need to live on, right? And turn it into, a mine or a fucking data center, right? Yeah, it's, God. Like, Trump is basically saying that this is the future he is aiming for when he talks about wanting to make America the #1 AI superpower. And it's not a good one.
I gather news, I cover politics, I'm online a lot. It can often seem like and feel like that we're in an echo chamber. Because I see these complaints all the time about AI and the threat it already is to jobs and just how it's utilized. Yet it appears that I live in the real world because I am more connected to people's thoughts about AI, at least in the context of a graduation setting, than this speaker is, who appears to be completely caught off guard by the reaction to it. And of course,
yep. Okay. Moving it on from the AI vibes to the current moment that we find ourselves in weather-wise. Fire season. It's just the beginning, but it's getting off to a banner start, and not in a good way. With fires from Alaska to Minnesota. Let's go here to Alaska's news source from 21 hours ago. Get us started.
As we come in the air at 4, firefighters spent several hours containing a wildland fire near 100th Avenue and C Street that was less than a mile from a number of homes. We also know that winds played a factor as firefighters worked to put it out. We'll talk to Chief Meteorologist Melissa Fry in just a bit about that. But first, let's go to Lauren Maxwell at the staging area. Lauren, what can you tell us?
Yeah, this is a fire right around 100 and C Street, and I have to tell you, it's pretty deep in the woods that you can see behind me, but it's also about 3/4 of a mile away from the Diamond Estates trailer court. And earlier today, crews were on standby there in case it spread. Fortunately, it didn't. That fire is contained now, but we want to show you what it looked like when it really was at the height of it. Now, this is video that was taken at about 12:30, I should say, this afternoon. Really, the height of the fire, it was about 5 acres in size, being whipped up by winds and then sparking up whenever it hit black spruce trees. A lot of apparatus battling this fire. Anchorage Fire Department, also state crews dropping water by helicopter. Now, the good news, it was contained by about 2:30 this afternoon, although crews are still mopping up a lot of the hot spots. The fire department says it's really a good reminder that fire season has begun.
Well, there you go. Thankfully, fire crew is able to put out this fire before getting out of control. But of course, we are only at the very, very beginning of fire season. And as they said, this is a reminder of that fact. Seeing these sorts of things cropping up in the way that I'm seeing them right now is, I think, confirming all of the concerns that I've had. The warnings that I've been giving us about the fire and storm season. It's going to be a weird one. And, like this time last year, we were seeing fires crop up, but they're very small. However, that was the smallest fire out of all of them. And it was all the way in fucking Alaska. Just for context, as we move through these. Let's go down now to the Bay Area, where 2 fires popped up in the North Bay with red flag wind warnings. Sunday going into Monday.
The wind Rob is talking about has already caused issues for firefighters today. So let's go to NBC Bay Area's Tom Jensen, who is live in Solano County, where a fire quickly burned 25 acres near Rio Vista. What's it look like tonight, Tom?
Well, the winds are picking up even more tonight, as you can see, and firefighters here at Montezuma Fire District in Solano County and next door at the Rio Vista Fire Department were very busy with that fire you were just talking about that was just a few miles from here, driven by those winds. But the fire danger, like Rob was saying, is even going to pick up more tomorrow when those winds get even stronger. The fire scene near Rio Vista was mopped up and cleared by early this evening, but the damage is clear. Just 2 weeks into May, and the grassy fields surrounding this massive Solano County wind farm are already dry enough to burn and burn quickly.
That was one of the areas
immediately,
of concern,
if not
really
sooner.
strong winds right down there, and you have the period that we're in right now. We're starting to see things dry out.
The legendary Sacramento River Delta winds, which make it so attractive for.
It's not good that everything's drying out already. But of course, there's been an extended period of hot, dry weather through much of the West from the beginning of spring. And everything is drying out. And that's bad.
Production also helped dry the grasses and brush and fan even the tiniest sparks into flames.
Those strong winds, they'll drive a fire really quick, and you'll see some sizable acres.
The official cause of this fire has not been determined by Solano County fire officials, but a Rio Vista firefighter who helped fight the fire told me exhaust from farming equipment could have sparked the fire that quickly grew to 25 acres.
Okay. So multiple fires in the North Bay. Those windy conditions also seen in SoCal. KTLA 5 from Monday.
Parts of LA County have an elevated fire risk today.
It's due to dry conditions and potentially strong winds. KTLA 5's Aaron Myers live in Stevenson Ranch, part of the Santa Clarita Valley, with those details. Aaron, good morning.
Good morning to you both. We haven't seen the strong winds just yet, but they are expected to pick up as the day goes on. And as you said, dry conditions, low humidity. So that means if a fire starts, it can spread quickly. And we did have high fire danger over the weekend, too. There were a couple fires that broke out. We can show you video of that from the Antelope Valley. This is from Saturday. That is when the Corral fire broke out in Antelope Acres. It was wind fueled. And then the Grand Fire in Lancaster, which started a little later that afternoon. Now, both happened during a red flag warning. No injuries or structure damage were reported with these fires, though there were evacuation warnings for a time with the Corral fire. As for today, there isn't a red flag warning, but a wind advisory will go into effect at 7 this morning and last until 3 this afternoon.
Yep, and immediately, if not sooner, more fires broke out.
Immediately, if not sooner.
In Southern California. I believe northwest of LA, on Santa Rosa Island, a wildfire sprouted up and burnt 10,000 acres. Yes. Almost instantly.
We want to turn now to our weather as winds are actually fueling a wildfire on the Channel Islands. Firefighters say since starting Friday, this fire has now burned more than 10,000 acres. This is on Santa Rosa Island. 11 park rangers were evacuated today. The fire is believed to be human caused, with more firefighters expected to be flown to the island tomorrow once.
Yeah. Massive fire.
And more breaking news tonight.
Basically,
the biggest
out
of
in
the
the
fires burning
Pacific
tonight is in the Channel Island.
This thing continued to grow into yesterday, reaching nearly 20,000 acres burned, nearly doubling in size over a 24-hour period.
This is ridiculous!
Mike, crazy as it sounds, this fire was actually started by a shipwrecked sailor.
Yeah, that's at least preliminarily what they're looking into here, is that this sailor may have used a flare gun and started the fire, though that's not confirmed. They're just looking into that at this point. But I do want to show you some of the video that we've gotten from the Coast Guard here that shows that blaze burning. Now, this is the Santa Rosa Island area. This is off the coast of kind of Oxnard, Santa Barbara area. It's a very remote island, not inhabited at all. It's about 17,000 acres at this point. The good news is late tonight, after some mapping and thanks to some air dropping retardant fixed wing planes that have been out there, they do have the fire up to 26% contained. But the fire, where it's burning, is causing so much issues for firefighters being able to get resources out there, including this. So first of all, here's the map of the area. The Santa Rosa Island is all the way out here, and you can...
Yeah, exactly. But so this guy supposedly, right, like this is Los Angeles right over here. So yeah, it's like northwest, maybe directly west actually. That's hard to tell from this angle. Honestly, hard to blame this guy for just trying to get help, stranded on this freaking island in the middle of the Pacific. You know, I don't know exactly how far this is, but I assume this is quite a difficult swim. You gotta assume there's like sharks swimming in around here, and I don't know if there's anything on this island. I think it's mostly uninhabited. But that signal fire led to a 10,000, 17,000, however many thousand fucking acre, nearly 20,000 acre fire. Which I don't even know if that's out yet. But we got to move on from that fire to talk about another fire that was going on at the same time in the Simi Valley. Not that far away, on the other side of that blue. On the other side of that blue that we were just looking at. Like, if I recall correctly, hold on, go back. Hey, no, yeah, no, yeah. Oh, yeah, perfect. Perfect. Right here. This. Simi Valley, I believe, is right here. You can see the word valley. Well, you maybe you can. I don't know if you can. But this is where this next fire that we're going to talk about. And I would also point out, if you look around here, you got here, Santa Rosa Island fire, Foothill fire up here above Santa Barbara, Wood fire further inland, the Burro fire, Sandy fire, the Bane fire, right? And honestly, the Sandy fire is almost right on top of, like, well, slightly more further to the north, I think, of the Palisades fire. The Burro fire is slightly west of the Altadena fire. Then you got the Bane fire down here in Corona, the Verona fire down in Menifee, and the Kirby fire all the way south here, approaching San Diego. You got like 10 fires? How many is that? 8 fires just in this one shot in Southern California? This is what I mean when we say explosive start to fire season. I am not being hyperbolic. Okay, maybe just a little bit, but you get what I'm saying.
Now to our other major breaking news, this time in Simi Valley, where the Sandy fire has scorched over 700 acres and destroyed at least one home.
And you've been watching this live with us on the KTLA 5 coverage since 10 o'clock this morning. We've been on this since 11 o'clock this morning. Gil Lavis in Sky 5 as we watch flames starting to pick up again, Gil.
That's right, Sam and Lauren. One of the hot spots out burning out here south of Simi, south of the has a lot of unburned brush. You can see as I
and Gil
burn brush right now, but as I come out wide, you can see the extent of the fire and the smoke in the area. As I come down here, you'll see where the fire first started earlier this morning. As I come in tight, that's Sandy Avenue, and
I mean, a lot of this is as a result of firefighters, but it's burned basically everything but the homes. Like, you look at that, it is quite something to look at. absolutely everything is burned but these neighborhoods. It's fucking wild. Holy shit. It like goes straight up to it. Like not a blade of grass left.
Where the fire first started earlier this morning as I come in tight, that's Sandy Avenue, and the firefighters there working to put out any hot spots, and the fire just raced up that hill with the wind-driven fire there, pushing it out towards the south and east. Now the fire department has done a great job on this northeastern flank with the fire retardant drops. They have hand crews down there on the hillside. The helicopters
yeah, you
are
can
very
see it. You can see it in that shot much better. You can see like the red line of fire retardant going all along this. I assume that's the reason why it didn't make it all the way over there either. But this is just, I mean, we're just in May right now and we're seeing some pretty serious fire activity in Southern California.
With the fire retardant drops, they have hand crews down there on the hillside. The helicopters are very active still. We see helicopters from LA County Fire, Ventura County Fire, and LA City Fire.
Okay, so this was like the initial report. The Live 5 chopper, or whatever it's called, Sky 5. Out of KTLA 5. Of this fire that was going simultaneously as that other fire was happening in the bay. On Santa Rosa Island, right? This one is the Sandy fire in the Simi Valley.
Now at 11, wildfires rage.
Excuse me. Please shut it. It continued to grow from hundreds of acres to nearly 2,000 acres within 24 hours. Here's KTLA 5 once again from 21 hours ago.
Now at 11, wildfires rage across Southern California tonight as residents race to escape the flames. Good evening, I'm Micah Ullman.
And I'm Cher Calvin. Firefighters across Southern California tonight are battling a series of brush fires that are burning close to homes, forcing thousands to evacuate.
The fire emergency has exploded as the heat and dry conditions make the firefight even more intense. 3 major fires are burning across our area in Ventura and Riverside counties. The largest, the Sandy fire, flared up overnight and has burned 1,700 acres in Simi Valley and is 5% contained. Tens of thousands of residents have been forced from their homes.
Our coverage begins with Chris Wolf live in Simi Valley with the latest on the fight against the Sandy fire. Chris?
That's right, Cher and Micah. The hills of Simi Valley continue to burn tonight, delivering an ominous orange glow in the distance. I can tell you this is one neighborhood that has been under siege, with the wind-driven flames racing toward homes for much of the day.
Priorities that's gonna, move some stuff further east into.
Strong winds kicked up the persistent Sandy fire in Simi Valley Tuesday, with the threat shifting to the eastern part of the area. Homes along Sequoia Avenue were surrounded by flare-ups and hotspots, racing up and down hillsides just feet from properties.
One thing I've been whoa, what in the hell? One thing I've been thinking about recently is that with the El Nino in effect in the Pacific right now, not only is that going to contribute to heat, but increased winds, right, that are going to add to fire threats until those winds eventually bring along storms. But there's going to be, you got to think there's going to be some period of time in here where it's just going to be hotter than hell and windy in the Pacific. And not in like the normal Santa Ana wind periods, right? Like in the middle of fucking like June here, essentially.
Firefighters from various agencies made structure protection their top priority, preventing flames from advancing toward homes with a combined ground and air assault. As of 6 p.m. Tuesday, nearly 40,000 residents were placed under evacuation orders. Hundreds of others remain under evacuation warnings. Many chose to leave the danger zones. while others are staying, watching conditions closely.
We've got a good fire break here, so we're not leaving, hoping for the best. It is a little scary, but like I said, the wind's going the other direction, so we're gonna wait it out. We've got the cars packed and ready to go.
We're under evacuation orders. We're staying for now, but if it's a matter where it's really worse than this, we're prepared to leave. We have all our...
Yeah, I had to look it up just to be sure. But the strongest period during the year for the Santa Ana winds is during December and January. So we're 6 months. We're like on the opposite side of the calendar. You're seeing extreme winds going on here. And you're likely to see even worse winds as a result of the increased activity in the Pacific through the rest of the spring and summer. And honestly, straight through into fall. Because El Nino is going to last until like 2027. Oh, it's going to be bad. This is going to be a bad year. Staying on the Sandy Fire in the Simi Valley. And BCLA next. Wait, no. KTLA
that
5.
started yesterday in Simi Valley. It's 5% contained after burning nearly 1,400 acres.
Fire officials say more favorable weather out there today. That weather is helping them make some more progress. NBC4's Alex Rozier live right now in Simi Valley with some new video of when the fire started. Alex.
Colleen and Michael, over the past 24 hours, we've been covering this fire, and sadly, we reported that this one home has burned here behind us on Trickling Brook Court. And joining me now is the homeowner, Beth. Beth, I start with my sincere apologies for what's happened. I'm so sorry that you lost your home.
Thank you.
Take me back to yesterday morning. You said you were at home at the time.
I was working from home, which is not normal. I happened to have allergies that morning, and I decided to work from home. Shortly after 10, maybe 10:30, my husband called. He had gotten notification from our Ring app that there was a fire nearby, so he wanted me to go check outside to see where it was and what the conditions were.
And you went outside, you checked the conditions, and what did you see?
Yeah, so I saw a fire on the other side of the next ridge over near the water tower. And while I was watching that, I noticed that there were sparks starting new fires down the hill, just down the valley from us. I saw 2 new areas go up in flames very quickly. The wind went from 10 miles an hour to 100 miles an hour in no time. And so on the phone with him, I said, this is it. It's time to go. I'm getting Bella. I'm getting out of here.
You grab Bella. Bella's the bird.
Bella's our Amazon parrot.
Anyways, at this time, yesterday, 21 hours ago or so, a little bit more, the fire is at 5% containment. And I don't have actually more updates, or more recent updates on this fire, unfortunately. Just because I've had so many stories to keep up with. Only got what I got. I got like one other update from this time. Then we got to switch to other fires. Oh, actually, no, I actually do have one. I forgot. I forgot. I added one new one, didn't I? Yeah, I did. Okay, nice. Although it's a broader update, not just on a specific fire. I'm going to switch over to the Bane fire now. Remember that one? That one's further east and south. Closer towards the Altadena fire. The former location of the Altadena fire, at least. MBCLA, 21 hours ago.
On the Bane fire, which is burning in Jurupa Valley tonight. Thousands of people remain under evacuation orders and warnings. This fire has grown to more than 1,300 acres. NBC4's Tracy Leung live right now in Jurupa Valley, where the winds apparently have died down just a little bit. No shit. And that's certainly helping fire crews get a handle on this. Tracy.
Yeah, Colleen, and it is a noticeable difference from the past several hours with those winds dying down. CAL FIRE says with the winds much calmer and these cooler temperatures, it's helping them to make significant progress. We're standing along the Santa Ana River near where the fire started about 12 hours ago. That was around 11:30 this morning. You can see fire crews strategically placed around the perimeter of the fire to monitor these conditions. Now, as you mentioned, the Bane fire, it has grown to more than 1,300 acres. It is now 10% contained, which is good news for firefighters tonight. They say because
that is not great news. That is like pretending like it's good news. 10% contained is pretty meaningless. If it's sub 50%, it's a losing battle, right? Like until you get over 50%, as we talked about in the past, like you're not making more progress. You're not making as much progress as the fire is gaining. Usually, not always. It depends on the wind speeds and other factors, but generally speaking, it's not great. But if you combine this fire and all the other fires with this 1,500 acres here, 2,000 acres there, 20,000 acres on the island, it's like it's got to be close to like 30 or 40,000 acres burned right now, burning or burned over the last few days, essentially, since the weekend. These started on like Friday, Saturday, when these wind warnings started coming up. Now, this is the last update on the fires happening in Southern California. As a result of all of these burning fires, an air quality advisory is being issued across SoCal. Here's KTLA 5 earlier this evening.
We begin with KTLA Shelby Nelson live in Moreno Valley. Shelby.
Sure, Micah. If you have stepped outside today, chances are you have smelled smoke incoming from one of the several fires burning across our region. Now, officials say that smoke could travel for miles depending on wind speed and direction. Whether you can see it or not, most people can smell it.
Last night, I really didn't pay attention to the smoke. I went to bed. I was tired. But when I woke up this morning, it felt like the windows were open and I could smell inside the house.
Fires across Southern California are impacting the air we breathe, contributing to poor air quality. Frank Sandoval has only lived at his home for 9 months. This was the vantage point from his house, wind carrying smoke from the Bane fire, which broke out late Tuesday morning in Jurupa Valley. But one day earlier, he received an evacuation order shortly after getting home from work.
When I got here, I could see the flames and all my neighbors were outside watching the fire.
Officials with South Coast Air Quality Management District say Southern California residents are being hit with poor air quality thanks to several fires burning across the southern half of the state.
Yeah, that air quality looks pretty bad.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak.
So, yeah, not a lot of progress on those fires in the last 24 hours. Air quality, though, getting progressively worse. A little further south, in Arizona, another wildfire popped up as a result of, you guessed it, high winds. Here's Fox 10 Phoenix from Sunday.
Now to the latest on a wildfire burning north of Cave Creek in the Tonto National Forest. The Bronco fire began burning last night and quickly torched dozens of acres.
Fire crews seem to be getting the upper hand tonight, but it's one of several wildfires to pop up over the past few weeks, and it's not even summer yet. Jacob Luthi is live with details. Jacob.
Yeah, Ashley, Brian, if you'll remember, the Horseshoe Fire burned around 200 acres in the Tonto National Forest. That was just last week, and I got to tell you, it's been really windy here today. And speaking with crews, they said that they wanted to get this Bronco fire contained as quickly as possible. They knew that red flag warning was coming today, and so they were doing whatever they could last night to get it contained. Now go ahead and take a look at this video. This is from that fire that started around 7 Last night, crews from all over the state worked to contain the fire. Brad Woodham with the Tonto National Forest says firefighters used 5-gallon water pouches and hand tools to battle the fire overnight, all while constantly adjusting to strong shifting winds. Now on Friday, the Tonto National Forest issued their Stage 1 fire restrictions because of these elevated fire dangers across the state and including this forest. Woodham says almost all of these fires can be prevented and encourages the public to do their part in keeping everyone safe.
Well, there you go. Unfortunately, we're not done with fires. We gotta go back north, all the way up to Minnesota. Actually, wait, before we do that, we gotta go to Denver. God damn it, there's more fires. How did I forget about this one? Denver 7. We'll get to Minnesota eventually. Sorry, Minnesota. Denver 7. Mandatory evacuations in place for town of Campo due to fast-moving wildfire.
That fire in the far southeast corner of Colorado, where I'm hearing from people who are very concerned right now. Take a look at this video taken by Cecil Shannon, who's fighting this fire as we speak. His parents sent the video to me. Here's what we know right now. The Baca County Office of Emergency Management tells me the fire crossed over the Oklahoma state line near Highway 287. It's moving north right now, and it's actually threatening the town of Campo. Mandatory evacuations in place right now for that town and surrounding areas. Officials say people need to evacuate to the north immediately. Now, a shelter is open
immediately,
at
if
Springfield
not
School,
sooner.
and the Campo School District has had to postpone graduation, which was scheduled for tonight. Right.
Okay. I think there might be a fire going in. Now that I'm listening to that again, I think there might be a fucking fire going on in Oklahoma, too, that we're not talking about somehow. I don't know how. But moving on from Colorado, we are now going to go to Minnesota, where they, too, are fighting a number of wildfires burning in the north. CBS WCCO Minnesota. From Saturday.
Scenes of destruction in the paradise of the Northlands. Governor Walz just mobilized the National Guard in Crow Wing County to battle wildfires as they tear through over 2,000 acres near Flanders Lake. Meanwhile, just 3 miles north of Two Harbors, a 350-acre fire is still burning. Highway 61 is closed as residents who haven't evacuated stand ready to. That fire is 30% contained, while the Flanders fire is 0% contained and has expanded to 1,200 acres. Our Jason Rantala is there with the fight against the growing flames.
Oh my God! This was what Mandy and Doug Mitchell witnessed Saturday. Smoke and flames consuming the sky along Highway 11 in the Brainerd Lakes area.
It was really scary.
It's something Amelia Fletcher and her cousin Olivia Waller have never experienced.
So me and my mom drove down and talked to the Cross Lake sheriffs, and they said that they wanted us to evacuate people.
That's exactly what 12-year-old Olivia did.
I was knocking on the door saying, hey, there's a fire coming your way. We got to evacuate, pack up any things. They were all panicking and everything, and I helped one lady because she was crying, and I said it's going to be okay.
Fire call did come in about midday, about 12:30 or so, they said.
Tim Ingrove with the Minnesota Incident Command System says the fire quickly expanded hundreds of acres. Fire crews from around the state came to assist, battling the fire on the ground and by air.
Oh, it's a dark time. Dark start here to the summer. Wildfires across the drought-stricken West.
Today, Governor Walz got a first-hand look at wildfire damage in Two Harbors. The Stewart Trail fire has already destroyed 34 structures, and that includes homes. In the last 24 hours, the governor declared a peacetime emergency. 19 members of the Minnesota National Guard are on standby with Black Hawk helicopters to help with wildfire response. Multiple wildfires are burning across portions of Lake, Crow Wing, and St. Louis counties. The largest of the wildfires is the Flanders Fire east of Breezy Point. Right now, it's nearly 1,700 acres, or nearly 3 square miles. That is roughly the size of the town of Jordan.
Yep. I just want to do something really quickly so that we can visualize what's happening here, and I'm sure you can all see it in your heads. But, you know, you got fire. Where's my, let me look. Oh, I'm too far over. Where is it? Here? Okay, you got fire over here, right? Southern California. All the way up in Alaska, hard to see. But we'll just put that up there, right? As well as fires down in Arizona here, right? In Colorado, over here-ish. That's not quite it. Undo that. Over here. Still too far. Screw it. And then all the way up here, Minnesota. That's too far, but you kind of get the vibes. Right? This general region, right? Now, if we look at the drought maps right now, where are they? Oh, I don't have it open. We looked at the drought maps recently for the West. And I mean, this is basically some of the worst areas of drought. Change my pen? You don't like my pen? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Because if you look at, like, Colorado here, exceptional drought. Like, the worst drought region of the entire country right now, actually. But actually, that's only the West. Why is it only the West? I want to look at the whole map. Fuck it. Whatever. We looked at it. And the entire country, to some degree, is experiencing drought conditions right now. Well, at least most of the country. Like, from west of the Mississippi, essentially over. There's a few areas that are experiencing much higher than normal precipitation. Very few places that are experiencing just normal levels of precipitation, though. So it's a weird time climate-wise this year, and it feels like it's just about to get worse. Speaking of worse, we are also in tornado season, and that was apparent down in Nebraska. That was from Saturday, I believe. Actually, Sunday, I think. Taken by a storm chaser of some kind. Sorry for the noise. Sorry for the super loud. Oh, okay. All right, moving on from the extreme weather stuff. I'm afraid we're going to have to skip space news. Go straight into the earthly politics, the geopolitics news here. Mostly for time purposes. I'm still just moving real slow. I still got like 45 videos left to get through, and it's not quite. We're like 6.5 hours into the stream already. You feel me? I can't have the stream just going on indefinitely forever. I have to limit myself somehow. Been trying to keep these things to like 8 or 9 hours. Because 12 feels like a little much. Not that it doesn't happen ever. I feel like I'm trying to like keep it down. Like the number of times I do 12 hours a month. Like one a month, 1 or 2 12-hour streams a month. The rest of them being 8 hours. I can live with that. But like, you know, you can't have it happening all the time. It's too much. It's too much, man. I have no sound. Huh? Huh?
We've had everybody. Jeff Bezos came, Bill Gates came, Mark Zuckerberg.
Oh. I just realized I know I've done the wrong one.
That's too much, man.
That's on me.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
All right. Let's start off in the Caribbean. Well, with a guy who just got back from the Caribbean. Cuba, to be specific. And no, I'm not talking about Hassan Parker. Okay.
This is Hassan Parker.
I am talking about right-wing idiot, medically stupid, Nick Shirley, who's back in the States. He's on the podcast circuit. The latest appearance, the boy is over at the PBD podcast.
You're about to be value-tamed.
So this is Nick Shirley. I'm getting all these IMs saying that Nick Shirley's probably not going to come on the show now because Emma was so mean to him.
Oh, well, he might not understand that she was mean to him.
A lot of people are like, you shouldn't make fun of Nick Shirley. Is that what his name is?
Yes.
Nick Shirley, because he seems very, very slow. And I have to tell you that I think that like most right-wingers are very slow. They just have the ability to speak better. And I also feel like it's a little condescending to say to a guy who's out there making his money as a right-wing influencer that somehow, because he's dim, he's above reproach. And it's a little condescending, frankly.
You know, Sam is right. And, you know, initially I was of this thinking, but I also, to be fair, I thought he was like 18, maybe 19 years old. I didn't realize he was like a fully grown man, like late, honestly, approaching late 20s. I think he's like 26 or something like that. I can't remember exactly, but he's been out of the womb. He's been, in theory, like out of his parents' house. I don't know if that's actually true. He might still live with his mom. But like initially I was like, this guy just got out of like the indoctrination chamber with his like Mormon mother who like homeschooled him. But he's like, you know, mid-20s. And, you know, that argument has sort of lost steam for me, I think. And now I think he does. Sam is right. He does deserve, just out of respect. Sam's right. It's just rude. It's rude of me to treat him with kid gloves when he's a grown man. He can handle it.
And I'm not going to show that lack of respect.
Yeah.
For him
exactly.
in that way.
Yeah.
Here he is on a PBD. And I don't know why this came up. But I guess it's just the guys are getting together. We don't have really much to talk about that's positive on the right these days. So let's talk about the ladies.
Now, you're 24 now. I'm assuming you're planning on getting married before 30?
Yeah, that'd be the goal.
Before 30?
Yeah, we got to figure that out.
You got to figure that out. Well, I mean, you know, maybe you go to Cuba, you find a beautiful wife who's not happy, you bring her back, and she starts saying, my God, this man's making my dreams become a reality. It'll be a white.
Pause it for a second. I think that's also
a little revealing.
I think that's a little revealing to the entire.
Also, which woman? I'm just wondering which woman out there looks at Nick Shirley and thinks this man is this is my Prince Charming. This guy who can't form a single sentence. He's the guy. I've hit the jackpot. Look at him.
Also,
a little revealing.
I think that's a little revealing to the entire conservative, like, sort of mindset. First off, as soon as that woman comes across the border, I would imagine she'd be subject to arrest by ICE.
If not sooner.
Shouldn't let her behave herself.
It'd be a real bummer to bring over your, I don't even know what you would call that, your refugee bride.
I think PBD is describing a concubine.
I would call it a Melania. That would be my go-to descriptor, right, of this activity. It's a Melania. It would be Nick Shirley's Melania.
Be best.
But, like, Nick, you're in a position where you could control this woman by providing her a country that has fuel. Now that we've cut off the I wonder if maybe that is the right-wing project to oppress enough nations around the world so incels can find a wife. It's just such a grotesque
30 tariff fiance.
It's such a grotesque sort of place to go. Like, even if they were talking about Cuba before then, like, what?
He's talking like a pimp.
It's just so gross. Like, you seem like the type of person who doesn't have the ability to form a grown-up relationship with a woman.
Epstein visa.
What if you more or less own?
Exactly, Herman. It's on. Got to get Nick Shirley's bride to come in on the Epstein visa. I mean, the Einstein visa. What is it again? The Genius Grant?
One.
Making my dreams become a reality. It'll be a white boy with some Cuban kids
I don't know
combined.
about that. I need
You're not
to
open
speak
to that.
fluent English.
Yeah.
My Spanish is good.
Oh my God! Pause it for a second.
I need him to speak fluent English. He can barely get the sentence out, but I need him to speak fluent English.
I need
You're not
to
open
speak
to that.
fluent English.
Yeah.
My Spanish is good.
Oh my God! Pause it for a second. What the hell is going on there? Yeah, this is very intimate.
Yeah, I know.
This is like my dinner with Andre.
Yeah, they took the leaf out of the table for this
Yeah, I
one.
guess so.
Well, what is Nick Shirley into? What kind of what is your type?
Beautiful.
Just beautiful.
Yeah,
Just beautiful.
6'5",
No,
185, beautiful.
not taller than me. A bit athletic,
Okay.
but just beautiful.
Just beautiful, man.
Just beautiful. Is there a type?
Is there a type?
Oh my God.
Yeah, I would
Have you
say there's
thought,
a
because
type.
if you're like this, you know, if you're like this, I remember writing down specifically what I wanted my wife to look like. Height, temperament, hair, all of it.
Height,
You've done that because you've done
temperament,
a lot of stuff.
hair, all of it. Wait, what?
The three big ones.
Height, temperament, and hair. Those are the three big ones. Good point. Yeah, you want to make sure that you get the big three. Height, temperament, and hair. And the others, of course. You know, like intellect or interests. Compatibility. I don't know. Those are, you know, secondary. Chemistry, whatever. Who cares? You just want to make sure you hit the top three. Height. What was it again? I forgot. Oh no, I'm screwed. That's right. Height, temperament, and hair. Whatever the hell that means.
Not a car.
What's amazing to me is, like, I've heard of stories of people when they're young, particularly like in junior high or something like this. Like, this is the type of person I want to marry.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I want them to be smart and funny and brave, and like competent and I don't know, athletic or whatever, but like you're as an adult, you're writing down what you want them to look like.
And their temperament.
You need to have intention. This is why he's such a successful businessman.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Yeah. See, that's
virtuous woman.
Virtuous woman.
Yeah.
See, this is. Where is it? No. What is it called? Emotional chart. Yes. Found it. Thank God. Because here's the problem. Actually, wait. No, this is Instagram. I won't be able to see this. See, Sam. Problem here. Sam, while he should be somewhere over here, illuminated and blissful with the point score somewhere around 600, or maybe even approaching pure consciousness, but that's a lot to ask. Instead, he's down here, way down here in the force column. Weakness. Awful.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak, weak, weak.
He's being apathetic, right? If you can find it right here. He's being apathetic when it comes to a woman, right? He hasn't come. I'm sorry. See, the thing is, Sam is he's not visualizing. Have you read The Secret? He's not visualizing for success enough. He's being apathetic. And as a result, he is in despair. I'm sorry, I can't keep doing this. And he has no hope. Hopeless. It's all according to the map of consciousness. It's on the wall at the PBD pod, I believe. Just in case Vinny, or especially Adam, or even Tom, if any of those guys get out of line, you can just point to the chart and be like, look at you. You are in denial. As a result,
You're a moron.
You're about to be value-tamed.
Pure-hearted woman.
Faith, Christian.
Yeah, like they gotta believe in God, gotta believe in Jesus. Like that's obviously very important.
Why can't I shut up about Jesus?
Inside and out.
All right. That's such a wide range that if I were to set you up with a beautiful
Pat, there's beautiful girls everywhere. I've gone on dates with beautiful girls from France. Gone on beautiful dates with girls from New York.
Beautiful dates. This guy, he wants to make sure, one of his qualifications, let's just make sure that we've got this. His qualifications are beauty. Well, actually, I think the first thing that he brought up, being fluent in English? I believe it was. Beauty, fluent in English, and what was the last one? A Christian, loves Jesus. And then he says this sentence.
France, gone on beautiful dates with girls from New York.
I've been on beautiful dates with girls from New York. So he's been on dates with beautiful girls in France. He's been on dates with normal girls from New York, but the dates were beautiful. Reading comprehension skills are going down in this country precipitously. And there's guys like this, the reason for that, it's just fascinating. When I hear him talk, I get the vibes that he's a virgin, but it's whatever.
There's beautiful girls everywhere.
Plaza, you know what's amazing about this is that I'm actually I sort of am on Team Shirley here relative to PBD. At least he's just sort of I just want somebody who's nice and beautiful inside and out. You haven't written down her breast size? Seriously?
What measurements you looking
really?
for?
You're not looking for but what about
hourglasses or pants?
Are you not? You don't have specific parameters for her waist size?
What's like?
Yeah. Why don't you have specific qualifications for temperament? We need a particular temperament from this woman. You're flying from the hip on temperament, and that's apathetic. This is a formula for failure. It's a formula for failure, Nick. Let me help you with this. We're gonna get you the perfect woman. We're gonna nail down what the perfect woman is for you. Okay? We're gonna the exact right body size and temperament, height, temperament, and hair, and you'll have the top 3, and you'll be perfect.
I understand that the Manek stuff is really starting to fill up with some very high quality Manek content, and I will let people know about that when I get that confirmed.
Okay. Here's the Manek dab.
It'll be life changing.
I'm Nick Shirley, and you guys can find me here on Manek. Go ahead and ask me any questions, whether it be about politics, about what I believe, or where I think the future of the country will be going, or just quite frankly.
People are gonna pay money to talk to Nick about that, about what Nick believes or where he thinks the country is going. That's the kind of life. That's not really life advice so much as calling to just hear some idiot mumble words out. Oh, it's painful. This is painful. I wonder how much 1 minute of Nick Shirley's time costs on Manek. To get him to tell you all about his theories on the future of America and his thoughts, his opinions about things like whether or not America is a place in reality, or if I have still struggles with object permanence or not. It's $500 a minute.
Anything. You can ask me here on Manek. I really appreciate all your support, and I can't wait to answer your questions.
If you enjoy this video, you want to watch more videos like this, click here.
It's just a cycle of plugs at the end.
Video, oh my god, dude. It's so painful.
Can that be a show expense? Can I Manek with Shirley?
Yeah, I got some questions.
Actually, I mean, probably. I feel like we could do hours of show. Just the real question.
It's only a taxable deduction. You're still spending real physical money for that. I mean, like, why would you do that? Just because it's a deduction. I mean, Sam must understand this concept. But you have to spend money for that to, it's got to have a taxable income and all these other things. I mean, how much is a minute of Nick Shirley's time to get him to tell you about his thoughts and opinions about stuff and where the country is going or whatever? Like, I mean, what? You can't do that. You can't spend your hard-earned money on that. You couldn't even describe what I didn't hear anything beneficial in there. At least when PBD talks about it, he's like, I'm going to give you business advice. You call me, you're clearly a big loser. You don't make enough money. Your girlfriend thinks you're stupid, and you don't have a Lamborghini, and you're a very low value male. Well, let me help you. Become a alpha chud. You'll learn everything about business and business things like scamming people into pyramid schemes and other sorts of fun stuff like that. And eventually you'll have so much money and your wife will come back, or you'll get laid for the first time, or whatever it is. You know what I mean? Like, but like Nick is like, I mean, he has the amount of life experience as a 12-year-old, even though he's a 24-year-old man, because he's been cloistered in his little, his mommy's little Mormon, what do you want to call it? Tabernacle? I don't know. I can't think of the right word. I can't think of the right religious word. But like, dude is still wet behind the ears somehow, and he's like 30 years old, and now he's gonna be giving people. It's not really advice, but people are gonna pay money to hear him basically do the same thing they can get for free on YouTube, right? He didn't even make the claim he was gonna give advice. He was like, "You want to know where I think the country's going?" Like, what?
What now?
What are you talking about, Nick?
Is like, which would actually make more money? Him on Manect from us keep calling, or us playing the video of you on Manect with him?
I think that'd be a fun game for people to recommend us a prompt to give to Nick Shirley. And if our video of it earns more than we had to pay to get Nick Shirley prompted, then you win. And I bet you
that would be good. Yeah. Fallopian tube. I'd like to ask Nick Shirley what his favorite Curious George book is.
It's probably Curious George Goes to the Zoo. That's a fun one. That's a fun one for a nice read on the cot before nap time. Now, unfortunately, even with the threat of Nick Shirley gone in Cuba, the United States, the threat from the United States still remains. Let's talk about it. Channel 4 News from 3 days ago. Cubans told to prepare for U.S. invasion, quote unquote.
They are running out of electricity, and so they are protesting against America and its embargo. For the last 4 months, Cubans have been cut off from their traditional lifeline, Venezuelan oil, in what looks like Washington's attempt at regime change, in what it's always regarded as its backyard.
We have gone more than 40 hours without electricity. I live in a community where there are many elderly people, many of them bedridden. Food is going bad inside refrigerators. That's the little food which can actually be bought.
America's domino theory was that Cuba's 1959 revolution would eventually flip all of Latin America communist. But now Donald Trump, who was flying back from China on Friday, is trying to flip Cuba capitalism's way instead.
You talk about a declining country. They are really a nation or a country in decline. So we're going to see. We have a lot to talk about on Cuba, but not maybe for tonight.
The president sent his CIA director, John Ratcliffe, to Havana this week, America's chief spy, demanding what the agency called fundamental changes.
It's an open coup. I mean, there's no other way to describe what's happening here. It's just an open coup. Just sending the CIA director. I mean, what's the point of the CIA? Like, if you're not going to do shit in a clandestine manner. I love that. Just out of the open. CIA director just shows up. Hey, we want your government to change. Thank you for your attention to this matter.
With US officials not ruling out the use of force. The faces of US intelligence officers were blurred in what is otherwise a blatant return to the politics of the Cold War.
It's my personal opinion. You cannot change the economic trajectory of Cuba as long as the people who are in charge of it now are in charge of it. That's what's going to have to change, because these people are proven incapable. I hope I'm wrong. We'll give them a chance. But I don't think it's going to happen. I don't think we're going to be able to change the trajectory of Cuba as long as these people are in charge in that.
So regime change.
Don't worry about it, little Marco.
Gentlemen.
Yeah, little Marco wants regime change openly. These guys are insane. All right, for more on the U.S.'s threats against Cuba this week, let's go here to Democracy Now! From 13 hours ago.
All eyes are on Miami today as the Trump administration is expected to unseal an indictment against the former Cuban president Raul Castro, who is 94 years old. Multiple outlets are reporting the forthcoming indictment will detail charges against Castro related to the 1996 shootdown of 2 airplanes operated by the Miami-based exile group Brothers to the Rescue, in which 4 people were killed. Castro was Cuba's defense minister at the time of the incident. The Department of Justice is holding an event to honor the victims at the Miami Freedom Tower this afternoon, according to an invitation reviewed by Reuters. Today also marks Cuban Independence Day, as recognized by the United States and celebrated by many Cuban Americans. The Cuban government commemorates Cuban independence on a separate date in October. The indictment would be the latest escalation in an ongoing pressure campaign against the Cuban government. Last week, CIA Director John Ratcliffe traveled to Havana to meet with Cuban officials a day after Cuba announced it had run out of diesel and fuel oil due to the U.S. blockade and sanctions. On Tuesday, as President Trump was showing gathered reporters his White House ballroom construction project, a journalist asked the president if a diplomatic deal can be reached with Cuba. Here's how Trump responded.
With Cuba? I think so. Yeah, I think so. I am very prone toward the Cuban Americans. They've been incredible people. Many of them have lost family members. They've been very badly hurt themselves. They've been in prison. They've come to this country and they've been very successful. The Cuban American people in Miami, I mean, they're amazing people. Most of them are in Miami, in Florida, but mostly in Miami. I'm very, very prone to helping them. I mean, I think I got 97% of that vote.
For more, we're joined by two guests. In Havana, independent journalist Ed Augustine is with us. He's reported from Havana for over a decade. His recent piece for the New York Times headlined, "Cuban patients are dying because of U.S. blockade, doctors say." And from Cape Cod, we're joined by Peter Kornblue, Cuba specialist at the National Security Archive, co-author of Back Channel.
Okay. We can't listen to this whole thing, so I'm going to... Actually, I guess I'll let this guy talk first, and then I'll... Yeah,
to Cuba. But first, Ed Augustine, describe the conditions on the ground in Cuba and what you understand is happening today. The possible U.S. indictment against the 94-year-old former Cuban president, Raul Castro.
In Cuba, it's very clear to any of us here that we're witnessing an unfolding humanitarian crisis, which has been long in the creation, largely man-made, but which is now getting worse every passing day. Why? We're now 4 months into an oil blockade imposed by the Trump administration. And in those 4 months, only one Russian oil tanker carrying just over 700,000 barrels of oil and a trickle of oil from Florida that only goes to the private sector has come in. And anyone with common sense, regardless of political ideology, can see that a country that doesn't have oil in this day and age can't run, can't sustain life. And so I've just come back from a reporting trip in eastern Cuba. Eastern Cuba is far poorer than where I'm speaking from you today in Havana, the capital. And it's harrowing to see results. It's harrowing to see the immiseration of the entire population, almost the entire population, particularly the vulnerable. So a few examples. Hunger is rising in Cuba. 10 years ago, Cuba was one of the only countries in Latin America, according to UNICEF, to have all but eliminated child malnutrition. Well, child malnutrition is growing. And I was speaking to farmers in the...
Yeah, there's a litany of examples here. Things that Cuba has managed to do, even with its being sanctioned by the U.S. for decades. That are now being basically destroyed by a complete lack of resources. You know, the collapsing of the system, the systems people rely on for food, energy, healthcare, survival.
We are also joined by Peter Kornblue, Cuba specialist at the National Security Archive, author of Back Channel to Cuba. If you can talk, Peter, about both the CIA going to Cuba, you just wrote a piece in The Nation about this, the director going there, and the imminent indictment, as is being reported by multiple media outlets, of the 94-year-old former president, Raul Castro.
Yeah, Amy, this is the 1-2 punch of U.S. aggression against Cuba, which is escalating dramatically over the last week. You had the director of the CIA, a CIA that has a long history of covert operations to roll back the Cuban Revolution, going all the way back to the early 60s, to the Bay of Pigs operations in 1960-61. Going to Cuba on a diplomatic trip, an overt mission, to give the Cubans an ultimatum. And that ultimatum essentially had several parts. One is you remember what happened in Venezuela. You have to take Donald Trump very seriously. Two is the United States wants it to be clear to you that we don't want to see mass migration as this humanitarian crisis that Ed has just described evolves, and we don't want to see repression when the discontent and frustration of the Cuban people boils over. And finally, you have a dwindling window in which we are going to continue to talk to you. Essentially, military options are on the table and coming soon.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Yep. It's basically just threat on top of threat. Overtly, rather than covertly. I mean, the CIA has just become the State Department all of a sudden, which I found fascinating. You would assume, like, I would have assumed Little Marco would have been the one to do this, and to have Huckabee, what's his face, Radcliffe, doing this one, I found to be a fascinating choice. I don't know if it's because they think that the Little Marco is going to defect or something or what, but like, they never send that guy anywhere. Like, they don't trust Little Marco for anything. Instead, they send the director of the CIA to do public relations and diplomacy. It's such a strange vibe, but honestly, it's brazenness is somehow, I think, preferable to them pretending that they're doing anything other than this. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'd prefer them do this than to have them pretend that they're not doing exactly this and then doing this. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, at least we don't have to make that argument. We don't have to, like, argue with anybody. No, this Trump administration literally sent the CIA. The Trump administration literally sent the CIA director to Cuba to do regime change out in the open. You don't need a guesswork here. CIA's in Cuba for regime change. Meanwhile, a capitalist regime in South America, a brief capitalist regime in South America, in Bolivia specifically, is collapsing. The formerly socialist government of Bolivia, which recently switched to a capitalist president, has immediately seen pushback in a short period of time, where scenes of repression are now being seen on the streets of Bolivia, police attacking protesters with water cannons. I wonder why the Trump administration doesn't have a problem with repressing protesters here. It's only certain places, you notice that? Like, it's fine if we shoot protesters in the face in the United States, but it's not okay if Iran kills protesters. It's fine if Javier Milei and Argentina's police, like, obliterate protesters down there. It's fine if these guys over here beat up on protesters, but it's not okay if Cuba were to do it in a hypothetical situation. Like, it's not even an actual thing that's happening. It's just hypothetically. It's insane.
First with firecrackers and then with dynamite. Bolivian miners confronted police. The protests, initially peaceful, began with calls for greater access to fuel and explosives.
This government is not governing for the majority of the Bolivian people. Rodrigo Paz has said, I will govern for the majority, but on the contrary, he is governing for the minority. How is that possible? For us, it's low-quality gasoline and poor waste management. But for the oligarchic business leaders living in Santa Cruz and Pando, it's high-quality gasoline. That is an attack on the economy of the poorest segments of the population.
For other protesters, the resignation of the president has become the focus.
Resign or we will kick you out. You only have two options. We will not make any more requests because you will not fulfill them for any sector.
Confrontations with police intensified, with protesters attempting to storm the vice president's office and defending one of the capital's main squares from police. The clashes came after weeks of unrest, initially over government legislation on farming reform that was passed but then repealed Wednesday after a backlash from Indigenous and rural organisations.
Yep. And anti-government protests have continued all through the week. Started over a week ago now. Here's Reuters from yesterday. Oh, there you go. People in the streets of Bolivia, and they are pissed, demanding their president resign. Being met with harsh repression from the police. Okay. Just because it's getting so late right now, I'm gonna skip like one thing. Try and do this tomorrow or something. I'm already super beat and also hungry right now. Have not eaten for, well, I technically have been like picking at one thing. Oh wait, I have snacks, don't I? I think I've got some nuts sitting right there. I think I do. I guess I could get into that. But we're like approaching, we're like over 7 hours into the stream already. Still got multiple things left to talk about, and I just gotta make a decision here. Let's go to Africa. Talk about this Ebola outbreak, which people haven't been paying, from what I can tell, very much attention to. But the death toll from this outbreak is quite high. In comparison to previous outbreaks, very high. And I think it's quite troubling and could lead to some seriously bad implications for the rest of Africa. Perhaps other regions, depending. I mean, there's already multiple American citizens who have contracted Ebola, apparently, or who are in Africa. And these are the sort of things that could lead to spread in other places. And while there is a vaccine, not everyone is vaccinated for Ebola. Oftentimes, I think most Americans aren't, because it's mostly confined to the African continent. I don't know the last time there was a case of Ebola on U.S. soil. I'd have to look it up, but I think it's been I'm not sure when. I think it's been, if anything, a very, very long time. Start here, Al Jazeera from 3 days ago.
Belazaire is an emergency director with WHO Africa and a specialist in epidemiology, public health and infectious disease outbreaks. She joins us from Geneva. Thank you so much for your time, Doctor. Can you tell us, Rwanda has closed its border. How worried are you about undetected spread, that this is far worse than the numbers we are seeing at the moment?
Effectively, in WHO, we are very concerned about the ongoing Ebola outbreak actually declared in the Ituri province. We are concerned for several reasons. The first one is that you mentioned the Ituri province share international borders with Uganda and South Sudan. I'm sure you already know that Uganda notified 2 confirmed cases of Ebola linked to the outbreak in Ituri. But Ituri province also share borders internally. And one of them is the North Kivu with the capital of Goma. And in North Kivu, as you know, the population is about 9 to 10 million of inhabitants. And they also share border with South Kivu, which population is 8 to 8.5 million inhabitants. That means this is one of the concerns. The other concern we also have is that Ituri province is plagued with militias, with rebels. Not on, 3 weeks ago from April, last day of April to starting May, we have 180 civilians that has been killed in this province. And from January to now, more than 879 civilians have been killed.
There's almost 1,000 people dying from Ebola in this one region in like 5 months. It's insane. Less than 5 months. And we're just not talking about this. This is severe.
We also have an internal displaced population based on this insecurity that is ongoing. In Ituri province, we have more than 1.5 million people living in a very difficult and vulnerable condition as internal displaced population. Other factor that justify our concern is the movement, the population movement between through the international borders, but also internally. The Ituri province is very connected with Uganda. Mostly people in Ituri, they go to seek for health care in Uganda. This is a common, and they have all activities together. The population movement is very high, and the density of the population also is high. Other concern that we also have, this zone is we have a lot of mines. That is also a very high trade activities in this region. So all those make this outbreak very concerning. As you know, the outbreak has been detected weeks after it started. That's said, in community, we have a death that we don't know for what they happen. So the extent of this outbreak can be bigger for the picture that we have now.
Yeah, and thank you for, there was a very comprehensive explanation.
This is disturbing. There's no vaccine for this particular strain of Ebola. Is that true? I could have sworn I heard something different to that. Maybe I'm confused. I could be the one that's wrong. I was hearing something contrary to that earlier. I was going through all of this. I'm just going to skip towards the end of this here.
really have a call.
Dr. Marquez, I'm so sorry to interrupt. I just want to ask you, with the time that I have left, just one final quick question. It's very reassuring that you have so many opportunities to put plans in place to tackle this from the beginning. I'm just wondering, though, you are there next week. Is there anything in particular that you are concerned about what you will find when you arrive?
My first concern is the trust in the community. Because, this community has been affected before by an Ebola, and for which there is a vaccine. Now it's important that we inform that community that for this subtype of Ebola, there is no vaccine. It is one of my concerns that the community can lose trust in us, can lose trust in the government. So it is very concerning.
I just want to make sure I hear her say that again. I could have sworn this was where she was talking about that.
This community has been affected before by an Ebola, and for which there is a vaccine. Now it's important that we inform that community that for this subtype of Ebola, there is no vaccine. It is one of my concerns that the community can lose trust in us, can lose trust in the government. So,
okay, yeah. So she just made that fairly clear. This particular strain of Ebola, even though there are other strains that do have available vaccines, does not exist for this particular strain. And that's bad for multiple reasons that I think many people can intuit. But there we go. There's the answer to that question, Becky. Staying on this conversation, let's go here to the AP now from Monday, where the chief of the African Center for Disease Control said that the continent was now in panic mode.
Ebola has so many strengths. What is known mostly is what we call the Zaire strain that is killing so many people. And the case fatality rate is more than 70-80% if there is no support. Fortunately, we have medicines and vaccines for the Zaire strain. But the second one, the Sudan strain and the Wobegon we are talking about, we don't have vaccine, we don't have a medicine. The issue is we need in Africa to start to say we must manufacture vaccines, medicines that we need, because we cannot on a daily basis when we have an outbreak to be on panic mode. Currently, I'm on panic mode because people are dying. I don't have medicines, I don't have vaccine to support countries. We are bringing experts together to see if I need to declare Ebola public health emergency of continental security. This is our process per our statute. But the message is so clear. We need, by doing that, make sure that we have the capacity to respond to this outbreak, to minimize the number of people who are affected, but also to protect the world, because we don't want to see travel ban. Travel ban is not acceptable, knowing that we have the capacity to contain this outbreak.
Yeah. Now, the World Health Organization declared this Ebola outbreak an international emergency on Monday. Here is the BBC on that.
Next, Rwanda says it's tightening screening on its border with the Democratic Republic of Congo because of a deadly outbreak of the Ebola virus. Comes as at least 80 people are thought to have died, many of them in 3 areas across the north of the country. A first case has also now been confirmed in the city of Goma, close to the border with Rwanda. The World Health Organization has declared this Ebola outbreak a public health emergency of international concern. Let's speak to Thomas Mukwana now, who's following the stories from Nairobi. Thomas, good to see you. We've been following these developments, and it seems to get increasingly precarious there.
Yeah, you're right, Louis. The Congolese government and the WHO have not
updated us on the figures of people who are suspected to have the virus. That still stands at 246. And people who have so far passed away from the virus, that stands at around 90 people. But the concern is overnight that there was a case that was recorded in Goma, which is in the border between the border of DRC and Rwanda. It's a very big city, and a lot of people go there. And one case of a woman who traveled from the epicenter of this current outbreak from Ituri province all the way to Goma was recorded with the disease. Now, the problem is Goma is not under the Congolese government's control, which will bring up the bigger issue of conflict in this region. That will make it harder for humanitarian organizations to get into these areas and help people and try and curb the spread of this virus, because M23, a rebel movement that is backed by Rwanda allegedly, is present in Goma. They're the ones issuing the updates there.
Yeah, that's not great. 23 are the ones who are in charge of the response to the situation. Doesn't seem great. Now, unfortunately, the World Health Organization and most of the aid organizations in Africa depend on one particular country, or have depended on one particular country for the vast majority of aid over the recent years. But, well, there's a huge portion of aid going to Africa. I don't know about vast majority, but a huge portion of the aid going to Africa has come from the United States. But as a result of DOGE, Trump administration efforts to cut unnecessary programs like USAID, we have here is a Trump-fueled perfect storm.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
Perfect storm. Wired. May 29th. I'm sorry, May 29th. It's not even May 29th. May 20th, 9:16 a.m. Perfect storm. How Trump's aid cuts are fueling the Ebola outbreak. One health provider who works on the ground says that basic medical equipment, like masks, hand sanitizers, are in short supply due to funding cuts. As an Ebola outbreak rages in Central and Eastern Africa, public health workers say that the response has been stymied by the Trump administration cuts to foreign aid and global health organizations. Quote, "We are no longer able to get some supplies," unquote. Amadou Bokoum, Democratic Republic of Congo country director for the anti-poverty nonprofit CARE, told Wired. Quote, "Because of that, we are not able to react immediately," unquote. Bokoum says that basic medical equipment like masks, hand sanitizers, basic medical equipment like masks and hand sanitizers, as well as components necessary for testing, are in short supply due to funding cuts. Wired spoke to more than half a dozen global health experts who described how the Trump administration's move to shutter the United States Agency for International Development, or USAID, amid other funding cuts, has created a strained, increasingly fragmented disease prevention and response system in the lead up to this Ebola outbreak, one in which a severely reduced workforce already struggles with burnout. Quote, "We are so far behind in this outbreak," quote unquote, says a current Center for Disease Control and Prevention employee with outbreak experience. Quote, "This is a perfect storm," unquote. The World Health Organization, WHO, declared the Ebola outbreak an emergency of international concern, quote unquote, on May 16th. There is no vaccine or treatment for this particular strain of Ebola known as Bundibugyo. There were over 530 confirmed cases and 134 deaths as of May 19th, and both numbers are rising quickly, according to the CDC. 25 to 50% of people who contract the strain will die from it. People really need to understand that if this is not handled carefully, it will get wild very easily, quote unquote, said Bokoum. Quote, "It's really key that we need to react fast to contain it," unquote. The outbreak was first identified in the Democratic Republic of Congo's Ituri region, an area that borders South Sudan and Uganda, and is known as a throughway for refugees. There have already, that is a problem. There is a massive refugee population in this region of Africa. Oh. And the sanitation in those refugee camps is, I think, obvious to everyone, lower than in, say, a city or town. And people are in closer proximity, more likely to transmit disease. And that is a problem. There have been already confirmed cases in Kampala, the Ugandan capital, for people who had traveled there from Congo. Travelers frequently cross the region's border, especially at this time of year, with thousands of pilgrims expected to travel from Congo to Uganda for an annual event. While Uganda postponed the celebrations due to Ebola fears, it's not clear how quickly information about the cancellation will spread, especially in rural communities. Jesus Christ. In February 2025, as Elon Musk's so-called Department of Government Efficiency, or DOGE, dismantled USAID, the billionaire told Trump administration officials that DOGE had, quote-unquote, accidentally cut funding to Ebola prevention and then restored it. However, as Wired reported at the time, life-saving work on Ebola and other infectious disease prevention was not restored. DOGE also slashed the CDC, causing other key global health player to atrophy. In April 2025, the Trump administration instructed a U.S. National Institute of Health facility tasked with studying Ebola to stop its research. Prior to the DOGE cuts, USAID was a critical part of the DRC's infectious disease prevention, treatment, and containment policies. The U.S. Embassy in Kinshasa, the country's capital city, noted in 2024 that the agency had provided treatment to 11 million people for deadly diseases like tuberculosis and HIV in that 1 year alone, and that it had also played a key role in containing 6 prior Ebola outbreaks. Quote, "We're missing a huge player in the response right now," unquote, the current CDC employee with outbreak experience told Wired. Quote, "We used to coordinate really, really closely during these outbreaks with USAID because we may be able to get public health responders out and public health response out immediately. That's one of our jobs and our goals in these outbreaks at CDC. But USAID could get materials and funding out rapidly. That was one of their specialties," unquote. Continuing the quote, "In a perfect world," he added, they added, "the WHO could pick up slack. But they're also unfunded by the U.S. So we've cut off 2 of the main ways people would get support for this outbreak," unquote. The United States withdrew from WHO in January 2026, completing a process started when Trump issued an executive order on the first day of his second term, contributing to major funding shortfalls and staff reductions. The CDC did not respond to questions about how funding cuts had impacted its response. CDC spokesperson Melissa Dibble referred Wired to a statement which the agency posted about its international response. The CDC had teams on the ground working with the WHO to coordinate a global response. However, the employee says, the team's capacity has been diminished by cuts and the loss of leadership. Quote, "They will get burnt out. They will not be able to work 16-hour days for 2 months in a row, and they will need backfill," unquote. "They will need people to come in and roll on and off of the response to assist them. And that pool that they have to pull from is much, much smaller than it was just a year ago," quote unquote. Other teams that would traditionally be part of the response, they add, aren't currently joining. Quote, "Because they're already so short-staffed in their own work that they can't safely do so," unquote. How great. Infectious disease physician Joya Mukherjee, I'm sorry, that one threw me off. I don't even know if I said that right. A infectious disease physician Joya Mukherjee, a Harvard Medical School professor and clinical advisor to the medical nonprofit Partners in Health, believes that the outbreak unequivocally could have been caught sooner had USAID not been slashed. Other experts concur. When funding disruptions affect surveillance systems, workforce capacity, laboratory operations, vaccination efforts, infection prevention, and community-based response activities, it becomes harder to identify cases early and mount rapid containment measures, quote-unquote, said Anna Tate, a former biosecurity strategy lead at U.S. Health and Human Services, who now leads domestic programs for the global health nonprofit Project Hope. Tate says that there's a broader lesson to be learned from the debacle. Quote, outbreak response capacity cannot be built overnight during a crisis, unquote, she says. Yeah, that is a broad lesson that could be and perhaps should be learned, especially with things like FEMA, which is operating in a similarly inappropriate and irresponsible fashion. It's like, oh, we got a problem. Just let the Department of Homeland Security director know. You know, like let them know that maybe you're gonna have a problem. Sure, will FEMA not be able to act until they say so? Sure, yeah. And like we're operating as if that's a functional way of doing disaster response. It's the same thing for this fucking situation, unfortunately. And this outbreak, I worry it's going to get out of control quickly on the African continent, and then it will spread. And this is something without a vaccine. So once it gets out there, anybody can get it. Doesn't matter. There are things we could do to prevent it. Masks are one of the things. Oh, masks. Yes, I'm sure Republicans, Trumpumplicans here in the United States will be all over that. Oh, I'm sure they'll be super stoked about masks.
An Ebola outbreak in the Democratic Republic of the Congo is raising alarm across Central and East Africa, with linked infections confirmed in Uganda. The United Nations Health Agency says the outbreak is now posing a serious international risk and could last for months.
I did not do this lightly. I did it in accordance with Article 12 of the International Health Regulations after consulting the ministers of health of both countries and because I'm deeply concerned about the scale and the speed of the epidemic.
The DRC and Uganda have faced multiple Ebola outbreaks before, but this is only the third time that this particular strain of the virus has been detected. It's called the Bundibujo variant, named after the district in western Uganda, where it was first discovered in 2007. There are currently no approved vaccines or targeted treatments. Doctors and aid agencies say international support will be essential to contain the crisis.
You need to work also with your local leaders to build the trust and counter any misinformation that's now being spread out there. So the international community, we need to support DRC and Uganda. Also, as I've said, viruses doesn't know any borders. They travel.
Exactly. Those viruses, they don't see the little arbitrary lines we've drawn in the sand on maps and stuff. Yeah. They don't care. And unfortunately, it's not just the United States who's cut off aid to Africa and other nations, like developing nations and other, parts of the world. The United Kingdom also has done that under Keir Starmer, so that they could do more military stuff, if I recall correctly. So they're going woefully underfunded in Eastern Africa while they face a serious Ebola outbreak. I think perhaps one of the deadliest ones in recent history. Let's go there now. Democratic Republic of the Congo here in Bukavu. This is Reuters from 15 hours ago.
I sell various items here in Nyawera.
People started asking me for face masks, and that motivated me to go and buy protective masks. They said there is a deadly disease coming that is killing many people. That is why I am now selling face masks.
I am afraid of bringing the disease home to my family because I spend the whole day transporting people. I am afraid of dying. This is what scares me so much.
Well, I hate to say it, but it might be time to start masking up again.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Hate to say it, but that does feel like the vibe right now. Like, maybe start looking for those masks again if you've stopped wearing them. Might come in handy in the future. I don't want to get anybody what's the word? Frantic. Or anxious. But I'm just saying, like, a healthy amount of concern at this point, right? Like just know where the masks are. That's all I'm saying. It's just in your head. Just think about it now. You don't have to even get up, right? Nope. Stay where you are. Just think about it. Where are your masks? Okay, that's the beginning of the level of concern I want you to have right now. Do I have masks somewhere nearby? I think that's a fair level of preparedness in this moment where our government is run by people who don't believe in science, who have dismantled the health apparatus here in our country and abroad. And we now have, let's not forget, 2 different pandemics going on. Well, okay, that's going too far. But 2 different outbreaks. That's how I should put it. 2 different outbreaks going on. Hantavirus, right? Let's not forget that. We got hantavirus and Ebola now. We got hantabola. Let's not forget Lyme disease. Oh yeah, we actually haven't been talking about Lyme disease at all. And I've been hearing in the whispers about it being a bad Lyme disease season. Not all that shocking, I suppose, but, you know, everything's going wrong. Might as well throw Lyme disease in there, too. Why not?
Come on!
Maybe we'll get super on Ebola El Nino. Shut up. Okay? That's not. We are. Yeah, but I mean, that's what we're living with right now. It's just like every day. A new disaster. A new freaking 5-alarm fire. Oh. Whoa. I did not notice this. When did this come through? Oh, this is like 20 minutes ago. Oh my gosh. Incredible generosity. We have to do a double confetti party today. That's right, Space Fams. We've completed a different goal. An incredibly generous individual over on PayPal just completed the galactic deficit in one go. There we go. And it's taken down. Galactic deficit. Stricken. Things are weird now. Because I can't expect a particular amount of money at the end of the month now with the YouTube earnings being gone. So now it's just a day-by-day thing. And it's nice to at least have that portion of this done. Really appreciate all of you who have helped to keep the Galactic News Network alive for the last month. That's how long it's been since we've been demonetized. Still no movement on remonetization. One can hope and pray that it'll happen soon, but till then, we'll continue to need your help. I feel like we need new colors. I just don't know what I want now. Like, I'm trying to figure out what I want, color-wise. Yeah, that's good. How different is that from the previous? Yeah. Okay, we'll do that. Okay. I lost my place. Oh, right. Okay. I think that's all. Yeah, that's all I've got on the Ebola outbreak in Africa right now. DOGE Ebola. Elon Bola? Yeah, Elon Bola.
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
The Elon Bola outbreak in Africa. It's not done, but we're done talking about it for today. Moving on to other things, it's time to go to the Middle East, where things are not improving, I'm afraid. Nope. Not a lot of great improvement since we last spoke about this. And you know, this has been the first opportunity for like real great improvement. I mean, it's been days, many days. I didn't do a normal stream all weekend. We only did the election stream yesterday. There were so many opportunities for things to get like way better, but still pretty shitty. I'm afraid. Only looks like it's gonna get worse. But anything could happen. I guess we'll start. Wait, how is this? No, I don't like the. I'm sorry, people. Hold on. I gotta reorganize some shit. This is not. I don't like this order. I don't like this order at all. Yeah, that one too. Actually, okay, that's good. That's good there. Okay. Sorry, I just need to reorder everything. I didn't like the way I had it. Look, I demand perfection, okay? Or at least as close to perfection as we can attain. I know I'm not perfect, and I can't actually be perfect, but I can try. So let's start here. In the occupied East Jerusalem, where Palestinians are receiving an increased level of threats from settlers. Here is ABC News from Saturday.
Don't touch me! What you gonna do? What you gonna do? I'm gonna you up. What you gonna do?
In the heart of the Holy Land.
This is an example of the kind of intimidation that they're talking about.
The chaos started early.
And we are still hours out yet from the march. And
Where are you from? The march. Where are you from? Hello. This is mine. Blah blah blah. Let him speak. Let him speak. Let him speak. Let him speak.
It is open today, June 7, 1967, after the Israeli troops had driven out of the new quarter of Jerusalem into the previously Jordanian-held old city of Jerusalem, which now lies clear on the other side of that gate.
This is Jerusalem Day, when Israelis mark their victory in the 1967 war, their seizure of the Western Wall and of East Jerusalem. International law envisions these streets as the capital of a Palestinian state. But those marching don't see it as an occupation. They've come to celebrate what they believe is Jewish ownership of the whole of this ancient city. What's striking is that these young people, many of whom have come from settlements on the West Bank, do not fear the police here. They come from the powerful settler movement, once a fringe extreme in Israeli public life. The ultra-nationalists are now increasingly influential. We meet Atara, who moved here with her parents from Texas 5 years ago.
And tell me about your two flags.
So this is a flag of the Third Temple, which we want to build hopefully here on the Temple Mount.
Many people are holding the same flag. The Third Temple movement wants to demolish Al-Aqsa, the third holiest place for Muslims, and build a Jewish temple on the site. We're quickly surrounded by demonstrators.
What are they trying to do?
They want to put stickers.
And what do the stickers say?
Kahana was right.
They idolize Meir Kahane,
Jesus
a
Christ.
far-right American rabbi who moved to Israel and was convicted of multiple acts of terror.
It is disturbing. They are deifying a fucking terrorist. You know, and the same people will make the argument that all Palestinians are Hamas. But these people are putting up stickers saying that Kahanis was right. I feel like you would be similar to like Germans. Like, oh, maybe it's going a bit far, but like, I feel like people can understand the analogy. Like people like putting up stickers that say Hitler was right or something. I mean, sure, he didn't do nearly as much as Hitler did, but it's just like, it's just deep. It's like Charles Manson was right or something, some other sort of just like, you know, there's a horrible human being that you're supporting. And unfortunately, people are experiencing extreme levels of repression from Israeli settlers on stolen land.
While many refused to engage with us, some, mostly American demonstrators, did agree to speak.
The uptick in settler violence on the West Bank is out of control. You must agree with that.
First of all, I'm not too into that, but I kind of do disagree. But, yeah.
And I mean, we were just over there. The level of intimidation by a lot of young, and this is why I was interested to talk to you, because you don't seem to want to fight, which is great.
I don't think that there's any point in violence.
Well, a lot of your friends here do seem to think there's a point in violence.
No, I might disagree with them.
Well, you could just walk along right over here.
Because most of the people are not
see a bunch of signs where Jews were killed, right? And those were killed by Arabs.
Yeah, I can show you.
Now you have
right
one
here.
day that's Yom Yerushalayim, Flag Day for the Jews. So we come here to show this is our land, this is our city.
The basis of all this is that you're not from here. You.
I'd like to point out that while this guy is making the claim that Jews have died at the hands of Arabs, which is a pretty racist, framing that he's using here, but just to stay on this point here, unfortunately, because it's a very morbid point that he's making here, but just to be clear, because he ends it with, "This is our land. This is why we have these signs here." Now, of course, the land that he's saying is our land is stolen land that was once Palestinian land, Jordanian land, whatever you want to call it, right? And in Jerusalem is Jordan in this particular case. But really, Palestine is just the land that Britain had seized that included Jordan and Lebanon and Egypt and other places, right? And that eventually turned into what is now modern Israel and the rest of Palestine, right? And like on every single one of these corners, on every one of these streets, every one of these homes, just about, I can almost guarantee, is the site of a murder of a Palestinian or an ethnic cleansing of a Palestinian, right? Of an atrocity committed by Israelis in the first act of settler colonialist violence on this land. But they just want to start history like after they've shown up, in the same way that most colonialists tend to behave. Oh, property rights only start after America, after, the West showed up to America. The Indians, the Native Americans had no right to any of that.
To show this is our land, this is our city.
The basis of all this is that you're not from here. You came here from America, trying to displace people who were from here.
First of all, I'm not trying to displace nobody, and second of all, this is my country. I'm a Jew. God gave it to me.
Shaheen owns a kebab shop, but he can't open today.
Is it every year it happens? But
no, it's every year more and more and more.
We're talking to you now, and you've got a group walking down who are trying to stop us from being able to talk to you, I think. That's what they're doing. They're shouting so we can stop our interview.
We let them pass, and Shaheen finishes his cigarette.
What do you feel when you see them walking?
It's pain for me. Yeah. It's pain for me. I want to live. You want to live. He want to live. Everybody want to live.
In another corner of the city, a man watches from his window.
I asked this man how many people are inside. He said there are 7 of them in the house. He said he feels safe there, but he does not feel safe out in the street. And he described to us being spat on by a young activist out in the street, and that the IDF saw it happen and that they reprimanded those young boys.
But there are Jews here to protect Palestinians. Standing together works to foster understanding between Israelis and Palestinians.
We stand with our bodies against the settler violence here against the Palestinian community of Eastern Jerusalem, and we will not let this violent day affect the population here.
Fortunately, it is affecting the population there. Just, there's no way around that. It's happening. And I'm not saying these people shouldn't be here trying to prevent it, but even with them there trying to prevent it, I'm afraid there's not enough activists to prevent all of the IDF from doing all the things they're doing, or all the settlers and all the things they're doing across occupied East Jerusalem and the West Bank. There needs to be some kind of a broader intervention on this, because Israel will not be stopping any of this, from what I can tell. some sort of concerted effort to prevent these human atrocities from continuing. Now, down in Gaza, more Palestinians are dying in more Israeli airstrikes during the fake Israeli ceasefire. It's almost as if it doesn't happen. Nobody even flinches at the UN and accuses Israel of another violation of the ceasefire. You know, there's no, like, it's become so every day, so expected for Israel to violate the ceasefire. These things go by without almost anybody talking about them. And the same thing has basically happened with regards to the latest Gaza-bound aid flotilla. Yeah, over the last week, dozens of boats tried to make the long trek through the Mediterranean to break the illegal blockade. And shock of shocks, Israel prevented that again, violating international law and kidnapping people in international waters who are on an international aid mission and are not legitimate military targets or people committing a crime. But what's new?
We have some breaking news now. Israeli media is reporting there's a naval operation underway to intercept a flotilla of vessels bound for Gaza. This is happening off the coast of Cyprus. Well, for more, we're going to go to Tarek Abu Azum. He joins us from Gaza City now. Tarek, what more can you tell us about this flotilla as well as the interception?
Well, what we're seeing now fits into a long-standing Israeli doctrine aimed at enforcing full maritime blockade around Gaza and preventing any vessels from breaking the blockade imposed on the territory since 2007. And specifically, we are getting more information regarding the interception that is taking place at the moment off the coast of Cyprus by the Israeli naval forces. They are now trying to intercept 58 vessels that are carrying 500 activists, including 100 Turkish activists who are expected to be intercepted by those forces as the process is still ongoing till now. We do understand that the Israeli naval forces will drive those activists to the port of Ashdod.
Yep, I mean, we've seen this story play out time and time again. And like I've said, but like in recent past, like there's not a chance in hell that these aid flotillas are going to break the blockade. There was a time where I had the optimism left inside of me that was going to do it. But we are watching Israel continue to commit genocide in Gaza. Strikes, prevention of aid from entering the Strip, and from all ports, sea or land, and continuing to occupy 20% of Lebanon, multiple locations in Syria, and like parts of Egypt. And they're not going to stop. They don't want to stop. They don't plan on stopping. And like unarmed aid activists are not going to break the blockade. It would take some sort of concerted effort from a state actor or actors to break the blockade at this point in any significant or meaningful way. Or an international body. UN peacekeepers. I don't know. But something along those lines. Right? Because there's no talking them into it. There's no, like I hate to be this, like, pessimistic about it, but I've run out of optimism for this. Right? Like, in my opinion, at this point, it's a waste of resources. Like, it is not achieving what it sets out to do. And we've seen it now happen over and over and over again. And it's time for more drastic solutions at this point. Like the international community needs to step in. We're just going to keep watching activists get brutalized by the IDF and have them, like, throw the baby formula into the ocean, and for, none of it to ever make it to a single person in Gaza. And, like, at some point, it's the old
There's an old saying in Tennessee, I know it's in Texas, probably in Tennessee, that says, "Fool me once, shame on you."
And unfortunately, according to organizers, at least 300 activists were once again detained by Israel. And all the remaining flotilla vessels were intercepted.
Lights shining as Israeli soldiers approach the global Summit flotilla en route to Gaza. Commandos board the boats, some 450 kilometers from the enclave's coastline. Activists surrender and crowd together towards the bow of the vessel.
All of the participants on this boat have mustered into our mustering area. They have put on their life jackets because we spotted drones and lights on the horizon. Doesn't matter what Israel says or what Israel wants to do. They are going to do what they tried to do. We are going to do what we tried to do. The Gazan people, the people of Palestine, the Palestinians themselves have suffered much more than we have.
The flotilla was intercepted in international waters to the west of the island of Cyprus. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu watched the operation unfold from military headquarters in Tel Aviv, praising soldiers intercepting it.
They continue to use the entire force of the Israeli military to prevent aid activists from getting into Gaza. And this is why I've run out of hope on it. I've been, there was one moment where I thought, oh, maybe they'll be so focused on Operation Epstein Fury, like when I think there was another one, wasn't there? Earlier, this is the same. It's just the same thing that happens over and over again. No, they are determined to prevent Palestinians from living. And most countries are just not taking that seriously. That's the problem. Is that most countries are not taking this threat of actual genocide, like, fucking seriously. They're just watching it unfold in slow motion. Continuing to help Israel, or continuing to, at the very least, or the very most, make statements, like public statements of, like, condemnation. And it's not a great spectrum of responses. I think the closest thing that you can get to a reasonable and like, what do you call it? Equitable response is like the Houthis, right? Like, you have a genocide going on. What's the response to that? Well, supposedly in 1942, it was an invasion by the Allied powers, right? It was like a counter response, supposedly. Right now, it's a concerted support for the genocide from most world powers that were supposedly fighters of fascism and genocide back then. And while all this has been going on, apparently Israel's been building shit in Iraq.
أثناء تفتيشنا هاي المناطق النائية في عمق الصحراء النجف لم يتم العثور على أي آثار للإرهابيين أو أي قوات خارجة عن القانون أو أي قوات خارجية في هذه المناطق وهذا يدل.
Okay, but this is a lie, right? Like what you're saying is a lie. Like if they were serious about delivering aid, they would have brought it to Egypt where the Red Crescent trucks are going over the border. You mean the fucking, like one of the other places where Israel's preventing aid from getting through? Because, yeah, that's the whole reason that they're doing this, is because aid on land hasn't been getting through. All of the things Palestinians need to survive are still not getting through. Israel's allowing some tiny fraction of the trucks at the border to get through after just insane fucking searches and insane fucking lists of things that are not allowed in. And so that's the reason why they're doing it. Is it successful? Once again, like I just said, no, it's not. But for you to come in here and pretend like Israel's fucking getting aid in is a joke, okay? And if you keep saying that, you're just going to get timed out. So, you know, it's up to you.
سيطرة القطاعات الأرضية اللي موجودة في قاطع المسؤولية على هذا القاطع على هذه المناطق الصحراوية بالكامل واليوم القوات الخاصة.
Today, the Special Forces implemented a qualitative operation by carrying out an airdrop in the heart of the desert, in coordination with the ground units of the Holy Karbala Operations Command. And it was a successful operation. The area was searched and inspected, and there were no traces found of any presence of terrorists or others in the area. Yep, Israel's been in Iraq building bases. Egypt delivered 65 tons of aid this week alone. Even if that were true, that's still a fraction of what was going into the strip beforehand. You're talking about like, I don't even, I'm trying to do the math right now, but you're talking about like 10% of the trucks that should have made it in, maybe less, in a week's time. So you're bragging about something that's not actually a brag. Like you're telling on yourself when you think you're bragging, and it's pathetic. 65 tons. 65 tons of aid. For how many people are now left in the strip again? Is it 1.5 million, 2 million? How many people have died? It depends. It's important, right? 65 tons, it sounds like a lot. But when you're talking about 1 million people, it's not as much. You know, doesn't really spread out so good. Let's keep talking about these secret Israeli military bases in Iraq. France 24 from Monday.
Let's continue this with Truth or Fake. Vedek has joined us over by the big board. Good evening to you. We stay with the Iran war, and your report claims that Israel built 2 secret military bases in Iraq's western desert to support its strikes on Iran, and that the United States had knowledge of this. Talk us through the story, Vedek.
That's right, Mark. According to a new report by the New York Times, Iraqi officials had identified 2 secret Israeli-operated military outposts in the western desert of Iraq, citing an Iraqi official and a lawmaker. And according to the investigation, the presence of these bases may have led to the death of the Bedouin shepherd who first alerted to the fact that they exist. Now, the Wall Street Journal was the first to report on this story and bring it to light last week, that a clandestine Israeli base in Iraq was being used as a logistical hub for the Israeli Air Force, and that Israel launched airstrikes against the Iraqi military, who almost discovered it in early March after a local shepherd put out the alert reporting unusual military activity in the area. Now, according to the New York Times, the shepherd, identified now as 29-year-old Awad al-Shamari, he was on a routine trip when he found soldiers, helicopters and tents in the desert, and his family believe that it was this discovery that in fact cost him his life, because shortly after alerting Iraqi authorities to what he had found, he was killed after a helicopter opened fire on his truck, riddling it with bullets. Now, the base that Mr. al-Shamari had found, according to regional authorities to the New York Times, Israel had been preparing to build this outpost as far back as late 2024, and it was used by Israel against Iran in the 12-day war in June of 2025.
Okay, well, there you go. It would seem that these are real bases in Iraq that Israel built in secret, using, I would assume, U.S. taxpayer dollars. Or at least dollars that they didn't have to spend on their military as a result of U.S. taxpayer dollars. I mean, however you want to parse it. Even got photos of the thing.
Images that have circulated. Tell us about those.
That's right. I'll start with this fake satellite image that's been circulating on social media. As we can see, just this post alone has racked up nearly 1 million.
I honestly was tricked. I thought this was real.
Views, and this claims to show us one of the secret alleged Israeli military bases in.
Fascinating. Well, I guess they don't have real photos of it. It's not clear. You got multiple papers reporting the existence of these bases. We don't have satellite images of it, which is strange to me. Although the U.S. government and tech companies are known for collaborating and covering up sensitive military sites and other sorts of locations on satellite imagery, so, I mean,
on social networks.
Vendetta, thank you.
It's not really shocking to me that we don't have the images. We live in a weird time where, like, AI can just drum up, like, a fake image, a fake video in, like, half a second. I said it correctly the first time. Wait, which thing? I don't know what you mean. All right. Let's go. Let's go to the UAE. This was a disturbing story. I think this is the first story that I saw after the wedding was over. And like I got home in the middle of the night and looked at my feed. It was like, oh, good. This is what I'm getting back to. Great, 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 great. Everything's good. I'm glad nothing got out of hand while I was away from the stream. Here's France 24 English from Sunday. Drone hits United Arab Emirates nuclear power plant.
What?
Russia is not the only country that's come under drone attack in the past few hours. A nuclear power plant in the United Arab Emirates was hit this morning, causing an electrical fire there. Now, the International Atomic Energy Agency, which is based in Vienna, says the radiation levels are normal today, but that it's monitoring the situation closely. Now, no country or group has claimed responsibility for the attack, but suspicion, of course, has fallen on Iran, this in the context of the fragile ceasefire in the regional war. Well, let's bring in Huda Abdulhamid then. She's our correspondent in Doha. Huda, just give us a sense then of what actually happened today and how serious this appears to be.
Well, I think it's the seriousness comes from the nature of the target itself. The nuclear plant, a civilian nuclear plant, it's called Baraka. It's in quite a remote area of the UAE. Now, from what we understand, the nuclear plant itself has not been hit, but the drone fell within the perimeter of the of that complex and hit or caused some damage to a generator that was quickly put under control. As you
Yeah, this whole situation was this is a fascinating first story for me. We come back to work and be like looking through the latest news and see this. Be like, oh good, near disaster, near fucking catastrophe. I mean, yeah, sure. Was a full-on crisis averted in this strike? Yes. Could a strong wind have caused the actual bad thing to have happened? Almost certainly yes. Like this is one of those situations where by like a fraction whatever, right? Timing or who knows what, like any number of different factors could have led to this being much more tragic of a situation.
The United Arab Emirates says that a drone has struck a generator on the perimeter of its Baraka nuclear power plant. This is a major issue for the UAE, as the Baraka plant and its 4 reactors provide about a quarter of all electricity for this country on the Arabian Peninsula. No one has claimed responsibility yet for the attack. The UAE says that 3 drones came over its western border. It shot down 2 of them, and the other one was able to make the strike at Baraka. Now, the UAE says there's no radiological leak at the site. That's been confirmed also by the International Atomic Energy Agency, the UN's nuclear watchdog. And the UAE says it's still investigating who launched these drones. However, Iran and Iranian-backed Shia militias in Iraq conducted numerous drone attacks on Gulf Arab states during the war between the United States, Israel, and Iran that is still in a shaky ceasefire even today.
I love how we keep calling it a shaky ceasefire while drones rain down on nuclear power plants. It's a shaky ceasefire, everybody. Is it? Is that what we're calling it? Now, what's weird about this particular strike is that the drones came from the west of the plant, right? Now, sure, there could be a path a drone could take from Iran to get from the west of the United Arab Emirates. But, like, I started this, now I might as well finish this point. But, like, the United Arab Emirates is fairly eastern in location over here on the Gulf, right? Go over here, down here. Where are we? Yeah, right. So, like, if you look here, right, United Arab Emirates is right here, right? It's this little triangular-shaped, sort of arrow-shaped country on top of Oman, to the east of Saudi Arabia, south of Iran. But I don't know, like, I guess you could see, like, it would, like, basically have to, like, go over, like, Qatar, I guess. But it just seems weird for it to be coming from the west rather than from the east, where Iran is clearly closer over here, right? You see what I'm saying? Like, it just seems like it's going out of its way for it to be coming from the west rather than from the east. But this is just something I thought of while I was thinking about this. It's like, wait, why is it coming from the west? Staying on the topic of Operation Epstein Fury, let's now go here to Al Jazeera English from 3 days ago to Trump's warnings on the timing of all of the supposed ceasefire efforts peace talks, claiming the time is of the essence.
President Donald Trump has warned Iran that time is of the essence as peace negotiations between Tehran and Washington appear to be deadlocked. In a post on Truth Social, Trump wrote, "For Iran, the clock is ticking and they better get moving fast."
Oh, and just to be clear, if you're looking here, May 17th, this was from Sunday. I think I'm doing the math right. Yeah, Sunday evening.
Well, there won't be anything left of them. Time is of the essence. Trump's warning coming after Pakistan's interior minister met Iran's president in Tehran. Mohsin Naqvi says he hopes Pakistan can bring the negotiations to a successful conclusion. President Masoud Pezeshkian has praised neighboring countries, including Pakistan and Iraq, for not allowing the U.S. to launch attacks from their territories. Al-Migdad Al-Ruhaid reports now from the Iranian capital with more on Trump's warning that the clock is ticking for Iran to make a deal.
What we are seeing right now is a new round of a very sharp and threatening language from the United States President Donald Trump on his Truth Social, saying that the clock is ticking for Iran and Tehran must move fast or face consequences. This type of statements and messages are being received here with a very clear message of defiance rather than concessions. The Iranian spokesman for armed forces speaking to journalists on Sunday afternoon about this repeated threat, saying that that would only lead to what he described a new round of crushing, a new or severe blowing or severe blows on the United States if there's any new round of confrontation. And he went further than that, saying that if there's any new aggression on his country, that would only be met with what he called a new offensive and unexpected scenarios against the United States assets and bases in the region. So the tone from both sides right now is increasingly hardened. But
yeah. Donald Trump demanding speed and concessions that Iran has repeatedly said it refuses to concede on. He's just a petulant child who's not getting his way and just keeps saying the same thing over and over again. And then like tries to find a new way to say it. Or it's like faster, faster, faster. Like, you know, like are we there yet? Like he's just an angry, spoiled brat who's not getting his way, yelling at Iran. They're not super receptive to this behavior. And it's not going well. And the war in Iran and back in the United States is growing more and more popular by the day. Here's France 24 from Sunday with the numbers.
Unprovoked terrorist attack that represents a dangerous escalation. That's the accusation from the president of the United Arab Emirates after a drone strike sparked a fire on the edge of the country's sole nuclear power plant. The UAE blaming either Iran or one of its proxies for that attack, as the US President Donald Trump has warned that for Iran the clock is ticking and they better get moving fast or there won't be anything left of them. Donald Trump then rising the tension as he threatened a return to war. We're going to talk about all the latest with Ketavan Gorgistani now here on set from our International Affairs desk. Ketavan, good to have you with us. Over the weekend then, Donald Trump making these new threats towards Iran. Could this be the moment that the ceasefire finally collapses?
Well, look, you have these reports of strikes in the region over the weekend, and then this threat by Donald Trump through his Truth Social platform. The clock is ticking for Iran. They better get moving fast or there won't be anything left of them. A sign that Donald Trump is reviewing his options is the number of meetings that he's having with his national security team. There was one on Saturday at his golf club in Virginia. J.D. Vance, the vice president, his two envoys, Steve Witkoff, Jared Kushner, Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State, the CIA Director, John Ratcliffe, all there to review options when it comes to what they do next in Iran. Another national security meeting will likely be happening tomorrow, this time at the White House in the Situation Room, and this one more specifically about reviewing the military options.
Yeah. Hold on, I'm going to skip ahead to the numbers. Where are the numbers? Where are the numbers? I know they talk about them at some point. Ah, yeah. Well.
Inflation jumping to 3.8%, and of course, gas prices in the Strait of Hormuz, that they're working on reopening it for the...
And more and more consequences as well in the US?
Well, look, it's not as bad as it is, for example, for countries in Asia or even for Europe. And Donald Trump has repeated over and over again that the U.S. really doesn't care about what happens in the Strait of Hormuz, that they're working on reopening it for the benefit of the rest of the world because they're not really in a problem with the closure of the Strait of Hormuz. That is not completely true. Yes, the U.S. is more resilient to the closure than Asia or Europe. That doesn't mean that they're not feeling the consequences. And that's very true for the American people because the prices of everything from gas to goods has gone up. You have in April inflation jumping to 3.8%. And of course, gas prices in the United States skyrocketing since the start of the war. They're at $4.51 a gallon. Today, they were at $2.98 back on February 28th when the war started. So more than $1.50 on top of that for each gallon that Americans purchase. The war was already unpopular when it began, and it's only growing more unpopular by the day. And all of
100%. We're having gas prices up 50%, 60, 70. It depends on where you are. But in some places, like 100%. It doesn't feel good. I think a lot of people are upset about that. I don't think it's the only thing. I don't think it's the only thing that's upsetting people, but it's certainly not helping. I mean, perhaps promises of not starting forever wars might be one of the other aspects of that. Anti-war president. The peace president. Everybody's saying it. I'm going to get the Nobel Prize. Fuck. I gotta pee. Alright, I'm gonna go do that. I'm gonna leave you with BBC, and I'll be right back. This is BBC from 3 days ago.
President Trump has again threatened Iran, demanding Tehran act quickly to agree a peace deal amid stalled negotiations. Writing on social media, Donald Trump said the clock was ticking and the Iranians should move fast or nothing would be left of them. Time is of the essence. Well, the message came as the president was due to speak with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu on Sunday. Iranian media, meanwhile, reported the US has failed to make any concrete concessions in its response to Tehran's latest proposal to end the conflict. Our North America correspondent Joel Gunter has more.
There is a sense that negotiations between Iran and America are now very much at a standstill. The two sides have been passing these memos essentially back and forth, trying to find some common ground for negotiations, but making seemingly no progress. President Trump said that he had ripped up the latest Iranian offer after reading just one line. And the Iranian state media reported today that the latest US offer had contained no serious concessions. Now we have this threat from President Trump to wipe out Iran. It echoes that terrible threat he made last month to wipe out the country's entire civilization. And there are reports that both the US and Israel are preparing new attack plans, and we saw this morning a drone strike at a nuclear facility in the UAE. No radiation risk, apparently, and no one blamed, but certainly contributing to a sense of rising tensions. Now, President Trump has made these kind of threats before, of course, and then backed down, but it reflects a really serious and apparently growing frustration that he has been unable to extricate himself from this unfinished and unpopular war with anything he can really sell back home as a win.
Yep, he is flailing frantically to come out of this war with anything that even closely resembles a win. Not even closely. Like if you squint, like you know, just blurry, like a blurry win, I think he would take. But he can't even find that. That's how bad the situation is getting. Yeah. Now, yesterday, Donald Trump claimed that he had called off an impending strike on Iran that had been planned for Tuesday. Let's go here to PBS NewsHour. No, unmute. There you go. Nope.
Today's other headlines, President Trump says he's called off a strike on Iran that was planned for tomorrow. In a social media post, Mr. Trump said he did so at the request of Gulf allies and because, quote, serious negotiations are now taking place. Iran's foreign ministry also said today that dialogue is ongoing with Iran's top.
I'm sorry, we have to investigate this. I have been asked by the Emir of Qatar, Tamim bin Hamad Al Thani, the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, Mohammed bin Salman Al Saud, and the President of the United Arab Emirates, Mohammed bin Zayed Al, however you say that, to hold off on our planned military attack of the Islamic Republic of Iran, which was scheduled for tomorrow, in that serious negotiations are now taking place, and that, in their opinion, there's no way that he wrote this. There is no way that he wrote this. What is this? What is this? This is AI Trump. And that, in their opinion, there's like 30... Maybe he did write this. I don't know. But he's either sundowning or AI Trump has lost its fucking marbles. And that, in their opinion, as great leaders and allies, a deal will be made, comma, which will be very acceptable to the United States of America, comma, as well as all countries in the Middle East, comma, and beyond. This deal will include, importantly, comma, no nuclear weapons, all caps, for Iran. Based on my respect for the above mentioned leaders, I have instructed Secretary of War Pete Hegseth, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Daniel Kane, and the United States military, that we will, all caps, not be doing the scheduled attack on Iran tomorrow, but have further instructed them to be prepared. Stand back and stand by. Sorry, I added that. To go forward with a full, large-scale assault of Iran on a moment's notice, in the event that an acceptable deal is not reached. Thank you for your attention to this matter. President Donald J. Trump. Do I really think that Massey lost legitimately? Is having the other side be the recipient of a money cannon? Some sort of like advanced money cannon? Do you think that's fair? Because I don't even know, like, the premise of it fair? I mean, I'm no big fan of Thomas Massey, but like, is the premise of that fair? Like, one side gets like unlimited money, and the other side has to ask like normal human beings for money. I don't know if that's fair. I'm not sure if you're referring to like voter fraud or something, but like, I don't know if the original premise of that election is fair. But no, I have no reason to think that there was any voter fraud at this point. I haven't seen any evidence for it. Could there be? Sure. I mean, there could also be a pile of cash somewhere nearby that I'm unaware of, but, you know, until I see it, I'm afraid I'm not going to be able to get into any much detail on that. Now, on the same day that Donald Trump said that he had canceled this attack on Iran, Iran announced that they had created a formal government body to manage the Strait of Hormuz. Something which, of course, in the U.S. proposal is clearly off limits. But
Iran says it's created a new body to manage the Strait of Hormuz. Tehran has effectively closed the strait and wants to charge ships to cross it. It comes as peace talks with the United States appear to remain stalled. Let's bring in Reza Sayeh. He's in Tehran. First, Reza, good evening to you. This new arrangement then to get through the Strait of Hormuz, tell us more about it.
Yeah, this is an announcement that was first made with a post on social media by Iran's Supreme National Security Council. The head of the Iranian Parliament's National Security and Foreign Policy Committee provided some details today, saying the ships, the commercial vessels, will be charged a fee. Not clear how much. We've seen reports, unconfirmed reports, that the fee would be up to $2 million. There's going to be a designated routes for the commercial vessels. Also, the ships that will be allowed to pass through the Strait of Hormuz, according to Tehran, will only be from friendly countries. In other words, if Tehran decides that these ships belong to countries that are hostile and unfriendly to Tehran, they're not getting through. But this is clearly a message from Tehran to Washington. Obviously, Washington wants the Strait of Hormuz opened badly. They've even threatened war. We've seen a lot of headlines over the past 48 hours. Tehran's message to Washington is, we're not worried about the threats of war. We're not concerned, and we're not going to back down from what is our legal authority over the Strait of Hormuz.
Yep, and technically the Strait of Hormuz is partially in Iran's territorial waters. In fact, I don't think any part of it is really officially, according to the rules of international law, international waters, but has been deemed an international waterway by both Oman and Iran in some sort of formal agreement long ago. And I think it's obviously beneficial to the world economy if it is just a free to traverse waterway. But Iran is one of the two countries that really does have a say over this strait. There's one thing I saw. I just want to see if this was true. Okay, yeah. So this was Reuters yesterday. This was something of a big piece of news. I didn't have time to find like a video clip on this, but here's an article from Reuters. Tankers exit Strait of Hormuz with 6 million barrels of crude oil. May 19th, 2026, 8:56 p.m. Singapore. 3 supertankers were crossing the Strait of Hormuz on Wednesday carrying oil bound for Asian markets after waiting in the Gulf for more than 2 months, with 6 million barrels of Middle East crude on board while another was entering. Shipping data on LSEG and Kepler showed. The ships are among a handful of supertankers exiting the Gulf this month via a transit route that Iran has ordered ships to use. The U.S.-Israeli war on Iran, which began on February 28th, has severely curtailed shipping through the Strait of Hormuz, through which around one-fifth of the world's supply of oil and energy normally flows. South Korean-flagged Very Large Crude Carrier VLCC Universal Winner, carrying 2 million barrels of Kuwaiti crude oil, loaded on March 4th, was exiting the strait following the departure of 2 Chinese tankers on Wednesday.
China!
The data showed, the Kepler data showed the tankers heading to Ulsan, where the country's largest refiner, SK Energy, is located, to discharge its cargo on June 19th. SK Energy declined to comment. A spokesperson for HMM, the owner and manager of the VLCC, could not be immediately reached for a comment. So this is a fascinating shift of things. And it confirms that the U.S. blockade has failed in preventing Iran from doing as it pleases with the strait. If these are, in fact, true reports coming out of Reuters, and they're not the only one that these reports are coming out of, I would point out. So, that's an interesting development vis-a-vis everything happening here. Now, at the United Nations... Wait, was this the United Nations? No. No, I'm sorry. In Congress. I think that's right. This was the Congress, right? Yeah. Admiral Kane, I think that's who this was, made a claim here, yes, to Congress yesterday. Here is Reuters.
Can you at this moment acknowledge that that mistake was made and that we were responsible for it? It's something we didn't want to do and don't want to repeat?
Congressman, to reiterate, the United States does not deliberately target
Got that part.
Period. Full stop. And nor are the Iranian people our enemy. The IRGC is the adversary in this case.
I heard that in your opening statement, Admiral. I asked you a very specific question, and I'm curious what the answer is.
So the investigation is ongoing. As soon as it is complete, I'm happy to be as transparent as possible.
We will not take responsibility for something we very obviously did.
And what? So it's a complex investigation. The school itself is located on an active IRGC cruise missile base.
Absolutely.
It's more complex than the average strike. As soon as we're complete, I'm fully committed to transparency, given your...
Well, sorry, that was not Admiral Kane. That was Admiral Cooper, who's claiming now to Congress that the Iranian girls' school, where I think nearly 150 plus, I can't remember the exact number, but like well over 100 people died, was actually an air base, a missile site, essentially. Basically, I mean, he's basically making the claim that this is a legitimate target. But also, by doing so, sort of taking responsibility for the strike itself, just not accepting the premise around the surrounding events. Basically admitting that the government did strike this girls' school, but then claiming that it wasn't the girls' school. And instead, it was actually an IRGC military facility. I'm sure they'll provide evidence for that any day now. What a disgusting fucking claim, which no evidence has been provided for by the U.S. military, I would point out, but evidence to the contrary, in fact, has been given by Iran at this point. Yes, right, the primary school for girls. They're claiming it's an air base or something. Can't remember. My brain, like I blacked out, like when he started saying that. Like after he said, actually, it wasn't like I couldn't hear any other words. Military target. Okay. Apparently, Iran is reviewing a U.S. response to his latest peace proposals. Let's go here to Al Jazeera English live stream where it looks like... Is this the foreign minister? I always forget which fucking guy this is. It's either the FM or the PM.
Willing to negotiate and prepare to fight, Iran says it's reviewing the latest U.S. proposal to end the war while releasing a plan to formally control the Strait of Hormuz. Another Israeli ceasefire breach in Lebanon. We're at the funeral of the women and children among the casualties.
Israeli airstrikes have been relentless. For people here, that ceasefire is nothing more than an extension of the ongoing Israeli strikes.
And hospitals in the Democratic Republic of Congo are overwhelmed as the number of Ebola cases is on the rise. Israel is deporting hundreds of detained international activists from an aid flotilla bound for Gaza. They've been released from a detention facility and are now being transported to an airport in the south of the country. It comes as global outrage grows over Israel's mistreatment of these activists. They were taken into custody on Monday when Israeli forces intercepted 28 boats in international waters. They were trying to break Israel's blockade on Gaza, which has remained in place despite the ceasefire. And several countries, including France, the Netherlands, and Canada, are summoning their respective Israeli ambassadors over the mistreatment of these activists. Zain Basravi reports.
Free Palestine! The governments of several countries, including Italy, France, the Netherlands, Australia, and Canada, have summoned Israeli ambassadors to condemn Israel's mistreatment of activists taken into custody from a Gaza aid flotilla. National Security Minister Itamar Ben-Gvir shared this video showing himself taunting them. It shows him shouting at the activists who are kneeling with their hands tied as officers stand nearby. The footage has sparked sharp criticism in the European Parliament of the lack of a proportionate response from EU leaders.
Are you going to lift a finger at any point to protect them? They are European citizens. What would you do if it were Iran? If it were Russia who stood in the middle of the Mediterranean to kidnap European citizens? But since it's Israel, you smile and look the other way. Shame on you.
Yeah, I think it's a good time for us to move on to a different subject. Russia. Which is what we're going to end with. Well, Asia. We're going to go to a visit. Special visit between Russia and China, Vladimir Putin and Xi Jinping. In the wake of Trump's big visit. Oh, Vlad made a Chinese state visit as well this week, arriving yesterday with hopes to deepen China's commitments to Russian oil, among other things. Here's France 24 from yesterday.
National flags of two longtime allies flutter in Tiananmen Square, with Beijing hosting Russian President Vladimir Putin. His trip coincides with the 25th anniversary of the Sino-Russian Treaty of Friendship. In a video address released before his arrival, Putin said Russia-Chinese relations had reached a, quote, unprecedented level.
Their special nature is reflected in the atmosphere of mutual understanding and trust, and supporting each other on matters affecting the core interests of both countries, including protection of sovereignty and state unity.
Experts say the significance and timing of this visit runs deeper still, coming just days after one by US President Donald Trump. This highlights China's growing diplomatic leverage amid a disrupted world order, and at least in Russia's case, Beijing is holding most of the cards. While the West hit Russia with sanctions, China has become one of Moscow's most important economic lifelines and is today the main buyer of sanctioned Russian oil. Putin will be hoping President Xi Jinping deepens Beijing's commitment, including with talks on the construction of the major Power of Siberia 2 natural gas pipeline from Russia to China through Mongolia.
Okay. with more on this state visit from Vladimir Putin.
China.
BBC.
Hello from Beijing. It's 3 p.m. here in the afternoon, and things have been moving swiftly since Chinese leader Xi Jinping welcomed his Russian counterpart at the Great Hall of the People. Vladimir Putin's arrival in Beijing coming just days after Donald Trump's state visit here. In the last hour, Xi and Putin have been taking part in a signing ceremony as they look to further cement a relationship that has become something of a diplomatic lifeline for Moscow during its war with Ukraine. The first document signed was a joint statement between the two countries on further strengthening comprehensive strategic coordination and deepening good neighborly and friendly cooperation. That was followed by 20 other documents signed on trade, technology, food exports, scientific research, among many others. Now, the two countries are also expected to issue a joint statement on advocating for a multipolar world and a new type of international relations. State media here have been suggesting that the quick succession of foreign visits from the likes of Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin shows China's growing status on the world stage. Now, earlier, the two leaders exchanged their views on the bilateral relationship between the two countries.
This year marks the 30th anniversary of the establishment of partnership and strategic cooperation and the 25th anniversary of the signing of the Treaty on Good Neighborliness, Friendship and Cooperation.
Even against the background of unfavourable external factors, our cooperation and economic cooperation demonstrate good and high dynamics.
There you go. A litany of different agreements being signed by Xi Jinping and Vladimir Putin. This meeting between the two leaders. Directly after Trump showed up. Honestly, the vibes seemed a little bit different for this meeting than for the state visit that Trump just went on. Although there were a few similarities, like this one.
You're seeing again today.
Same old golden pedestal, I guess. I don't know what to call it. Not a podium. Stage? Golden stage. But things genuinely seemed a little friendlier. A lot more got done, I would point out. 20 different agreements. I don't think Trump left with even one agreement. I'm also not sure whether or not Donald Trump was referred to as a... Actually, I take it whether Donald Trump referred to Xi Jinping as his dear friend. But that's how Putin greeted Xi Jinping on this meeting. Here's our second to last clip of the night. Oh my god, I'm getting tired. 9 full hours of galactic content. I'm back, baby. I'm back. I know, I'm sure everyone was sad that we had no streams over the weekend. But worry not. Wedding is over. Wedding is over. And really, we have all summer. I have no big plans that I'm aware of this summer. My birthday is coming up, but that's not nearly as important as a wedding of a close friend. I'll probably stream on my birthday. Probably won't even be a big deal, honestly. And so don't worry, the stream schedule is going to be getting back to normal as soon as possible. By the way, if you haven't already, you're still watching the stream, hit the follow button, subscribe on YouTube. It really helps out. And help me help you watch more galactic streams. Okay? Mr. Xi Jinping, my dear friend, it is fitting to quote a Chinese proverb. As far as we know, a saying in China that goes, quote, "We haven't seen each other for a day, yet it feels as if 3 autumns have passed." We are truly delighted to see you. We keep in constant touch, both personally and through our aides in the government. Steadfastly promoting the long-term, stable, sound, and high-quality development of China-Russia relationships is a strategic choice jointly made by me and President Putin, with a view of the fundamental interests of both countries and the broader trend of global development. Okay, now with the final story of the evening to the Philippines, where anger is growing, bubbling over into the streets, protests against the United States' war in Iran, which many in the Philippines view as the reason, perhaps rightfully so, for increased prices in gas and other things.
People pushed to breaking point. Rising oil prices have hit the Philippines hard, and for some, there can only be one culprit: Washington.
This is our symbolic protest against the U.S. imperialism. We want the United States to leave our country immediately.
The US-Israeli war with Iran has left countries across the region exposed. The Philippines once imported some 98% of its oil from the Middle East. In the weeks following the conflict, fuel prices more than doubled. The country was the world's first to declare an energy emergency.
It's people like the jeepney drivers of Manila, these public buses here, that have been hit the hardest. Rising oil prices have cut into profit margins. It's left some of them struggling to feed their families.
For drivers like Edgar, the crisis threatens his livelihood.
It's difficult because our earnings are very low now due to the high cost of fuel. Before, when fuel was cheap, we used to earn about 1,000 pesos, but now it's not even 500 pesos for the whole day.
Authorities have pledged cash relief for drivers, but some worry domestic policy alone won't be enough.
Yeah, it's not. The tax in the Philippines is not high enough to, to do it. The United States gas tax not high enough to do it. We talked about it. Like any of these sorts of things, including like momentary subsidies, are not if it continues to drag on. However, with the development of some oil getting out of the Middle East for now, could be good for people in the Philippines momentarily. But of course, with Donald Trump continuing to threaten all hell in Iran, this could end at any point. Amidst all of this, go right back to the blockaded strait. Wow, what a fun week it's already been. And we've still got 3 days left. Well, we got through another stream. It's quite long and also difficult, but thankfully we had each other to get through it. That is going to be it for me tonight, but until I see you next, you stay classy, Galactics. Forget this. These are your galactic patrons: Gabby, Gothox, Aaron W, Schmegly, PB, Mitty, Afroponics, Narwhal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Godcat, Robotcat, Disco Wolf, Callie Braiding, Sammy, Geodragon, The Anticorporatist, Obsessive Audio, Moanoip, Nadia, Choki, Skelt, Selena, Omegastar, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, Donald James X, Evan from Portland, Lovely Pariah, Mish, Becky, Decipher, Icebreaker, Columbia Rican New York, Willie Detroit, Sisyphean Task, BC, Free Palestine, Hermit Horologist, HBX, Manda, Lori Lunchmeat, Carl Gaslightocracy, Paige Larson, Frizzla, Benny Hanna 99, Dark Sparkle, CJ from the Six, The Reference Frame, Glitchmaster, Social Butterfly, The Anarchist, Perf XL, Winnie and Robin, Young Chris, Echios, Emily S, and Hecate. That's right, all of these people here have helped produce the show which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too for just a few US dollars a month on Patreon.
Tax proposal.
Mr. President, as I think everyone knows, the President of the United States, President Obama, the Republican leadership have reached an agreement on a very significant tax bill. In my view, the agreement that they reached is a bad deal for the American people. I think we can do better. And I am here today to take a strong stand against this bill. And I intend to tell my colleagues and the nation exactly why I am in opposition to this bill. You can call what I'm doing today whatever you want. You can call it a filibuster. You can call it a very long speech. I'm not here to set any great records or to make a spectacle. I am simply here today to take as long as I can to explain to the American people the fact that we have got to do a lot better than this agreement provides. Now, let me just enumerate some of the reasons that I am opposed to this agreement. First, as everybody knows, this nation has a record-breaking $13.8 trillion national debt at the same time as the middle class is collapsing and poverty is increasing. And Mr. President, I think it's important that we say a word, because I'm not sure that a lot of Americans necessarily know this, about how we got to where we are today in terms of the national debt. I know there are some people who think that this all began the day that President Obama took office. Well, it's not quite the case. When President Clinton left office, this country was running, in fact, a very significant surplus, and the projections were that we were going to continue to run a surplus. During the 8 years of President Bush for a number of reasons, including the war in Iraq, the war in Afghanistan, including huge tax breaks for the wealthiest people in this country, including a Medicare Part D prescription drug program, and including the Wall Street bailout, among other things, all of which were not paid for. Those are the primary reasons that we saw an almost doubling of the national debt during the Bush administration. And since President Obama has been in office, we have passed a stimulus package, also adding to the deficit in national debt. But here we are today with a $13.8 trillion national debt, $1.4 trillion deficit, and almost all Americans are in agreement that this is a very serious issue. So the first point that I would make is that it seems to me to be unconscionable for my conservative friends and for everybody else in this country to be driving up this already too high national debt by giving tax breaks to millionaires and billionaires who don't need it, and in a number of cases, Mr. President, don't even want it. Here's one of the interesting ironies. There are lists of many, many very wealthy people who come forward and say, sure, I want a tax break. Everybody wants a tax break. But you know what? There are other priorities in this country. I don't need it. And two of the wealthiest people in the world, Bill Gates of Microsoft, Warren Buffett, Berkshire, these are billionaires, and they said it's absurd. We don't need a tax break. All over the country, you're hearing a lot of folks who have a lot of money saying, don't drive up the deficit and force our kids to pay higher taxes to pay off the national debt in order to give tax breaks to the richest people in this country. Now, Mr. President, we have been told really not to worry too much because the extension of these tax breaks for the wealthy will only last 2 years. Not to worry. Well, maybe that's the case. But given the political reality that I have seen in Washington, my guess is that 2 years from now, these tax breaks for the wealthiest people in this country will be extended again. What happens around here is that the argument will be made that if you end these tax breaks, you're raising taxes. It's what we're hearing right now. I see no reason why in the middle of a presidential election, those arguments will not be made again. And I see no reason not to believe that those tax breaks will be extended again. And clearly we have a number of Republicans who want to make that extension permanent. Now, whether it will ever be made permanent or not, I don't know. But the point is, when you hear folks say that it's only a 2-year extension, I would suggest take that with a grain of salt. And let me just say that if, in fact, we do what the Republicans have wanted to do right now, as we enter this debate, they wanted a 10-year extension. That would add $700 billion to our national debt, $700 billion. Now, I've got 4 kids, and I've got 6 grandchildren. And I think it is grossly unfair. None of them have a whole lot of money. I think it is grossly unfair to ask my kids and grandchildren, children all over this country, to be paying higher taxes in order to provide tax breaks for billionaires because we've driven up the national debt. That is just plain wrong. And Mr. President, I think the vast majority of the American people, whether they're progressives like myself or whether they're conservatives, I think they perceive that that concept, that giving tax breaks to billionaires when we have such a high national debt, makes no sense at all. Furthermore, Mr. President, it is important to point out that extending income tax breaks to the top 2% is not the only unfair tax proposal in this agreement. This agreement between the President and the Republican leadership also calls for a continuation of the Bush-era 15% tax rate on capital gains and dividends, meaning that those people who make their living off their investments will continue to pay a substantially lower tax rate than firemen, teachers, nurses, carpenters, and virtually all the other working people of this country. And I just don't think that that's fair. That's wrong. And we are continuing, if this agreement were to be passed, that unfair arrangement. Mr. President, on top of all that, this agreement includes a horrendous proposal regarding the estate tax. And that is a Teddy Roosevelt initiative. Teddy Roosevelt was talking about this in the early years of the 20th century. It was enacted in 1916. And it was enacted for a couple of reasons. Teddy Roosevelt and the people of that era thought it was wrong that a handful of people could have a huge concentration of wealth and then just give that wealth, transmit that wealth to their children. He didn't think that that was right. Furthermore, it was a source, a progressive and fair source of revenue. Under the agreement struck between the Republican leadership and the president, the estate tax rate, which was 55% under President Clinton, and let's all remember, we had problems with the economy under President Clinton, but very few will deny that during those years we were creating a heck of a lot more jobs than we did under President Bush. That's a fact. Over 20 million jobs under President Clinton. We lost 600,000 private sector jobs under President Bush. During the Clinton era, the tax rate on the estate tax was 55%. What this arrangement would do is lower that tax rate to 35% with an exemption on the first $5 million of an individual's estate, $10 million for couples. Now, here's the important point, Mr. President, that I think many people don't know, because I have to confess, my Republican friends and their pollsters and their language people have done a very good job. This is the so-called death tax. And I think all over America, people are saying, oh, this is terrible. I got $50,000 in the bank and I want to leave that to my kids. And the government is going to take 55% of that, 35% of that. What an outrage. So let us be very, very clear. This tax applies only to the top 0.3% of American families. 99.7% of American families will not pay one nickel in an estate tax. This is not a tax on the rich. This is a tax on the very, very, very rich. And if my Republican friends had been successful in doing what they want to do, which is eliminating this estate tax completely, it would have cost, Mr. President, our Treasury, raised the national debt by $1 trillion over a 10-year period. Families like the Walton family of Walmart fame would have received as one family about a $30 billion tax break. So I find it hard to believe that when we are talking about massive cuts in programs for working families, when we have this huge national debt, that anybody would be agreeing to lower the estate tax rate to 35%. That is what this agreement does. I think that that is a very, very bad idea. And once again, while the agreement on the estate tax is for 2 years, once again, there is very little doubt in my mind that the Republicans will continue to push for lower and lower estate tax rates because what they want, and I think Senator Kyle has been pretty clear about this, they want to permanently repeal that tax. That is $1 trillion in tax breaks to the top 0.3%. So I think we're down a bad path there, and that's another reason why this agreement does not make a whole lot of sense. Mr. President, I would say thirdly, here's a very important point that I think has not yet got the attention that it deserves. And that is, this agreement contains a payroll tax holiday, which would cut $120 billion from Social Security payroll taxes for workers. And I think there are a lot of folks out there who say, well, my contribution will go from 6.2% today down to 4.2%. I'll have more money in my paycheck. It's a good idea. Let's take a deep breath and let's think about it for a second. Let's understand what this whole thing is about. This payroll